What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch ahead.
Welcome back, everybody. My name's not Wheelq, and this is not Jacob Enrai, but this is the NECC for the Champions Division, the highest class of R6 we have here today in this league. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Fellow, and we've got a spectacular matchup between these two penultimate teams. UB Alpha versus the UC San Diego squad. Who will come out on top? And who will unfortunately be going home with no trophy? Fellow, what are your predictions of the afternoon?
You know, I honestly have zero clue. I'm favoring UB Alpha just a little bit. And one of those reasons because the map selection, they're on the defensive side every single map, which I found a little surprising. But you know what? The better chance you have, I mean, that's completely fine, I suppose so. But sadly, we're going to probably the most attacker favorited map for map number 1, which is Coastline. But I mean, still, there's definitely a couple tricks up UB Alpha's sleeves moving on, and one of those things might just be operator bans, which we're going to get into right now.
Yeah, so let's get ready, everybody, to jump right into this one. The bans need to be a little bit targeted, in my opinion, like you talked about. These bans should be targeted. I think, obviously there's a lot to be, brought forward in a finals matchup. If UC San Diego did not do their VOD review, then they aren't going to be prepared to face off against this Buffalo squad. And that's not what you want to be. The first ban to come through is going to be that Jackal ban, removing him out for the count. Very normal standard ban for this map, but that's not necessarily a target. Here is the UCSD side ban, and this one is going to be the one we necessarily need to see as that target ban. It's going to be taking out for the count Ace, which is not really a target ban. And quite in all honesty, I think that's a little bit of a waste because now Thatcher's in play. And there's really no walls to hard breach anyways when it comes to this map. There's not very much hard breach utility needed. So I think maybe a little bit of a waste there from the UCSD side.
Ace's only gimmick is to get that quad wall opened up inside of the billiards area, and that's pretty much it. And Habana can do that job pretty much just as well. But a Valkyrie ban, that's something you see almost every single day, and it's a phenomenal ban. She can have a lot of influence on any round, basically, and her black eye cameras can also be used for run-ups as well if you want to be cheeky with her gadgets, but that's not going to be an issue. And the final ban, drum roll please, it'll be a Vigil, so probably more of a comfort ban, making roaming a little bit more difficult, but there's still plenty of great operators to do that. And you know what? We might see a pulse pick come out possibly, maybe just to gather a little more intel where Valkyrie is a little bit more lackluster, but you never know, right?
Yeah, now, you and I are both of the opinion, and most people typically are, in any level of play besides maybe the top level of play, but this map is pretty favored towards the attacking side in most scenarios. So we would say it typically does favor. You'll only see it not favoring when you're talking about the highest level of play for that Pro League, NACO, whatever you want to talk about, LATAM, whatever it is you want to talk about. It's a little bit more even. In fact, defense will still continue to take that dominant reign. So now in the meta, in the map pool, I guess I should say, 2 maps, typically attacker-sided. Chalet, even in Pro League, is still attacker-sided. And we're going to be seeing that one come, I believe, as our 3rd map choice. But, digressing past that, this map favoring the attack, and with, Buffalo on the defense starting off, and they're the favored team as they are the top seed. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not UC San Diego can kind of take control of the game, the match early on, and secure enough round victories to maybe stop Buffalo from just turning it into their half in that second half.
An amazing lineup as well. You have the Habana for that previously mentioned quadra-roll on our eastern side of the map, and then Buck can use a little bit of vertical play as well, so you can go underneath inside of Sunrise, or Pink Bar as I like to call it, to try to flush out some players near either side, to be honest. You can also move around in towards the blue bar and offices as well, just again that vertical play, and a lot of utility destruction as well. That Sophia and Ashe combination can never be left untouched, and the Nomad as well for flank denial. So overall, an amazing lineup, and I can say the exact same thing for UB Alpha, but we'd be here all day, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point in time, it's really going to be whether or not this San Diego squad can catch Buffalo off guard, right? I mean, obviously, Buffalo is a team that has made and earned their way to that first seed and all the way to the finals as they are now. And if I distinctly remember correctly, they did not lose a single map leading up to this inside of the playoffs. They are nigh unstoppable, is what it looks like. And it's going to be a lot of work to be cut out for them. Can San Diego try and put themselves in a more advantageous position, or will Buffalo just deny them any opportunity? But with the roam clear having to go through, and this San Diego squad still looking for the first frag and trying to set themselves up in that positive position, Buffalo's just not letting it happen. They're staying pretty still, staying pretty stagnant, I guess is another word for it, and they're not really giving anything up to the San Diego side.
Attackers have located a bomb. Not yet, other than map control, of course, but then San Diego is still going to have to play their cards properly, and right now they're just being pretty conservative, doing a little bit of flank denial with those air jabs, and they're going to start possibly doing some soft and hard destruction as well, gathering those sight lines in towards the bomb site. But Zigolo underneath, he's waiting for a sound cue perhaps, and we're going to go for a C4 toss. He's right underneath the player of Anubis, I believe it to be, or actually no, it was Console, my mistake, but he's going to end up repositioning. So a possible flank could come out by Phoenix, but again, that air jab previously mentioned could be a big issue, but it'll be Console to find the entry. As a matter of fact, you see San Diego off with a great start. As long as they find another pick in this first round, they shouldn't have any troubles whatsoever, and Chochu might be trying to attempt just that. He goes around in towards Vase, lights up Cho, but cannot confirm the kill. Luckily though, Duggan will get a trade on Console. Now 4-on-4 in the last minute. Still any team's game right now. There's still plenty of utility to deny this push coming out by UC San Diego, and time is most definitely not on their side.
Yeah, Ziggler taking a little bit of damage in a firefight leading towards that game's room, but Chug, that's going to step forward, finding one onto Dugan. They're going to swing around, but Chodopus finds the kill instead on that refrag, and Reaps tries to reap the reward, but can't get it done. JJ takes and secures the find, and now a 3v2 in motion. Charles and Anubis are the last two standing. What looked to be in favor of UCSD has now turned back around, but the information has been gathered. The ping is coming through. A spray through the wall from Anubis, finding Zigolo, and now the 2v2 must come through. JJ still watching, now sitting inside Hookah. They know a player needs to step towards that cool vibe staircase, but Charles is already inside of Billiards, looking to maybe contest. They'll swing around, and who is felled by Chodobus, and they're swinging aggressively. Charles has to step through, but can't make it in the end. JJ will find the kill, and Buffalo will find round one.
I mean, great time wasting done by UB Alpha. They didn't really contest UC San Diego like they anticipated, and just forced them to really just sit around and do a whole lot of nothing. And then that benefited them greatly once they found that refrag. They only had to stall for about 50 more seconds, and it didn't matter that they lost the Malusi player of Zigolo underneath, because they just had to sit around for about 10 more seconds at a 2-on-2. I mean, you're basically hopeless there on the side of UC San Diego, and that's exactly what happened. They lost their first round on an incredibly attacker-favorited map, so they're going to have to recover almost immediately if they want to have a lot of success moving into towards Coastline, because they might not get that lucky when they're on the defensive half of this match.
Yeah, John, I think it kind of comes down to a massive problem when it comes to getting snowballed. When you kind of let yourself take a couple of L's pretty early on, those kind of can add up. And that doesn't mean just on the scoreboard. It also tends to add up in terms of the mentality. Things can become down bad pretty quickly. You can look negatively towards what's going on, and that's the exact opposite of what you want to have. And while the first round isn't necessarily a deciding round, it's not really the most pivotal, it does set the tempo. It does set in motion what will eventually be the round results. And if UCSD can't set their mentality right after a devastating first round loss despite getting the first picks early on, then Buffalo is just going to continue to roll over them. And while by all accounts I don't necessarily classify the last round as a roll, as it did come down to the 2v2 at the end, I mean, the last two players on the side of Buffalo had no problem cleaning up where they needed to, and San Diego just weren't able to find it.
Chodepus setting up a very interesting mirror window in towards theater, looking in towards the master bedroom area. That's to try to slow down the vertical play that ends up happening once you get the map control on that part of the map, because then from master bedroom you work in towards VIP, and then you have a great bird's eye view of the actual bomb site itself. But there's also plenty of coverage there as well from the actual bomb site, like Zigolo, for example, on that pulse. So you can try to nitro cell underneath with his own utility. So it's going to be a rough opening for UC San Diego, but they're actually not approaching from the top floor. They're actually moving in from Sunrise and Blue Bar at the current moment. So this could completely catch UB Alpha off guard, and they're not really wasting any time whatsoever going in on that drone game, making sure who they have to go up against when moving forward. And they might still go up above from what it looks to be through their drone setup, but still undecisive. We've only gone through the first minute of the round, of course, Scott.
Yeah, John, it looks to be a bit of a problem right now to not take the second floor. Typically, you sweep the second floor and take full control and then work your way in an aerial point of view to shoot downward, but that's not what's happening. Not at all. In fact, San Diego just completely ignoring that. They kind of want to play their own game on this first floor, clearing this bar side of west and working their way east. And it does seem to be working slightly as they're able to get some crossfire shots off, but none will connect until Console's able to find their own into JJ. Now Anubis finally cleans up their kill into Zigalo. It's a bad position for Buffalo to be in as they were not anticipating this result. A swing from Chu finds Dugan in a 2v5 in play. It's Chotopus, and of course Phoenix is the last one standing. Diffuser now going down, and Console finds Phoenix, and Charles finds Chotopus, and the attacker-sided map will rear its ugly head. UCSD will find a flawless round only in round 2.
And I mean, they really caught UB Alpha off guard. They weren't anticipating that blue bar and pink bar sided push. They were expecting the usual. You go up above, get that vertical play, and then you walk into this massive booby trap of all these C4s being thrown at you from underneath and the player inside of theater. But that didn't happen. We just saw a very linear push moving in one direction, and it was amazing. It worked out in every single situation. Then the defenders up above had to come back into sight, and then it was a 1-on-5. I mean, you can't win those. And hopefully we see more round wins come out like that for UC San Diego. Maybe we would call that an enigma of a round. Maybe we won't see another flawless round like that, but still an amazing recovery after having a very critical loss on your first round.
Absolutely. I think there kind of becomes a problem now for both sides. There's questions that need to be answered. For UCSD, they kind of answered what went wrong in the first round. They were able to pick up first picks, but they weren't able to capitalize off of them, and it kind of allowed for a weird sort of staggered attempt where they weren't able to secure the bag. And in that round, it was the complete opposite. They picked up one, they immediately followed suit with the two, and instead of sitting back and waiting for another player to make a mistake and go forward, they just stepped in. You saw it. They stepped forward into sight. They connected a kill onto Dugan and forced the objective to be entirely flipped sideways. When we have Chachu, that goes through at the very beginning and finding themselves, a more advantageous position to work with, then, UCSD have a much more, have a much higher chance, I guess I should say, to find themselves a round victory. And it's going to be something to keep in mind as we're heading now into round 3, because we're going back to the same exact objective. This kitchen site that obviously Buffalo is kind of favoring as of this moment and really liking to bring that to the table. I mean, if they can just change what happened and UCSD is not able to replicate the same level of success they had last round, then it could go back in favor of Buffalo, but that just leaves a lot on the table that needs to be answered.
UB Alpha does have a slightly different setup, so maybe they're anticipating a little bit more of a upfront approach coming out by UC San Diego, but still, if they just lose those gunfights early on, like we literally just witnessed by Console, he finds the entry up above, then this might be another loss coming up by UB Alpha. That's why both Scott and I are not really big fans of returning to the exact same bomb site, because now your opponents know exactly what they're anticipating towards. But I believe Console probably was not anticipating the push coming out by Phoenix up above, and now he gets away scot-free. So the man advantage now lost the first minute, just about coming to an end, and Chachao might be in a little bit of a predicament. He's not that far away from Phoenix, but at the moment he's not going for anything too aggressive, just holding down a long angle in the far back in the main hallway. So things have become a little bit more calm, but now that there's no top floor presence by the defenders of UB Alpha that can allow for that previously mentioned vertical play and sightlines being gathered up, this could be heavily advantageous for UC San Diego. I'm so used to saying UC Davis in these last couple of moments in the round.
Yeah, obviously a nice pick coming through as Phoenix will be able to find themselves a kill, but it's immediately evened up. Reaps is able to continue that level of killing potential for their side. Dugan out, back to a 3v3 tied. And now it's really going to come down to whether or not UCSD can continue to find frags or if they're going to continue to be split up as of the current moment. And Buffalo, they've got themselves spread out. They've got themselves in a position to maybe watch more than one angle, make sure they don't get cut off guard. But a single flank, like we saw a player for UCSD taking a step outside, maybe looking to roam in a different direction. I mean, it could catch a player off guard if they're on site, but this Banshee from Malusi will make that wub-wub audio cue to make it more difficult to be able to sneak away. Charles seemingly aware of the Maestro behind front desk, but Phoenix has been downed, and now Zigalo's forced to step forward, finding now into Anubis as Charles cleans up Chotopus. It's just Zigalo remaining, and the rush will come through and will not matter. UCSD finding themselves yet another round, but this one much closer than the last.
Most certainly was. I mean, they actually had a little bit of a difficulty there at the beginning. I mean, Phoenix found a great refrag and he slowed down that push, but the problem is he couldn't sit up top forever. He had to hop down in towards main lobby, and then that allowed for UC San Diego to get that vertical play. And immediately, what did it give them? a frag, and then they had the man advantage again. They got into main lobby and up above scot-free, and then they just worked right into the bomb site, and there wasn't much that UB Alpha can do. So again, another great round win coming up by UC San Diego. They're doing much better now as a whole, especially considering the first round where they lost pretty substantially against UB Alpha, but I don't think they're going to Kitchen once more, though. No, they're not. We're heading to Hookah now, a little bit more of a different site, and statistically, this did favor UB Alpha on the first round. They ended up winning it 2v0, so, I mean, hey, might be a little more better for them moving on, but I think there's still plenty of tricks up the sleeves of UC San Diego.
For a map that's so typically attacker-sided, I think that UC San Diego need to bring more to the table. I mean, obviously they had a flawless round, and Buffalo was not able to counteract that. And then you're playing the same objective twice. We both hate seeing the same objective twice. It breeds a level of complacency that I just don't think belongs in the game of Rainbow6. But they went for it. It kind of worked, not really. I mean, they did better. They weren't flawless, but they still ultimately lost the round. Even though it did come down to a pretty close finish. Buffalo, they're going to go back to a more favored objective, apparently. I don't know why we just didn't see the tertiary objective choice instead of opting to go there. Maybe drop down into, the ballrooms down on that first floor instead of going kitchen. Because, I mean, UCSD has done a great job. They've shown they can take you out by never taking the second floor and take you out by taking the second floor. So even though the same objective was played twice, UCSD didn't use the same attacking method. And while it didn't work as well, it still worked. And that's all they needed to do, because we're probably not going to see that objective that much more often. If I'm Buffalo, I wouldn't play that for the rest of this matchup because it just hasn't worked out. No need to lose 3 times on the same one over and over again.
Oh, some great intel setups coming out as well by UB Alpha. They really want to win out this round. Soft ping comes out via the Yokai drone, but Zigalo is going to be a little bit hectic on it, and he's going to actually miss out on the kill. That's really unfortunate to see, but, no harm, no foul, I suppose. So still in that 5-on-5, but hey, Console did get incredibly lucky. That was some great intel to be had by that Yokai drone, and the C4 was pretty close to actually landing right on the feet of him, but now this is going to begin to allow that hard destruction. Habana using her Xyrus charges on that back wall. So now they can have a sight line all the way in towards the bomb site, but there's still players underneath, like Jetplane, just waiting for the perfect moment, using that C4 explosion as a sight line to try to find the kill on the Console. But right now, he can't find anything, and Phoenix tries to find a Nitro Cell kill as well, but he misses. On top of that, there goes most of your secondary utility, and now you're going to try to stall that plant only with Dugan with his Toxic Babes.
I think Chow is struggling to get out right now. Has to go prone to get out of that pool entrance. But, I mean, at this point in time, if I am UCSD, then you've gotten yourself inside. I was going to say you managed not to lose anybody, but you do lose somebody. But you only lost somebody 2 minutes into the round. So with a minute left, you've only lost one. It's not the worst position to be in. But when Dugan has these Toxic Babes and you haven't taken them out yet, then it makes it difficult. And with the fact that Shotobus also has the, Yokai drones to be able to stun you out and disorientate, but it makes it nearly impossible to get the plant down, and it puts you in a bad position. Speaking of bad positions, Charles acted upon as Zigalo will find this kill. A 5v3 in play now as Chow finds JJ. So back kills at this point in time. Reap still sitting in aquarium looking to catch a player off, and Hookah, but the pings do come through. We do notice behind that soft wall, there's a player of Zigalo looking to maybe take themselves up for another kill, but I'm not too sure it's going to happen at this point in time. Just one single reinforcement between them and the world, and now they're going to plant besides default behind the position of a bomb. Now forced to throw a Toxic Babe, it doesn't do enough. Plant seems to go down, but it's not going to be enough. Phoenix finds Reaps a 4v2, and it's Chow taken out by Zigalo, and Chotopus cleans up. Even when time wouldn't have made a difference, it still goes to the end. Buffalo finds yet another round, tying this one back.
And again, we're just not seeing the same amount of aggression coming out by San Diego at the current moment. We saw them come alive when attacking Kitchen, but now they go to Hookah and they just look lost. They don't know what to do up against UB Alpha's defense, even though it does seem pretty standard to say the least, and it's a little bit worrying, but they still have plenty of time to make up for things as long as they win these next couple of rounds. And what we've gathered, they're not good at attacking Hookah, but they're really great at Kitchen. But now we're heading to, like you would call it, the tertiary bomb site, Blue Bar and Sunrise. So maybe this will be a little bit better for them. They're going to have to go up against that Mira again, a really annoying operator to deal with when she is on the board, which is why so many people end up banning her. And look at the lineup. So many Nitro Cells, Toxic Babes as well by Dugan. This is going to be a whole lot of secondary and primary utility that UC San Diego is going to have to burn through, and it just might not be enough, or it might be too much, sorry.
When you have to burn through so much, what's the term that we have a fellow caster who likes to talk about? It's utility consumption simulator, right? It really comes down to it. And this is reminiscent. Usually you think about Oregon and you think about Basement of Oregon and you're like, okay, this is utility consumption simulator, or it's, you know, deployable shield simulator with the Vulcan shields of Goyo and just normal pocket shields of your go-to defensive lineup. This is pretty reminiscent of that older style utility consumption simulator. I mean, look at that corner pocket inside of that B objective. We've got mute jammers, you've got ADSs, and a mute jammer. Yeah, we got ADSs. I mean, you're gonna have to deal with a smoke as well to throw a toxic babe to deny you stepping in from pool entrance. I mean, it doesn't necessarily bode that well for an attacker trying to step over there, and they're going to have so much they have to burn out. It's honestly a miracle we didn't see Owamai brought in as well to be an extra level of annoyance, I guess. Instead, they're just going to say, we can do it with this, and they're going to opt to bring out Zigalo on the pulse to maybe catch players on that second floor off guard with some Nitro Cells. But I'm not sure if that's necessarily going to be enough, but at the same time, they're sitting way prettier than UCSD is because they can just sit inside sight and play with their own utility.
That's what's been benefiting them the most is when UC San Diego doesn't directly approach them in towards the bomb site, then they can just sit as long as they want to. But Anubis gonna get a little bit aggressive in the entry. It works out for him quite well. There goes Jet Plane now down the drain, but oh, there goes the refrag. Zigalo from underneath gathering so much intel, and it works out for him. There goes your main vertical player of Buck down the drain, but there's still plenty of breaching charges for both Console and Charles to work through. They just have to start using them, and they'll already begin doing that. And top of that, Reapers as well, or Reaps, my mistake, finds a trade onto Cho, and the man advantage back in the favor of UC San Diego, but there's still a lot of time for that to obviously change, and there's still plenty of C4s on the opposite side, but Chow finds another one onto Zigalo this time, a 4-on-2, looking great again for UC San Diego. We might just see a repeat of what we saw when we were heading in towards Kitchen, just a complete collapse into the bomb site, but Phoenix having something to say about it. He trades off onto Console, but Chow with a double kill now. Can he get the third, though? Phoenix all the way up above, now having to retake the bomb site. This might be the end for UB Alpha once again. It appears that only Hookah is their go-to bomb site so far.
Yeah, I think Buffalo just put a little bit too much emphasis in that pocket corner. Nitrocell ripped out that will detonate, finding one, and they'll be cut off in the opposing corner. This time Charles will find the kill. Buffalo just put too much emphasis on one corner, put too much emphasis towards pool entrance, and when UC San Diego doesn't step over there whatsoever, completely ignoring it except for to plant the diffuser in a more default position, they pay the price accordingly. And while the Nitro Cell does go off, we almost could have seen that 3v1 come to fruition. It doesn't happen. Charles on the flank finds the shot, ends the round, and once again, you're seeing San Diego take themselves up in a lead. And Buffalo has a couple things they need to figure out. Obviously, when you're able to take 2 rounds on the defense for an attacker-sided map, that may bode well, but I'm of the opinion that while this may be an attacker-sided map, it's not like an 80-20 attacker-sided map. It's like a 60-40. It's like a 65-35. And I had to do that math in my head there, so be impressed. It's difficult to try and get over the hump that is being 2 rounds down. It's a mentality problem. And when you're at a huge deficit, I mean, what did we see last game on Coastline? Was it a straight 6-0 game?
It was a 7-0 game.
Yeah.
It was 7-0.
It's just not easy to surmount that and make that comeback. It's just not going to be, what it is. And those teams were extremely evenly matched, extremely, throughout the entire game, back and forth. I mean, it was consistent. They went to 5 maps, for goodness sake, in the finals. This one, where it's back and forth as well, all the way up to round 6, where we may see it be tied at half, it could still be anyone's game.
Games 1 and 2 for the previously streamed match, they were both 8 and 7, and then they kind of died down a little bit. So maybe we'll see that. We'll see these 2 teams kind of bout back and forth, like a game of tug of war, and then it starts to kind of slow down a bit with one team just over dominating because they're a lot more comfortable on a specific map. Maybe we'll see that on Chalet because, like Treasury and Wielku mentioned on their broadcast, not many teams have really practiced Chalet because it's a little bit of a new map for most teams, at least in collegiate for sure. So that could really be decisive moving forward, and maybe it'll be a 3-0. Who really knows? Not me, that's for sure. But I do know that we are heading back into blue and pink bar, which we all saw wasn't the best defensive hold for UB Alpha. They brought so many nitro cells to deny that vertical play, but they were only to get one entry kill, and that was Zigalo. And then eventually he got traded out with UC San Diego regaining that man advantage 4-2. So they're going to have to be a lot more active about this denial, and that's not how you want to start things out for your team, because Console finding that entry, that's already not looking good. We saw that happen on the 5th round and now the 6th round as well, but it's going to be up to Zigalo again to try to find that refrag. But if he misses by just a couple of meters, then it might not guarantee him that kill. And call me a prophet, because I predicted it, and there goes one of your very few amounts of nitro cells on your lineup.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be in a position right now with a player disadvantage, not connecting with your nitros, not putting them where you want to be able to find impact. It's not boding well. And while we actually are seeing a second floor presence with a pretty substantial foothold, Buffalo is trying to play some cheeky off angles to maybe catch a player off guard. Obviously, a player sitting behind plant looking for a spot to catch a player stepping down, cool 5 steps off guard. And UCSD is also looking to maybe step in towards pool entrance, and this is where we saw all of that utility from Buffalo placed previously. Not sure if they're still going to be there, but if Dugan gets caught off guard and is not able to keep themselves alive with those toxic babes in this pool entrance side, then things will have to be swept once again in San Diego's favor. So a lot on the line right now for Buffalo. They are man down, and they've got so much that could go wrong.
And they only have one more C4 to work with. Dugan, though, trying to slow down this push coming out in from Kochek. He'll throw one Toxic Babe, and he only has one more left. There goes the second one, but Flashbang's trying to disorientate him. He's fully blinded. He can't do a single thing right now. Shots come out, but it's actually by Phoenix. He picks up one, but Cho2 will actually get the final kill onto Dugan. Zigalo gets a trade as well, now at 3-on-3, but they're now able to push into the site pretty much directly. Zigalo now having to back off. This is not looking that good for UB Buffalo unless Phoenix can find this kill, but he'll do just that, a double kill. Now he can watch up above, maybe trying to deny that plant coming into effect, but if he does not have the sightlines, then he can't really do jack squat up above, and basically renders things into a 3-on-1, but he'll do it directly. Down goes Chow, my mistake. Reapers gets one, but he still has to pick up 2, and only 8 seconds left. He'll go for that plant, but Chotapus is right around the corner. He just has to wait for the very last second. A double kill by Reapers, but there's no time left. A quad kill for Phoenix, but it wouldn't have mattered either way. Time was on their side, and we will in fact see a 3rd round win come out for UB Alpha, tying things up 3-3 going into the 7th round.
That was insanely close, John. That came down to the wire. I mean, we
Yeah.
saw the flick up after getting off the diffuser and going for the shots. We saw them attempt to rush down, and I genuinely believe, I want to believe, at least at the very least I should say, I want to believe that they could have gotten that if Phoenix just wasn't paying attention, if Phoenix had just stayed behind pot. I genuinely think it could have gone either way, but nonetheless, it will ultimately be that 3-3 half, and really off the back of Phoenix in that last round, finding that 4K, which now leads them to the 10 kills so far in this match in these 6 rounds, looking exceptionally spicy, but you can't rely on just one player to win everything. You can't rely on just one player to win you a game. Some people would surely like to believe it's so, but I mean, 3 players versus 1. If San Diego could just bring 3 to that 1 player, then it's not going to go in favor of Buffalo. And take a look at that right side of your screen. San Diego extremely even across the scoreboard right now. 5 for Reaps, 4 for Anubis. Chow has 6, Consul has 5, and Charles slightly lagging behind with only 3, but really only necessary for that utility. And then you take a look over on the Buffalo side, it's Phoenix with 10, and then you've got JJ with 2, Dugan with 1, Chotapus with 3. I mean, Zigalo's got 5, but that's still half of your main fragger. They're a lot more eccentric. They're a lot more split, divided, I guess I could say, across the scoreboard. It's looking like San Diego is being the more consistent team when it comes to an all-around presence in this match.
And you always hear the phrase, teamwork makes the dream work. Everyone has their part to play, and at least Phoenix is doing his role properly on the fragging role, because now he's on Ash, so that's kind of a dead giveaway, I suppose. He was on a little more of a relaxed mute play, but he was playing a very aggressive one, so I'll give him that. But like you mentioned, a lot of players on the side of UB Alpha are really going to have to pick up the pace moving forward if they want to have a very strong lead up against their opponents, because right now it's tied 3-3 once again. We've seen that back and forth throughout the first half, and the second half might be the exact same story with it only coming down to a singular round win. I mean, we've seen overtime situations come out time and time again, even today, as a matter of fact. And right now, things are looking quite slow and unforgivable for UB Alpha. Those Xyros charges being denied by the gunshots by both Console and Charles, and now they're going to have to rethink about their approach moving into the 7th round. They're going to try to go from underneath. Anubis spots out one drone, but he gets away pretty much for free. No one's really here to contest him, so a very slow start and really nothing to have because of that, nothing to make up for it. No kills, no entries, nope, not a zip, just intel that they haven't been able to find anything off of yet.
A bomb has been located.
Will those extract stingers like in the front doorway, or front entrance? Like, did
Oh,
they
right.
miss the
You know, I'll
toss?
write that down. It's actually, yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
Would they just miss the toss and accidentally hit the door? I mean, unfortunate, but I mean, you do still have a couple more in the pocket. JJ has none as of the current moment, but you do have more
Well,
than
okay.
that one that's tossed. But first frag of this round for this half will actually go to Anubis on the defense, as Phoenix will be felt because of it. And now Buffalo has lost their top fragger, has lost their main contender so far, and they're going to have to show up for the rest of the team. They've got a man disadvantage, a big one at that, and they're looking to maybe get some damage off with a nade. They'll actually successfully do so. Chow took a hit and is now downed behind hard wall, but Reaps continues to reap out the opposing side. Dugan felled because of it, and it doesn't look like they're going to be given the opportunity, but they got the plant down and narrowly avoid a nitro. JJ finds Anubis, now refragged as Zegalos felled by Console. It's the 2v4. Shots to this window of South Hallway does not make a difference. Chotopus will down the opposing player of Console, and while JJ is below, has a sightline from that nitro cell position. Chotopus is toxic babed out. Could be dangerous if they're not careful. Shots go from below. JJ finding Chow. Now a 2v3. They're trying to contest. Reaps looking to prowl around, but time is not on their side. Reaps continuing their presence. Charles peeks it, but doesn't want to stick to it at this point in time. Charles does find the kill. Time not on their side. Chotopus, last one standing, sprays and finds the kill. And now a 1v2. No chance they're going to get it because he's down below. And Buffalo will shockingly win their first attacking round.
Oh my god. Almost as close as a round we saw a moment ago. My goodness. That almost was a loss for Buffalo, but in the end they brought it back due to the fact that no one was watching the defuse go down. Nobody was denying it. They had a 2-man lead, technically one if you don't want to count the player who was downed, which was the smoke, so I get that. But still, you have man advantage, and you can hear the plant going down pretty well when you're playing a game of competitive. I mean, there was just nothing there. And the C4 was too late. Again, just the lack of intel really proved to be a big issue for San Diego, and it's going to cost them a free round, essentially. But hey, again, another great recovery coming out by Buffalo Alpha, and they're now going to have to approach on a completely different bomb site, of course. We're now going to kitchen and service, which, you know, a lot more vertical presence, of course. Can't really say the same about the other side of Hookah, but yeah, I mean, I still really can't say much, Scott, to be honest. This has been just a complete game of tug of war, like I said earlier. I'm kind of lost for words.
And back and forth action. I mean, that's really
Yeah.
what it's been. And that's not too shocking. Like we said, it is an attacker-sided map, but it's not like an 80-20 split. It's really 60. It's both directions. And as of the current moment, we only have this half of Buffalo. We only have one round behind us. We can't really call anything out just yet. There's no prediction really to be made besides just saying, okay, Buffalo is the lead. They might win it, right? I mean, that's all we can actually say. That's about the most inference we can give. And that round wasn't the most one-sided affair. It was exceedingly close, and it came down to the wire. It could have been San Diego immediately if that nitro cell had just detonated half a second sooner. Literally, it would have been over at that point in time. Chotopus would not have been able to get the diffuser down, would have been felled, and would not have been able to contest in that position, and would not have been able to save the round and stop the defuse. But it's just not the way the cookie crumbles, and so Buffalo will be able to take round 7 under their books. In round 8, they'll be attempting to do the same. San Diego, once again, a pretty even split across the map, maybe looking for an opportunity to catch 1 or 2 players off guard as they attempt to step forward. I'm not seeing very much second floor presence, maybe only 1 or 2 that are sticking up. Yeah, indeed 2 that are sticking more to the south hallway. I think they're sitting inside of TV room or movie room as of the current moment, but beyond that, they're really just going to have to rely on these 4 nitro cells in pocket to be able to find substantial impact.
A minute off the board already. Not the worst start for San Diego, but it would be nice of them to find this kill, and Anubis is setting himself up again to do just that. We saw him get the entry onto Phoenix, a very impactful kill, but sadly it didn't really do much in the end game because, like I said earlier, they weren't able to utilize that manpower to deny the plant coming out by Buffalo. But Anubis, he's really just playing this completely patiently. He's waiting for Buffalo to make some sort of mistake and then mark it off of it instantaneously. That drone in the back towards 90 hasn't spotted him out, more or less concerned about the Mira player up above a console, and I think he's gotten away scot-free. And again, the exact same thing happens. Anubis picks the kill up onto Phoenix, but a nice wall bang comes out by Zigalo all the way outside near DJ Balcony. Down goes Anubis, but at what cost? There goes Phoenix again. You didn't need him last time, but that fragging potential could certainly be nice, especially since you're down another player and Console is lurking around waiting to get that pit. And oh my god, he gets it! An amazing wallbang by Console. Now they can just leave the top floor. They have the man advantage up by 2. A horrible look so far for Buffalo Alpha, and they're really going to have to make lemons out of lemonade if they want to win this 8th round.
Yeah, with only 45 seconds on the clock, it's really going to be very difficult for this Buffalo side to be able to find these last 4 picks. They'll need to try and split this evenly between the two of them. Dugan will need to be able to find themselves substantial impact if they want to be able to find themselves around. Maybe play some exit picks, maybe use this last, few moments, these last 30 seconds as a way to regroup, come up with a new strategy. I don't necessarily know if it's possible or highly likely, I guess you should say, you're going to pull this one off, but a player stepping out towards the front side will take a shot. Chow not able to finish off the player that is Chotopus, but Dugan will finish them off instead. And as they smoke off, attempting to keep themselves in a position, sorry, not smoke, they're trying to put themselves in a position to get plant down, denied. Chotopus fragged out, and Reaps will find Dugan. Reaping their reward, UCSD will win round 8. And this one in a much quicker, much more substantial fashion than the Buffalo attack win we just saw the round prior.
Yeah, that one was a 1v1 essentially, and it was one-off times that diffuser. The diffuser didn't even get put down in that position. UB Alpha was just trying to play the refrag game against San Diego on that top floor, and they weren't able to do it. They weren't able to clear out that top floor roam presence as much as they anticipated they would be able to, and they lost a lot of great players as well. I mean, Phoenix as well on the entry again. That's your top player that was performing so well in the first half, and he's had to sit on the bench. He's had to be warming up your seats the first 2 rounds where you're on the other half, which is technically more favorable. And again, things are evened up. Not 3-3, 4-4. We're getting closer to a possibility of overtime, and it is concerning, especially for UB Alpha, because they should technically be dominating in this position. They have the right operators. They have a decent setup working out for them. They're just not able to win those crucial gunfights, and it's been rough for them for at least half of the matchup so far.
It's been rough for both sides. It's really come down to the wire in basically every single round. This doesn't necessarily bode well if you're a fan of either team that wanted a quick 3-0. I mean, this does not bode well whatsoever. And
Nope.
when Buffalo, the favorite team coming into this one, is tied up at round 9 on a map that's attacking sided, I mean, you could say, oh, well, they just win the next few rounds on an attacker-sided map since they are attacking, just win it all. But nonetheless, I mean, San Diego has kept themselves into it, and it's been a struggle fest for both sides. Even when one side wins, the other side kind of can't do anything about it. What was it, San Diego in round 2 with a flawless victory? Remember correctly, if you want to refresh my memory?
I
mean,
did write that, yeah.
that's really the only round that I can recall that wasn't close. That wasn't a shocking victory. That wasn't something that was just out of nowhere. And now we're going to have to see if Buffalo can kind of pull the same thing, because as of the current moment, San Diego has the better rounds behind them, but Buffalo has the favored side. Nade comes through. Zigalo finds a phenomenal kill under Charles as they're trapped on this second floor hall, and it's not going to matter for long. Buffalo now with a 1-man lead with 2 minutes left.
I was going to talk smack about them doing the exact same thing that lost all their Gazairos charges, but at least the Sledge player of Zigalo remembered that, and he was able to get a nice grenade kill on Charles all the way from top to bottom. Pretty impressive, if I say so myself, and a great entry as well. So things finally looking up for Buffalo Alpha now as they move on forward. They're still going to have to deal with that roam presence by Console, for example, trying to contest the player on out towards White Window, but He hasn't really gotten himself that kill yet, but at least he hasn't been damaged in the same process. He's getting a little bit aggressive, though, especially with the SMG-11 at hand. You have to have very precise aim if you want to win that. Another grenade comes tossed out, but Console is able to evade it. He now goes for another peek. This must be the 80 millionth time. He is out for blood right now, but I don't blame him. San Diego really needs this refrag, but if not unkept, he might lose his gunfight against Phoenix. He goes up to the top main stairwell. He lights up Phoenix, or pardon, Console, but cannot confirm the kill. Both players on relatively low HP, but they'll live to see another day as now Console finally trying to escape in towards the penthouse hatch. He's waiting. Instead of it's a sound cue bait, and Phoenix just walks away from his problems, and he picks up a kill onto Anubis instead, finally returning the favor in the last 50 seconds of the round, of 4-on-3, as eventually Chow picks up that kill on the Phoenix, and there goes your top fragger a third time now.
Yeah, but Phoenix made the impact. They found the level of success they needed. And while they need to get this bomb down, it's going to be 2 kills back-to-back, making it a little bit more difficult. Xiao and Shotopus finding massive success as they try to get the plant down, but Shotopus is denied in the last few moments. Reaps will get it with the Toxic Bay, but now Ziggo's left to 1v2, trapped. They know the player is behind this hard reinforced wall behind Hookah, finds one behind Pot, almost finds the second, but Reaps will find it instead, and UCSD will take round 9. Miraculous in the last moments, an SMG-11 versus a main hand rifle, and somehow that SMG pocket weapon will find the kill.
Oh my goodness, that was far too close to call. Zigolo almost winning that, but not going to get as lucky on his last kill that he needed most. So San Diego taking their advantage once more, but man, was that too close to call. And we've been seeing this time and time again. A couple of 1v1s have been had, or at least 2v2s, like way too close to call. But I mean, man, at least at the end, Reapers did play his cards right and just waited for the perfect moment to strike. And now they're going to go back, or not back, but they're going to go to Blue Bar and Sunrise now that they don't have to go back to either Hookah or Kitchen. And a decent lineup, to say the least. I'm surprised we're seeing that 6-pick on to Romai, because I think Jaeger is a little bit better due to that passive utility and not so much the active utility that Romai has instead. But it gets the same job done at basically the same rate, so it's all right, I suppose. And the impact grenades can always be a nice touch if you're trying to maybe deny somebody out on the vertical play, I suppose, or try to make your own kill holes perhaps, but it is a little bit questioning or concerning at least.
Yeah, I don't get the Wolmai choice either. Bring both. I mean, we saw Jaeger come through before, and it really became that utility consumption simulator in that, pool entrance pocket, and it kind of became difficult for the attacking side to have any chance of stepping towards pool entrance, but that's not going to be what's brought to the table. And Xiao's looking for maybe a spawn peek here over towards this ruin side, and I actually think one may walk over to it. I actually think that JJ may actually be falling into the loving arms of Xiao at this point in time. They're stepping around. They have not noticed. JJ does not realize just how close they were to death at that point in time. That is the most unfortunate timing if you are a UCSD fan having to watch that. But shockingly enough, Phoenix downed will not be the first death. Ziglo saving their life narrowly by catching out Console. And with 2 minutes and a half left for this match, or sorry, for this round, UCSD taking an early man disadvantage might not bode well for them.
And now we can have Buffalo start working on that vertical play up above, because there's really no one here to contest them except for Anubis. He gets into one gunfight, narrowly getting his head ripped clean off, and he'll now be able to escape because he didn't end up dying there. But still, no one's up above anymore on the side of San Diego, so this is basically free map coverage for Alpha. A grenade kill almost comes out, but it's going to be Chow to shut down Phoenix. Gets a second on top of that, but eventually gets refragged out by JJ. Now a 3-on-3, but that was a very impactful push up towards the Cool Vibe stairwell. There goes your Sledge player and Phoenix, 2 of your best operators on the side of Buffalo, 2 of your most frag-heavy players that we've seen so far, and now it's going to be a lot more hectic. Reaps from underneath, denying the vertical play in the hands of JJ, returning the favor in the end for his dead brethren of Chow, and now the man advantage back in the favor of San Diego. They just have to stall for around a minute or so more, and they don't really have to worry about that much anymore. Just having to win their gunfights will guarantee them this 10th round win and will bring us to match point.
Yeah, once again, Buffalo at a massive disadvantage in terms of numbers. They have struggled so far to keep that up. They had obviously had Phoenix be downed early, so it's not too shocking to see that death eventually be confirmed. But as they step forward, they are aware there's more than likely a player behind, but Charles collects the first into Dugan. Now it's just Jodibus. He spots a player, catches the head, secures, but now he knows there's one across, but he doesn't know the opposing player on the opposite bar. Anubis finds the kill. The god of death will be able to secure the death of the opposing side, and that is not good for Buffalo. Now, round 11, UCSD in a great, cheeky position of this match point on an attacker-sided map. 2 rounds above Buffalo. It's not looking well.
Not whatsoever, and we're heading technically the most defender-favorited bomb site in this map. Most people would argue kitchen and service, and the lineup is definitely terrifying on both sides. Seeing some wildcard operators, Chow on the Clash, you would expect one of your most frag-heavy players to not bring that operator, and he definitely understood that pretty well. It's just a 6-pick, a ruse. He'll go into Jaeger, a very necessary operator when there's so many things you have to worry about, like flashbangs and fragmentation grenades that could kill or disorientate anybody on your team, and the Lion not going to get 6-picked off it, though. That can allow for a lot of roam clearage to happen a lot faster, especially when that Jackal was banned during the phase, which is probably the strongest operator you can bring when clearing out those pesky roamers. So that might help Buffalo a lot more, get them those sight lines that they need from top to bottom, and then that could maybe give them an early on man advantage, then work their way into the bomb site a little bit more easier. But it's a lot of what ifs. It's if that happens, because you could still have players like Anubis who have been fragging out time and time again, just shut that down completely in the beginning of the round, and then you're basically hopeless. And if San Diego wins this round, then map 1's over. That'll be a point for them, and then we move on to Villa again. Or not again. Don't know why I said again. That was a
I'm
good
not
sentence
sure.
until then.
Well, it is late, so brain sometimes.
Good talking point up until there. I kind of ruined it at the end, but it happens.
Yeah, I mean, we all flub our own words every once in a while.
Yep.
Speaking of flub, very good movie. Very good movie. Robin Williams.
Never seen it before.
It's a good movie. But nonetheless, speaking of good, it's going to be this entire match so far. UCSD, the underdogs, coming to this, maybe only 2nd seed, which is only 1 seed behind, Buffalo. But at the same time, Buffalo has just been uncontested. They have not lost a map in this playoffs, and it's looking like they're about to lose their first. And that's not a good point for them. That's a really bad point of contention. It's exactly the opposite of where you want to be. And when Coastline is picked and Buffalo picks Coastline and UCSD is up 6-4, yeah, not exactly where you want to be. But Buffalo have the opportunity to try and make it a little bit different. They can try and change things up here, take their 5th round win and maybe bring it into the overtime. We've seen a lot of overtime already today, so it wouldn't be too odd, but they've got to take control of the 2nd floor. And when you've got so many San Diego players contesting it, like you do see here, it's going to be difficult for them to do so. Anubis not able to secure the kill into Phoenix. That may be game-changing, and they're forced to take a step around as that Lion utility does come through, marking their position so they know that there's a standard position for them. Anubis loses the fight to Zigalo.
No.
Oh my goodness, now a 5v4. Buffalo have the man advantage leading into this with only a minute and a half left in the round. Things could still go against them, but San Diego, they desperately need to find themselves a frag if they want to stay in this.
Oh, leaning the wrong way with such a huge mistake coming out, but luckily Chow is there to mark it off that kill on a JJ. That's going to even things up now, and Consul's still up above, surprisingly. If he finds a pick here, then this could be all over for Buffalo. He gets concussed out by that lifeline behind him, and he really can't do much here. Wide swing comes out, but he misses all of the shots. Phoenix wins the 1v1. Now they have top floor control, but like you mentioned earlier, Scott, not a lot of time left in their hands, and there's still players like Chow up above that are waiting for something to happen. He could flank around and find so much damage against Buffalo. This could be all over if he in fact does that. There goes the first kill, a 2K now for Chow as he eliminates Phoenix from the equation. Your top fragger once more out of the picture, but he's not going to get lucky for a third. Zigalo eliminates him as well. Now 20 seconds left, 3v2. Buffalo has the advantage here, but again, time is most definitely not on their side. San Diego, they have plenty of utility to deny this. That Nitro Cell by Charles and Reapers with the Toxic Babes, they could completely deny this plant position and force their opponents to go for the frags, and that will still greatly favor Buffalo in this position. The final E1D comes out. Dugan gets a kill because of it. Now a 1v2 as the nade from the grave will finish off Sigalo, but the plant now being confirmed. Charles in a really rough position, but he still has a fighting chance. Wide swing comes on out. He looks the wrong way, but he gets the kill regardless. Now in a 1v1, he can actually win this, but Dugan in a great position. He could try to deny the plant. He's shooting through the wall, but completely misses. No, you have to keep shooting through. Oh my goodness! How do you get away with that, Sigalo? Oh my goodness gracious. What a clutch to be had by Malusi, and we're gonna go to map 2 just like that, Scott. Oh man. Or Charles, I was thinking of the other operator. I'm sorry, Charles, I stole your thunder, man. So used to Bigelow bringing up that Malusi.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Look that back if you're a Buffalo fan, please. Just look at that. Know that you need to have the position pinged, marked, let it be known where you will be planting it to an exact science, and then either that or just spray and pray a little bit more. Spray and pray a little bit more. Swing the mouse around a little bit more quickly, I guess is the word. It's so unfortunate to see the first map in that fashion. A great ninja defuse to come through. It wasn't as much of a ninja as they were aware of it, but it did ultimately end in a way that they stuck it. You know, pros don't fake is the term. We can bring out some CSGO terminology here. Pros don't fake, and that's exactly what we saw. But we are going to be going into a nice 5-minute little break in between map 1 and map 2. We'll be right back coming at you with another great map of this Buffalo side versus UCSD. And we're going to be coming back on Villa, if I remember correctly. So stay tuned.
Yep.
We will catch you guys in the next match.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC for the Rainbow6 Siege Finals here. UB Alpha, the University of Buffalo Alpha versus the UC San Diego squad. My name is Infernosis, otherwise known as Scott, joined by fellow who I'll be calling John for most of this match, so you just don't get confused. A great match one, or map one, I guess I should say, on Coastline, but John, we're heading on over to Villa.
A completely different map as well, much more defender favored, and that's where UB Buffalo could possibly end up winning their first map in this best of 5 because they're starting on the defensive side first, so that could give them a great round advantage moving on forward, but we don't really have to speculate for that much longer. We'll get into the game in a couple of seconds while teams are rated up, just making sure everything is set up properly, and then we can get into the operator bands. I don't know why I always try to mix up operator and map bands. It's such a bad habit that I almost catch myself on happening so many times. But enough of the stalling. The match now begun. We'll get right on into it. So let's get this show on the road for the second map of Villa.
I'm calling it Thatcher, Jackal, maybe a Nomad. And then
Okay.
Malusi, Mira. Maybe a Maestro Mira. Who knows?
Mira was a little bit annoying to deal with.
We also have a
agree.
rehost, so we have a little bit. We picked wrong sides. Not a big deal. We get it restarted, resituated. I'm just stirring my Gatorade, so you know.
Ooh, very nice. You do like to see that happen, and we're back to our cameras.
They've caught me. They've caught me off guard.
Okay.
I wasn't ready.
Here's what I'm drinking tonight: water. Make sure you stay hydrated, chat.
Stay hydrated, everybody.
Yeah, stay hydrated. It's it's
we
a
may
ne-
be
it's a
talking the
necessity.
entire night, but stay hydrated. Nope. I
Yep.
see you licking your lips. It's too late now. All right.
Oh my goodness, I love that video so
Isn't
much.
it so good? It's such a
Like
good
your
video.
lips are dry. Hey, don't be licking them now.
Don't be looking at
You
them
know
now.
what you've done. Get some
Yeah.
chapstick. Oh my,
Yeah,
that
Drink some water.
that's another video that lives in my head rent free. 110%.
That lives in my head rent free. There's so many videos out there that live in my head rent free. And speaking of living in my head rent free, for the next 4 hours, this Buffalo versus San Diego squad match. I mean, this is obviously a very big one, and the first map to be taken in the playoffs against Buffalo is going to be this UC San Diego side, and I'm a little impressed because, in all honesty, I anticipated that CMU was going to be the team that had the most potential to upset Buffalo. And they were pretty close. I mean, it was a 2-0 fashion for that best of 3, but it still came out to a pretty close game, if I remember correctly from what I watched. And that's impressive. Because it's just CMU is one of those teams inside of the Champions Division that they just play like it's TDM. I mean, they just swing every angle and just shoot, right? I mean, that's just how they play. Buffalo is a little bit more methodical, a little bit more strategic about their style. But San Diego has shown me that same level of play. It honestly, it's weird to say. It's weird to say that San Diego copied Buffalo because it's not. I mean, it's just a normal strategy. But considering that I haven't seen that as much from this UCSD side throughout this entire season leading up to this, kind of makes me feel that they've adapted in a way, and they've done their VOD review. They've prepped, and they've done everything they can to catch this Buffalo squad off guard, and they've done exactly that.
Buffalo going into this, like you said, flawless. 2-0 every single match they played leading up to now. This is their first technical loss match-wise, or map, I should say, probably. I mean, obviously they've lost rounds. They weren't just 7-0ing every single time, least from what I'm aware of. That would have been a very impressive, and then odd to see them not 7-0 in the grand finals. But this is the only team in the bracket that has actually given them any trouble whatsoever. I'm actually quite surprised as well. So I guess San Diego has something to prove here, and they really want this win that desperately. But like I mentioned earlier, a completely different map Villa is compared to Coastline. So this could be where Buffalo potentially shines up and actually shows a lot more potential from what we've normally seen from them. But again, speculation going to come to an end because now we can get back into the matchup after the rehost. And now we can look at the bands that you already guessed earlier. And I guess I'll say my 2 cents. Probably going to see Thatcher ban, and then I feel like Jackal will be banned a lot more as well. He's a big favorite inside of Collegiate, but Nomad's a little bit more typical. And then I guess Mira and Malusi, pretty both, or maybe Valkyrie. Actually, no, Valkyrie instead of the Malusi. Valkyrie's really strong on this map. Yeah,
you see a lot of Collegiate teams really like to ban out Valkyrie over a lot of, say, like Malusi. Because the roam game just isn't always there when it comes to collegiate teams. It's a little bit less emphasized. You see it a lot with Buffalo. You saw it a lot with CMU. You saw it a lot with San Diego on coastline, but that could be entirely different for a map like Villa. A little bit less of an outside presence. I'd love to see that because that's my favorite style of siege is that roam, but we'll have to see whether it comes through. But I want to make a point. Jackal does get banned, so I was right about that. And then another one, week 5 of the regular season. Buffalo beat San Diego 2-0, and not just any old 2-0, a 14-5 round differential. 14-5. They put more rounds on the board that last map than they did in the entire game versus Buffalo in week 5. Also, Mir got banned, so I'm right about that. And Maestro, I am like spot on, dude. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna ban Mira, like go ahead and ban Maestro as well while you're at it. Just like make all of Aviator and Games Room just nigh impossible to hold.
It's been a little bit less favorited than it used to be, and it's sad to say that because I like making the joke planes in games. It's really funny to say that, and I just can't anymore because it's just not as favorited. And Maestro, definitely one of those operators that actually made it playable. The Evil Eyes are a great tool to deny that plant, which happens all the time. Most people call it near that zombie door, I think you call it properly, or at least the hunting door if you don't know that specific call out. So him off the board, it's a big upset. And now we're going to go to dining room and kitchen first and foremost. Maybe not because of that Maestro ban, but maybe just try to catch people off guard because it's probably the quote unquote tertiary bomb site, as you like to call it. So that could be why, perhaps. And the lineup that they're bringing is pretty spot on to go to a bomb site like this.
Yeah, I think it's something to maybe keep in mind. But I think the big thing to keep in mind when talking about a lineup or a match that can go on like this is going to be the communication that's necessary for a defensive team to win on this very old-styled objective. Obviously, Nitro cells are plenty. Bring a Pulse in as well. Zigalo will be bringing in that Pulse player. That's nothing too outstandard. We saw that as well on top of their defense when it came to the double bar room on coastline. But it's just information. Can they give the information away? Can they act on the information? And can they find themselves a little bit of success? Because if they can't find that success, then they're probably not going to find anything. And it's going to be difficult for them to kind of figure out what is going wrong.
And right now we got a little bit of a minor hiccup on the stream, but we're still synced up, so that's okay. It's just going to be in slow motion, so maybe I'll talk a little bit slower, though. We don't have to stall for technically 5 minutes if that's what it wants to be.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure what's happening.
It'll get resolved eventually. I mean, we've got pretty competent people working.
I refreshed. I'm trying to fix. Oh, it's
we're back.
back to smooth.
Told
We're
you.
back to
See,
smooth.
wouldn't take that
There
long.
we go. Yeah, there we go. Easy peasy. Thank you very much. Figured it out. Lemon squeezy. But already the fight has to be going forward. If you all are the UCSD squad, if you're on San Diego on this attack, then maybe put yourself in. Oh, okay. Well,
we're gone.
We're back on again. Okay, so if you are in the San Diego squad, then you need to take control of master bedroom. You need to work your way in that direction. You need to kind of bring yourself to a position of being able to contest without being felled first. But we do actually have 2 deaths that come through. I've refreshed. It's fixed it for me. Phoenix has been felled, and Console has been felled. It'll be Anubis who finds Phoenix, and it'll be Zigalo who finds Console, and I believe that to be with a Nitro cell, but the second frag that will come through from the top of Villa, it's going to be rushing now as JJ finds in that master bedroom door, rotating now away on that Jaeger 416C and heading all the way across the map to Study. Does not want to have to deal with the opposing player on that hunt down. Is just going to take a couple steps back. He got Xiao repelling on this northern side, just outside of the objective leading into kitchen towards that central staircase. I'm not sure what's still happening to our broadcast at this point in time. Dugan finds a Nitro Cell kill with the assistance of Zigalo's heartbeat sensor, and we'll be able to secure yet another kill for Buffalo. And now it's a 4v2.
A pretty good start so far for Buffalo, and sadly you guys cannot watch at this current moment, but that's completely fine. But still, at least we're seeing them in a much better position, like I kind of speculated earlier, but obviously one round won't really give it away. But they're in the last minute currently, and San Diego's attempting to work their way in towards Laundry now in the pretty decent deficit. So it's not looking all that good for them at the current moment. And like I said earlier, we might have Buffalo Alpha actually take this first round win, and still a little bit of difficulties with technicalities, but that's still all right. We'll get it solved eventually. Probably have to pause after this round just to make sure everything's back to normal, and then we'll move onward after this. So it's not that big of a concern.
Yeah, and with only 30 seconds left of this round, unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like it's too like we may get the last few moments. I'm not too sure, but they're trying to get some peaks off, trying to figure out what is going to work best for them. And At this point in time, it's still anyone's game. Coming down to the wire, a kill will go through, securing themselves a position now, a 3v2, stepping up, and they'll be able to finish off the last two in quick fashion. Zigalo and JJ finding Reaps and Chow. And it's going to be this Buffalo side taking themselves a defensive hold. But I'll tell you one thing I really don't like. And it's not going to be a joke about y'all not seeing the round, which is a little sad, but technical difficulties do happen. We don't want to stop the players. We're already, behind enough. But a big thing to take into account that I didn't like in that round is a red dot sign in the 416C. That hurts. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, personal preference is key, but it's really gross to look at, I'm not gonna lie, man. But it's all right. Whatever gets the job done, I suppose. And Buffalo Alpha got the job done. They ended up winning their first round on Dining and Kitchen. And now they're going to head to the dreaded Aviator and Games room bomb site that we were talking about earlier and why it's really difficult to hold it without a Maestro. But I'm kind of in love with this lineup. The Arini coming out, you don't see that one every day, nor the Echo pick. But these are two operators that can stall for a boatload of time. The Syria gates will waste a lot of secondary utility for sure. Those flash grenades by both Chow and Charles that they're currently holding.
All right. So apparently, Fellow has stepped into the realm of lagging. He has crossed into a new realm of lagging and has been facing the price accordingly. This is just Dante's Inferno at a whole new level. I mean, you can hear the suffering every once in a while as it peaks and peers its head through into the mainframe that is Discord. But unfortunately, I still don't think he's realized and is just continuing to try to talk. But first round goes underway. Buffalo in a position of success after that last victory and now putting themselves to face off against San Diego. But San Diego stepping towards this master bedroom side. It's going to be a question of whether or not they can pick up the first pick. And Buffalo puts an off-site presence, which we do see coming through, but it seems to be an off-site presence more focused towards this first floor. Astronomy Stairs looks to be wanting to be held by JJ. They're looking for maybe an opportunity to take some long shots going forward, but I'm not necessarily sure if those long shots will come through. They've had to take a step back. They're rotating back through that living room, back through library, and maybe looking for an opportunity to go up that central stair, but not many teams, when they're attacking, like to put a large presence on the first floor. They'll really just focus to the second, play in a nomad, more than likely, to cut off staircase presences so that the flank can't come through. And while there is an audio cue for that, there isn't necessarily anything else besides it. So a little bit of concern may be had, but I don't think it's going to be enough to warrant a flank watch dedicated beyond just an air jab. But Vault wall will be getting busted through at this point in time. Looking to maybe send an air jab in as well to knock a player back. Anubis finds the opening pick into JJ, but immediately downed Console as a shot comes in from this classical hall, and now in a position where they have a player down, but they cannot finish them off. The downed but not outstage rearing its head in a 4v5 underway with 1 minute and 20 seconds now on the clock. Zigalo has to make a rotation, maybe watch towards Study. Phoenix still wary of this 90 pocket of Classical Hall. It has to be a little bit more than just concerned as this player of Chow tries to step forward, finds Phoenix, does finish off the kill, and now Chow at a reload, gets caught off guard, but still wins the fight against Zigalo, but a Toxic Babe will be tossed through. It's just Chodovitz and Dugan left standing, and the plant behind. This vault door will make it a little bit more difficult, stopped by the Yokai drone. Can't spot it off immediately, will be able to tap it off. Now no way to deny. Chodovitz has to actually play this one out, but it does give time for Dugan to throw out a Toxic Babe. I think tossed a little too far, and the diffuser will be planted in the process. Now it's a 2v5 post-plant scenario the last 38 seconds, and it's not boding well. Chow finds himself the 3K. It's just Dugan remaining. They've got to find all 5 if they want any chance, and it's not going to happen. Chow finds and secures the 4K in a flawless round for UCSD.
Great takeover. It happens. All right. I mean, amazing performance by San Diego. I was really hyping up the defensive hold by Buffalo Alpha, and it just died down. It didn't work out whatsoever. They couldn't really stop the plant. It was just an immovable object, San Diego was that round, and now things are evened up once more. I mean, I guess it is impossible to defend that bomb site unless you have a Maestro. I guess we were right all along, Scott, and now we're gonna head to Trophy Room and Statuary. It doesn't appear that Buffalo Alpha really wants to test their luck on the exact same bomb site after they basically just got slapped around completely by San Diego. I mean, I don't really blame them whatsoever. It was a flawless round, correct me if I'm wrong, right?
It was indeed, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to go there again. They literally lost in every single manner there. They didn't even get a kill in compensation. That was brutal.
I mean, Buffalo had a good performance in round 1. They held out. And UCSD had a phenomenal performance in round 2. And I think a lot of that came down to the fact that Buffalo was able to get damage off and get downs off, but they weren't able to capitalize. They weren't able to complete them. They weren't able to find the same level of success. And I think one of the big things I saw was Phoenix getting caught off guard, not sitting behind bar. I don't know why not sitting behind bar when you know that games room door leading to Classical Hall is open. There's really no way to block that. You didn't bring a castle. Maybe you did bring a castle. I can't remember correctly. But, I mean, at this point in time, it just doesn't look hot. It doesn't look like the way to do it. No, they did not indeed bring a castle. They brought a Surrogate rolling a Rooney instead. It's just not where you want to be. That can get cleared out. It doesn't stop sight lines. You're going to get cut off guard. Maybe that's why they're bringing the castle this time around. Maybe they don't want Phoenix to be caught off guard for that player. They need to keep Phoenix alive because they were that top player last game. Tied with, I believe, JJ? Who was it that was close behind? I can't exactly remember. Sorry, hiccups. But ultimately, I think Buffalo just needs to finish off what they started.
First minute coming to an end, and Console with a great entry as well, but it gets traded out by Zigalo. Down goes Chow, but still, there goes JJ. That's a lot of your roam presence basically just forfeited, and that's going to give a lot more time for San Diego as they move on forward. So they can get that kill back pretty easily now because so much utility and reinforcements, etc., was just put in this one part of the map, and now it's gone. You really can't rely on that anymore, so the charade's up now for Buffalo as we see Console working his way closer and closer in towards Trophy Room. Can't find anything just yet. No one's really engaging him, but again, a great start so far for San Diego. Maybe not as strong as that second round where they ended up winning flawlessly, but this is still pretty decently in their favor. It's about a 50-50. The man count's still pretty much the same, and they're getting ready to start burning through this utility and manpower. They're approaching from different angles, which could really fluster Buffalo moving forward, and there's only about a minute on the clock left, so it could really go either way regardless of that, but at least they're doing a great job of stalling against Buffalo.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to sit yourself in a position to be able to stall to your max potential, and as of this current moment, when you got a player sitting behind Statuary, attempting to be cleared out by, I believe, Console's Concuss, which will be ADS'd out. I mean, they're aware of that player. They know. I don't think there's any way they're stepping away from this. It's just a matter of who gets the kill and who's going to get greedy for it first. Maybe a refrag potential, because Zigalo's also watching that doorway, coming now to assist Dugan and hoping to maybe keep them alive, but a player looking to maybe get some crossfires. Anubis steps up, finds Zigalo, but now being shot in the rear, not paying attention. Finally cleaned up by Dugan. They'll get a second on top of it, finding Charles, and now a 3v2 as Buffalo have managed to re-bring back the lead, taken away as Reaps finds Phoenix inside of Astronomy. It's just Console and Reaps left for the UCSD side, but they have Toxic Babe still lingering, now out for the count. A step through has to come forward. Console finds a shot across. Chotapus taken out, but Dugan finds an SMG-11, needs to get the 4K, but can't get it done. Reaps finds and gets it all. UCSD will be in yet another round, and it's going to be a very nice one at that.
Another great clutch as well. He's had a couple of 1v1s where he's ended up coming out on top, but this time he had to play up against Dugan and not Zigalo, who's on that 3K inside of Coastline. But still, a narrow loss by San Diego, greatly recovered in that 1v1. It was too much for Dugan to handle there. I mean, he was able to get rid of that funnel. They were all approaching him from one direction, but then when he was pushed out from a different area of approach, then it became a little bit of a hassle. And I mean, it is rough sometimes to play as a smoke and try to engage people from longer or medium-ish ranges, because you can't always hit your shots with SMG-11. It's got very high recoil. If you don't tap fire with it from time to time, then you're not going to guarantee yourselves those free kills. But now, with the fact that no site has really worked out for Buffalo Alpha as of yet, they're going to return to the one site that has, and that's Kitchen and Dining, which was a pretty dominant start for them. Again, it was that 4-on-2 situation, and it basically just came down to a one-sided push by San Diego in towards the laundry area. They weren't really able to mark it off of any vertical play whatsoever. So as long as that happens again, we'll see that similar game of tug of war fighting tooth and nail between these two opponents, and we'll see things 2-2. But that's, of course, if we see the exact same thing come out on both sides.
Absolutely. I think a big concern to be had when it comes to this objective now, this tertiary choice, which is, as I've stated so many times while casting R6, and I'll say it as many times as I need to, so reminiscent of the older style Year 1, Year 2 maps, where it's such a soft floor above, pretty normal corners, small standard roofs to step inside, really close to the outside edge of the map, if not actually just touching the edge of the map, and a couple spaces right next to laundry. I mean, it's so reminiscent, and it also brings in the fact you're going to see these Year 1 ops. You'll see castles, we don't see that here, but you'll see pulses, you'll see Jaegers, that's a normal thing anyways. You'll see mutes come through, and you'll also see nitro cells. Basically, their whole operator, they'll get a kill set for Dugan finding success onto Anubis, and nitro cells continuing to be busted out as information is gathered from Zigolo. They'll drop their own nitro cell as well, but this one does not find a kill in the process. It's just Jodibus and Phoenix left with it, but Phoenix doesn't need a nitro to get it done, finding Reaps. JJ gets their own in return as console will secure, but now this off-site presence of Buffalo has found themselves too, and now they need to try and continue that range. Zigolo trying to support their teammate Achonibus to find yet one more, hoping they can continue, but Phoenix needs to make their way down as well to be able to find it. Chow narrowly avoiding that nitro from below.
They still have one left though in their back pocket, that's Phoenix, and he's retreated underneath, so that could happen. The information being gathered by Zigolo, great combination of utility by both of those two players of Melusi and Pulse, but Chow, not really that concerned anymore. He's moved underneath as well, but that vertical play is still going off in the background via those breaching rounds or charges, my mistake, in the hands of Console. But a minute 20 on the clock. This is still any team's game, but San Diego's got to pick up the pace. They're down that man advantage, and the sightlines that they have right now haven't really guaranteed them anything just yet. But if they remain patient, then maybe it will later on perhaps. But right now, Buffalo Alpha, they really haven't tried to lose that man advantage. They're also playing quite passively. They're waiting for San Diego to make another vital mistake, bringing things into that 4-on-2. Console making a big mistake as well, not working out properly with that vertical play, narrowly missing some shots again, and we're down to the last 40 seconds, and San Diego, they're just sitting pretty still like statues, as a matter of fact, and haven't really been able to do anything via that vertical play. It hasn't guaranteed them anything just yet. Stun grenade bait comes out though. Chow will mark it off it. Down goes Chodapus. Now to 3-on-3, 30 seconds left. Things are looking a little bit better, but they're still going to have to worry about a C4 possibility. Perhaps Console losing a lot of his health there, and it's eventually going to almost cost him his life, but Dugan gets a kill before that happens. Chow down for the count, 2v3. Again, not favoring San Diego. Dugan now with the third kill of this round. Massive plays come out, make it a 4K as well. Charles brought down 6 feet under via that SMG-11, and now another round win comes out for Buffalo Alpha, tying things up 2-2 once more.
Just neck and neck the entire way here, fellow. It has not changed. This is absolutely just insane. By all accounts, it is one of the most even bouts I've ever had the pleasure of casting, and it wasn't anticipated to be so. It was anticipated that Buffalo would just do what they did in Week 5 and kind of just systematically dismantle anything that San Diego brought to the table, and we're seeing that kind of peer through every once in a while, but we're not seeing that consistently enough to warrant it be, the score to show, and so it's tied again, 2-2. We're nearing the last two. We're in the last 2 rounds of this half, and Buffalo needs to win these defensive rounds because attack on this map is not exactly the easiest thing to do, and I think San Diego, who are able to defend on a attacker-sided map, are more than likely going to be able to defend on a defender-sided map, and Buffalo kind of has to work towards that. So we're going to see this statuary and hunting objective, trophy objective room, and hopefully we'll be able to see Buffalo, if you're a Buffalo fan, actually be able to control and contest this master bedroom push. You don't need to play in master bedroom, you just need to be able to contest it ever so slightly. That's what Dugan's making that hole right there for a rotation. Catch a player stepping out of closet, can long shot fire that window as well from peeking inside of astronomy from that central stair. Sorry, not central, so the astronomy staircase. And hopefully, if you're a UCSD fan, you don't get caught off guard. You know about that hole, you know about rotations, you know about sight lines, and you're wary enough of a long shot angle capable of some of these defensive rifles and hands, and can be able to fire back in quick succession.
We haven't seen this site work out for Buffalo Alpha just yet, and it did come down to a 1v1, don't get me wrong, but Dugan, unlike the last round we just saw, he didn't get the 4K. He only found 3 and then lost the last fight where it mattered most that he won it. So as long as San Diego just plays a little bit better when it comes to that refrag potential when they have such a great advantage against their opponents, then they should be just fine. But they're not going to guarantee themselves that early entry. It doesn't appear that JJ is playing as aggressive as he was earlier, but those reinforcements were still there in an attempt to slow down San Diego's push. And it was able to do that. The first minute now just about coming to an end, but no kills coming out on either side. This will favor Buffalo as long as they keep all their players alive and well. They can all keep doing their jobs at the current moment. And later on, that will become much more impactful. But it is really only a matter of time before we finally see some action come out onto both sides, because San Diego, they're really itching for it. They're getting their drones nice and set up in towards the actual bomb sites. They have plenty of information to work off of to get themselves those kills. And Anubis from underneath trying to spot out Zigalo perhaps on the Valkyrie underneath, but he can't really gather that many sight lines via those reinforcements because he can't shoot through hard destructive walls, so he won't get himself anything just yet, and for the most part, it's just been a huge time waster for this Ashe player underneath.
Yeah, and wasting time is exactly what you want to have, because now you're put in a situation where UCSD may have wasted time, but they still get that first pick. And that's where Buffalo is kind of struggling at this moment. They've lost Zigalo. You've lost an information player. But at the same time, Zigalo can now sit in their camps. They have free reign to continue to wield that information that they brought to the team. And they're going to continue to try to find it. Dugan sees a player, I believe it was Chow, rotating away outside of Statuary, now taking some pot shots over towards Astronomy, but it'll be Charles who finds the kill to Dugan, taking advantage of the position. And now Phoenix with a launch shot angle towards Master Bedroom, finds Reaps a 3v4. Charles planting the diffuser in this corner pocket of Statuary. No way for them to contest as it's now a post plant. Chow finding Phoenix, a 2v4. JJ finding Console, now spraying towards that split side. Anubis from below getting the floor taken out to spot it out. 1-for-1 as Chow finds Chenibus and JJ finds Chow. It's just JJ trying to fight the world. Cannot make it get done. Charles from below. UCSD had that diffuser on lockdown, and there was nothing that Buffalo could do to stop them.
The world just came crashing upon JJ, and he wasn't able to counteract it whatsoever. He did find some nice frags, but nice frags won't guarantee you a round win, and we just saw that happen right then and there. So San Diego, again, claiming that round advantage, and we've broken away from the common 4-2 split. And to top things all off, we're going to Aviator and Planes, or Aviator and Games, Planes and Games, sorry, once again. And this was the worst site. I like it, okay? You know, humor me at least once, okay, Scott, please? Right. Just,
you know, I'll humor you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, was that enough? It's like
it was enough. Yeah. All right. I thank you. I'm very glad you did that.
Welcome.
Made me feel morally stable. No, you know what? It's all right. We'll just talk about Aviator and Games because this wasn't a very good site hold by Buffalo. They lost flawlessly against their opponents. They didn't pick up a single kill, and all that utility dump that they put into this bomb site it didn't work out. The Toxic Babes didn't deny the plant, the ADSs, and Lamidus really didn't stop the flash grenade from blinding people. It prolonged the inevitable, but it didn't prolong it enough where it became an issue for San Diego. So a lot of change has to happen so far for Buffalo, and their lineup is slightly different. There's no Echo or a Rooney, but to be honest, Scott, I felt like those were probably two of the most important options. They could have used a little bit better instead, and it would have helped them out so much more. But instead, Buffalo Alpha isn't doing that. They're instead just removing them from the process, and I think that's not the best call, to be honest.
I think if we want to see Buffalo take this round, we want to see them make it that 3-3 split that we've seen so much already, right? If we are going to want to see Buffalo do that, then their offsite presence doesn't need to get fragged out early. Every time we've seen Buffalo's offsite presence not pick up frags and be fragged back in return, UCSD just kind of sweeps forward. They know what they need to do. They snowball effect. They don't give time for Buffalo to recover, and it catches them off guard. Because when you lose one person on a chessboard, right, if you're talking about chess, you lose a pawn. Well, then you need to move a new pawn into a position to stop them from just walking all the way through and you know, bringing a checkmate. I don't really know how chess works. Maybe we just talked about
When was the
checkers.
last time you played chess, Scott? When was it?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, that's what I thought. That, yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
oh my
big.
goodness! From Memo down
64.
below into the main hall, Zigalo with a nice nitro into Chow. But like I was saying, I mean, you have to move your
Anyways.
pawn to a more defensive position. And if UCSD get that first pick and they just swing forward and not allowing Buffalo to react and set themselves up accordingly, that's how UCSD is winning rounds. That's how they're setting themselves up. They get one, and then they just swing through and find the rest.
You see, that's what you'd call a blunder on the side of San Diego and a great bonus for Buffalo. But Anubis is trying to refrag that out. He's going to miss some vital shots, though, and gets a second opportunity, but misses that one out as well. And JJ from behind just wraps up the kill on the already low player of Anubis on the Ash. And Buffalo's looking a lot better right now. They've kept their roam pretty alive and stable throughout this 6th round, and now they have a man advantage up by 2 and only have to stall through for about a minute more. And San Diego currently is just all over the place. They're still worrying about their flank currently. They have no drones for their dead teammates to watch, and JJ's just able to get around the map completely scot-free, but Console around the corner just pre-firing at the perfect time and place gets the kill. There goes Jaeger down for the count, but still a lot of work to be done for San Diego if they want to win out the 6th round and bring things into a 4-2 split favoring them, and only about 30 seconds to do just that. It might be a little bit more challenging than anticipated for most people watching this. Zigalo on the deep angle. He's waiting for that push to come out in towards Study, and the Toxic Babes as well, brought out by Dugan, have really been a huge nuisance for San Diego. They can't get into the bomb site now. They're trying to burn things through with those stun grenades. Charles gets in and now has to go for the plant, but he's not being covered that well. Toxic Babe comes out, but it's for the default spot. It misses completely. Charles with the big brain plays, and Console picks up one, but a refrag comes out by Chotapus. Now 3-on-1 post-plant situation as Reeves is not able to cover the plant. Zigalo wins his fight against Reeves, and that will allow for the 3-0 to happen. Buffalo more than enough time to defuse, and we will in fact see a recovery round win come out by Buffalo Alpha. 3-3 split moving into the second half.
Man, a 3-3 split, you can't get more neck and neck. We've stated it over and over again. It's kind of like our main talking point, just how fair and even this entire game has been, and it's just coming to show it over and over again. We may see 5 maps of a constant near overtime expulsatory game. That may be something that happens, and if you are trying to sleep, it may not be what you want, but if you're a fan of either side, you don't want to see your team sweep. Okay, maybe you do want to see your team sweep. All right, maybe you do want to see your team just take it 3-0 and look dominant, but at the same time, you want it to be a competition. You want your team to work for it. You want them to see that what they've gone through this entire season, what they've gone through this entire preseason leading up to this playoffs, and what they've gone through in playoffs has meant something. They've faced off against adversity, and they've grown because of it. And I think the team we're seeing that's grown so much is this UCSD squad, who couldn't even get 6 rounds in the entire match that they played in week 5, and yet won map 1 and is tied even in round 7 to this Buffalo squad. I mean, there's no words for it. I think UCSD is one of the highest growing teams I've seen so far in this league. I think they have grown the most in terms of technical skill. I don't think it's that Buffalo is lagging behind their usual selves. I think it's just that San Diego has caught them off guard.
They've got some genuine competition now, and it's really making Buffalo Alpha shake in their boots. But they're not completely, throwing away the benefits of being such a great team. They're still giving it their all. I mean, it is 3-3 after all, even though you would think they'd be a little bit more favorable on the defensive half when it is a much more defender-favored matchup. But regardless of that, San Diego, now they're defending, so they could obviously take away a much better lead than anticipated. And the way that they're playing right now, I'm a big fan of this very heavy roam presence, trying to just waste as much time and manpower against Buffalo Alpha. They are fully committing to this, so they're going to have to win these very crucial gunfights in the beginning of this first minute or so of the round. And there we have it. Chow does exactly that. A lovely bullet hole angle works out for him perfectly. And again, Phoenix moving into the second half of this matchup, again, just gets shut down almost immediately, just like we saw in Coastline. History is somewhat repeating itself, and if that's the case, we might just see San Diego take away the entire second map, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. There's still plenty of time to be had on this matchup, but Chow really trying to change things up. A double kill now for himself, and this already could be a great loss to be had for Buffalo. Oh my goodness, Chow, he's still tearing things up. He's looking for a fourth, and he gets it. No way, Chow. He's completely uncontested, and just like that, Zigolo in a 1v5. San Diego, they are not wasting any more time whatsoever. They want this fourth round win, and they want the second map victory first and foremost.
This might be a second flawless win, this time on the defense for San Diego. They're looking spectacular. Chow with a 4K obviously is looking great. That I've always stated this, when you're a player that is unkillable and has become to a stage at which you cannot be stopped and you snowball forward, that doesn't just become a threat, you become a raid boss. You become somebody that they look at, the opposing team looks at, they put you in their crosshairs, and they shake while taking the shot. And that shake, that quiver of their wrist, is enough for you to continue that snowball going forward. And Phoenix was able to do that on map 1, but kind of lost that thunder. When we had called out Phoenix for having, I think, 10, 11 kills at a point in time, they only got 13 at the end, if I remember correctly. I mean, they were unable to continue that spree, and then that's where UCSD was able to make the return. But Zigolo, staring at the sky, maybe looking up and hoping for some prayers to be answered at this point in time, but it's not looking like this round will have any prayers answered. They're just kind of taking some time, kind of a technical timeout without really being a timeout. Just repelling Const on the outside edge, maybe a run out to come through. I mean, I'm not too sure. I would do everything I could to make sure Chow gets it, and they tried. They swung it. Zigolo does find the kill instead. It's a 1v4. It's not looking hot for Zigolo still, but if anyone can do it, yeah, it may, you know, it's not gonna happen.
Nope.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, what do you expect? I mean, it's just waiting to walk into the crosshairs of the opposition.
The best thing to do there was that tactical timeout, just kind of reconsider what you have to go up against moving forward, because the round's already lost. It's a 1v5, and no matter how skilled you are, as long as your opponent just plays time and the man advantage, you really can't win it. I mean, you can't simultaneously flick to 5 separate players at the exact same time, and that's literally impossible. You can't even do that even with cheats. Well, maybe with cheats, I don't want to say anything, but, you know, they're obviously not cheating. I feel like that'd be highly unlikely unless they're
no.
really
You know
hiding
how funny it would be. Not funny because it's serious competition, but you know how like you would just be like out of nowhere, just dot, just pulls out pulls out the wireframe, pulls out a what's the name? Louis, something like that.
Don't have me get.
I mean, you know, at some point in time, it's gotta happen, right? I mean, there's been cheaters all the time. Obviously, none here. These teams play at their level, and they've earned it. They've worked so hard for it. And speaking of earning it, isn't there a new way to train? Like,
New way to train?
Didn't Alash just add physics?
Oh yeah, yeah, they did. Where like C4 physics, they teamed up with Rainbow6 to do that.
Yeah,
it was really
so
cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I saw the Twitter ad, and I cringed a little bit because King George was in it.
I saw that
but,
as well.
But that's okay. You know, it's okay. It made me cringe so hard I actually ended up stuttering, but I stuttered anyways, so I can't really blame it all on King George. But hey, you might as well throw banter at the old geezer anyways, right? But anyways, back into the roundup, we did a little bit of banter there, which I found quite enjoyable. We're going to Trophy and Statuary, and a pretty similar lineup as what we saw Buffalo bringing, but now San Diego is doing that instead, and they're putting a little bit more utility. That Mute and Mozzie, normally when you see those two operators in hand, that's kind of the dead giveaway that you're going to go for some kind of roam extension and try to waste a lot of time against your opposition. So that's exactly what San Diego's doing. They're playing by the book right now, doing that quote-unquote SSG roam, and as long as Buffalo plays into this roam game, then it's going to waste a lot of time. But right now, it doesn't look to be that exact same case. They're pushing in from the eastern side of the map, heading right on into Master, but Chow is just lurking there like a hawk waiting for his prey to hop right on the ground, and he's antsing up. He wants more than 12 kills, almost gets it, but not going to be quick enough on the draw. He'll back up now instead, but the first minute coming to an end, and only now has Buffalo Alpha begin to start dipping their toes into the actual building of Villa itself.
Yeah, and clearing out the floor below, they're trying to put themselves in a position to stop the Mute Jammers, but Console and Chow act on it. The second that gets open from the breaching round from below from Phoenix, they step up and find the kill. I believe Console was the one who secured it initially, but now JJ below as the Nomad looking to maybe frag out in return, does find the damage, finds the kill from down below and Dining, takes Console out for the count. And now Anubis on the flank catches them on the refrag. JJ sleeping with the fishes, a 3v4 in play. And now Buffalo, a man disadvantage, still trying to figure out what has gone wrong for them. And San Diego are surmounting a what was anticipated to be a nigh impossible upset, but they are continuing this dominant spree going forward. The man advantage might just be exactly what they need. They're continuing to toss out smokes and information. A rush from Chow from the bathroom of Master. Now has to step through as they're playing in walk-in closet. They swing for it, but Ziglo gets it instead. Refragging back, and now the 2v3 in play. They've opened up this master bedroom wall connecting into statuary. But, Gian, I don't think it's going to be enough.
It'll be a death trap if they want to try to approach from that wall. Anyone on the side of San Diego can really guard it, and as a matter of fact, they have something in their hands that they can use to deny that plant pretty successfully. Those nitro cells, 3 of them in their back pockets, and right now, Buffalo Alpha is wasting a lot of time that they really don't have to do. Drones coming out, they'll give a little bit of intel, but of course, San Diego can always move away from that current position to try to throw off Buffalo. And one player of Ziglo, he's hopping outside, he's going around on the aviator window. Now is not the time to be doing these kind of big brain rotations. You only have 20 seconds to work with, and now you're committing yourself to take out Charles, but he's not even in the bomb site. He lights up one, down goes Carrier. He runs out of ammo though in the Vector, but it doesn't really matter because around the corner, Raves or Reaps, sorry, will shut him down and deny the clutch. And just like that, San Diego pick up their 5th round win. They are on a hot tear right now on the defensive side of Villa.
Man, I mean, that is a dominant performance to say the least. You saw a slight hint of a Buffalo return, but they were able to step aside. They toroed, right? I think that's the phrase that's used in that. I mean, UCSD were just toying at that point in time. They had the last few. There was nothing they needed to do besides play it out and find what was going to work. And apparently what's going to work is just having Chow find 13 kills. Apparently that's really all they need. And that might just continue. They may not get more than 13 kills, but they're going to be playing the pulse. The information that Chow can bring to the table will succeed in at least 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 5. Who knows? It's just that utility, the heartbeat sensor, the cardiac sensor, whatever you want to call it. It's highly effective, and especially for an older style objective that is this dining and kitchen objective. It may be tertiary, but it's a mainstream objective in my heart.
Scott, they have 5 nitro cells.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're really going to try to deny that vertical play. And Anubis, I think he set one up preemptively. I don't think he used it for a rotational hold because we would have heard that. It's a very loud detonation cue when activated. So I think he's just setting it up. Maybe Pulse will use his cardiac sensor and, give him the A-OK when it's time to detonate it, and then he'll do that. It's a free kill, but yeah, I mean, it's
that's a good way to play it though. Go ahead and place it below, maybe walk-in closet at that window, play it out, wait for the final moment, and then detonate it immediately. I mean, that is a great way to play. It's just if you put it on a roof, it's kind of hard to pick it back up off the roof, and if they don't go there, then it's wasted. So I mean, it kind of comes down to the wire.
Exactly. I mean, 5C4s though, Scott. This is
you got wiggle room.
I don't think they're gonna really give away top floor that easily. And Anubis as well, roaming up above. That's again gonna waste so much time. His head's spotted out by Zigalo, but he can't quite make it out due to all the brown background around him. It's gonna just narrowly be spotted out. And Anubis, both him and Zigalo, gonna miss all their shots. So Anubis gets away for another time being and gonna waste even more time up against Buffalo Alpha's top floor roam clear. I mean, the first minute has already come to an end, and they really don't have much to say for themselves. Only now have they gotten in towards master bathroom and bedroom, and now they can work in towards the other part of the map. And Anubis, like I said, the timing was almost perfect, if not completely perfect, and Reaps from underneath picks up one as well without a C4 with his help. It's the AUG at hand instead, and just like that, you see San Diego have a great lead and have been able to deny this top floor presence pretty effectively up until that first C4 is wasted by Chow. But that's completely fine. You have plenty more to work through. Moving on.
Hey, you brought 5 of them. It's totally okay. But
And there we go, just
okay,
like
another
that.
one to go off. Charles finding success to Chotapus, and while they manage to find 1 kill, Console will take the L after rushing forward. It doesn't seem to matter. You've only got 1 Nitro Cell left, and you could still get another kill with it. Bringing all 5 seems to be the exact effect you needed, but I actually think Reaps is on the second floor, maybe hunting as well. Dugan, as the Gemini drone about to come up, can kind of wait for that time. There is only a minute left, but you'll have that one up in just a few short moments, about 57 on the clock. A spray through, oh my goodness, Charles finds the shot with the Vector to Dugan, but Sigalo on the flank finds 2, lining him up and spraying him down as Reaps and Charles get taken out from the player in kitchen. Now stuck inside laundry, forced to kind of realize where they need to go, but player and Mimo and a player inside of this laundry room will make it difficult to step forward. Sigalo taking a crossfire shot from their opposing player will take out the Vulcan shield, but there goes Chow, still on a rampage, cannot be stopped, and Buffalo will be stopped. It's match point UCSD.
Oh my goodness gracious. San Diego just proving time and time again they cannot be dealt with by Buffalo Alpha, and I'm going to say this right now, Scott. Zigalo shooting that Vulcan shield did him a lot more trouble than it did good, because then the fire just kind of, it rendered his sightline a little bit less when going up against Pulse. He kind of had that advantage going for him. A little bit rough. That was not the best play, but that's okay. I mean, getting rid of utility is always one of your number 1 priorities, so I guess that was still in the back of his head trying to win that 1v2. However, like you said, because of that loss, now we're in match point, looking down that gun barrel that Buffalo Alpha has already been through, and it didn't end well for them. They lost map 1 7-4. This one could be even worse, 7-3. We're seeing Buffalo Alpha lose a lot of their stamina already in that number 2. That's not good, because if you're anticipating to go the whole 5-round mark for that redemption arc, then you might not be able to do it. San Diego might just roll all over you completely, which is obviously not what you would want if you're a fan of Buffalo Alpha. And now we're going to Aviator and Games Room. This is a pretty decent site defended by San Diego. It was a little bit closer compared to some of their other sites they defended, but they still won it in the end. It's been a flawless rotation for them so far. They have not given any slack towards Buffalo Alpha, and I don't think this round is going to be any different whatsoever, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, time will have to tell. And in a match point scenario where UCSD are 3 above, they just need Buffalo to make 2 mistakes. 1 mistake to get the early pick, a second mistake to clean up the next, and then it's that 3v5. And we haven't seen Buffalo capable to be able to bring that back. And this is weird. It's weird to me. It's strange, I guess I should say. This doesn't seem like the Buffalo we're used to seeing. And there's a reason why Buffalo is so aggressively favored to win this. There's a reason for that, because Buffalo has been just nigh unstoppable. They've been insane throughout this entire season, but I mean, a team like UCSD, they've grown to a stage that has made it so that not even Buffalo can contest against them at this point in time. That's insane into my brain. Insane in the membrane, as they would say, right? I mean...
I had to, man. I had to.
I mean, it's just insane by all accounts. And Buffalo, they've been so good throughout the season, but they have not grown at the same rate that UCSD has. UCSD is a team you've got to look out for, not just this season, but in next season and in any other leagues to look out for. They're playing great. I've not seen very many mistakes from them on Villa, and this is such a positive map. It's hard to have that go forward, but JJ finds the first pick into Anubis, setting Buffalo up with that player advantage, and already we may see a domino effect come through to maybe lead Buffalo to win a round.
The Rome extension just being denied by Buffalo because they're not approaching from Master. They're instead just heading right into Study. Now those mute jammers are going to deny the wall being opened up immediately, but Phoenix underneath could try to find something, and it's going to be a kill first and foremost. And I'm not too sure if the Selmas have been activated just yet, but a 5-on-3, that's still an amazing position for Buffalo. They'll get the back wall of Bar opened up, and Chow meets his maker as well. He gets injured, not confirmed just yet, but now we're technically in a 2-on-5. Air jab comes out. It's gonna be the end of Console. That'll be his demise in the hands of Phoenix with that air jab as a great help. Now, technically 1-on-5, but luckily Charles gets the revive. still a very difficult position, though, for San Diego. They could still win it, but it's going to be a lot of miracle plays coming into effect. Charles getting spotted out from multiple angles. The Yana clone, not actually a Yana clone, but it gives Phoenix a free kill, a 3K for the Ashe player. And now Chow has to ace on 20 HP, only about 20 seconds left. Time may be on his side, but the manpower is most certainly not. He has to go through a lot of different players, picks up one onto JJ, but he still has to find 3 more, and it's not going to happen. Zigalo from the study doorway eradicates the possibility of a clutch, and finally, Buffalo Alpha will see some success on their attacking side of Villa.
Absolutely, and maybe this is a turning point for Buffalo. Maybe this is the Buffalo resurgence. Maybe this is where we finally see a full roster of Buffalo kind of come to the table. Maybe the contingency plan that was I guess giving UCSD rounds stops. Maybe they change something up entirely. Honestly, at this point in time, they've got to change something. That round looked much better. At one point into what? The 5v2 was in play. They managed to not get greedy for the last 2. They peaked it. They lost it. It come through. I'm a little disappointed, and I believe it was JJ behind Billiard's table inside Games Room. I'm a little disappointed that they didn't shoot first because it was a really obvious player sitting inside. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter. They win the round anyway. So Buffalo will take a route and now only be 2 behind. So that wiggle room that we saw UCSD have is slowly being taken away. And that's going to be something that will weigh on the minds of UCSD. When it's a 3 round, you go, okay, I can make a couple mistakes. It won't be a big deal. When it's 2 rounds, okay, I can make maybe 1 or 2 mistakes. And then it's that 6-5 when it comes down to it, if it does come down to it. And UCSD goes, oh, we kind of just let them come back here. We're letting this happen. And at that point, Buffalo's on a spree. Their mentality's hot. They're making the return. You've let them snowball, and we may see that continue into overtime if it does bring to it.
Now we're seeing something very interesting present itself, Scott. When Buffalo...
Yeah, we're seeing some very interesting things here. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I'm totally understanding.
I've written down some very interesting things. Am I dead again?
Sorry, you were lagging.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you lagged.
Oh, it was a minor spike, though.
You're back.
I am back. Okay, good. I was like, why are you just like mocking me right now? We only do
I
that
understood. It was
in
just
Discord calls.
It was just.
So when I'm not lagging, we can see some interesting things.
We're just like.
Well,
just
hopefully it
static
doesn't happen
everywhere.
again. But if it, yeah, hopefully that won't happen again because that would be very awkward. But we've seen when San Diego's Rome extension doesn't get played into by Buffalo, they actually end up winning the round. Quite shocking, right? You kind of counteract the strategy that San Diego's been, perfecting time and time again on this map, and then when it doesn't happen, they just all of a sudden collapse against Buffalo. If we keep seeing them overperform and kind of just look away, turn the other shoulder against these Rome extensions, then they actually might have a fighting chance up against San Diego. But still, they're looking down that gun barrel of match point. They have to win these next 2 rounds, or they're going to go right into map number 3, which is Chalet, and that's an entirely different beast to battle. So obviously, only time.
Chalet.
Well, we're guaranteed Chalet, but that might be their last time to go to if they lose 3-0.
And attacker-sided maps haven't favored Buffalo.
They haven't. That's true, because they lost Coastline.
That's definitely not where you want to be. That's the complete opposite kind of situation you want to be in. The precedent is there, and you don't want it to be. So Buffalo needs to kind of change the pace. And I don't like what Chow is doing right now. This feels dirty. They'll actually not be allowed to escape as well, so that makes me very happy seeing Dugan actually able to complete the kill with a phenomenal rifle in hand, and that G36AC, I think it is what it's called. I don't use it enough to memorize the name for that. But Dugan using the Gemini Joan, gathering some information utility, a 5v4 in play. Console sitting on the red stairs, maybe looking for an opportunity or visa to catch a player off guard as they go for the flank, as JJ is down below with some air jabs secured towards Dining. But Phoenix narrowly wins a fight against Charles. They're both just missing so many shots, but it will go in favor of the Buffalo side. Now a 5v3, the domino effect continuing now going forward. Anubis about to step into an air jab. Listen for that utility to go off in the distance. Could in fact be something to look out for. Astronomy now being cleared out by Zigalo, looking to stun and concuss any players who may be contesting. Whether this push needs to fizzle out. If you're a UCSD fan, you do not want Buffalo to continue this spree, but Anubis has a sightline that maybe can ask to stop players from crossing through that reinforced wall, but it will not matter. Dugan with an aid into Reeds connects, and now a 5v2. Anubis below in Memorial Room, now connecting through Dining, tosses a Nitro Cell. Will it be enough? Detonates right on time. There's no time. They've got to get Diffuser down. Why did you head to the other room? Oh my goodness, gets it down just in time. Dugan secures the 3K. It's just Anubis left standing. Now a 3v1. Anubis looking towards Statuary, does not have any information. Turns to look, finds one into Dugan. A 2v1 in play. Anubis might have what it takes to clutch this one back up. A player lying down in Trophy sees the shot, and Phoenix will not let it matter. Buffalo win round 11, and it's a narrow one at that.
Oh my goodness, that was so incredibly close and almost a loss for Buffalo because, like you said, they went into the other bomb site and they only had 2 seconds to get the plant down, but it was just enough. Oh my goodness, close for San Diego, but no cigar. Buffalo Alpha bring us one more round closer to an overtime possibility. Now 5-6. We either see San Diego take map number 2 and bring us to Chalet, or we go into overtime and have to play throughout Villa for a little while longer, and then we'll have an undecisive victor. But we're going back to Trophy and Statuary. San Diego, they're mad about that last loss. They wanted to redeem themselves, and if they just play a little bit smarter, they could have had that. Chow was getting far too aggressive in that last minute of the round. Time was already on their side. They just had to wait for Buffalo to start that line of mistakes, but it didn't happen. Buffalo found 2 great entries, then a grenade kill as well onto the player inside of Astro. They had complete coverage of the bomb site, and that C4 by Anubis, yeah, it might have been great, and it may have denied that plant for a little while, but it didn't stop Buffalo from winning out that round and then just rotating into a different bomb site. So San Diego, they gotta get out of their own head, and they gotta get back into the game if they want to take map number 2 right here and right now.
You could hear just how shocked I was that diffuser got down in time. You could hear the shock and awe. I wish that my camera could have been pulled up during that moment on broadcast, because like I was in disbelief. I mean, there was just saliva salivating from seeing an awesome R6 moment. There's so much impact to be had. It's such a fruitful and important round. It could have ended off entirely off of a Nitro Cell from below in a position that was not even a default plant. That's not even the default plant. You typically plant a few meters to the side and plant behind the bomb itself, but we didn't see that. Phoenix with an interesting angle from below, from the bottom side of Laundry Room, taking some shots towards Chow sitting inside Master, and it's not going to be enough to maybe get the kill, but at the same time, it does force Chow to kind of step away. But Buffalo need to do more than that. They need to find the kills, and they need to put themselves in a more advantageous position if they want any chance of winning this round and taking us to overtime.
Exactly, and San Diego, they're still playing pretty aggressive. Charles all the way in the basement out of all positions right now in the deep roam as the Malusi player. He could maybe catch somebody off guard. It appears that JJ's on his drone right at the top of pantry, but he'll manage to get back in the kitchen and now has the backup of Phoenix. But if they don't have an air jab watching that basement floor flank, this could be massive for San Diego, and that could push them directly into a second map victory. Both of the players on the side of Buffalo are completely clueless of this being a possibility. The hologram comes out, Charles able to back away before it spots him out, and Console with the entry on the Phoenix. That's even more huge, as now Buffalo worrying about something completely different except for this roam. Charles, if he shoots down that air jab, which he'll eventually do right now, only took him a second try, this could end up guaranteeing another kill coming up by San Diego, and that would basically just render Buffalo useless moving forward in the last minute of this round.
Yeah, and at this point in time with a man disadvantage, you got to think things through. Act quickly. Maybe you catch the player of Charles who's down in the basement off guard by coming a little bit too quickly, but you've got to take more substantial control. We've known that the defensive side of UCSD likes to play this first floor, and that's exactly what happens. Charles on the flank from the basement, coming up through that corner pocket staircase, finding JJ, and Dugan with the Gemini drone spotted out. Chow finds Jodopus with Ziglo and a refrag back to Chow. A 2v4, but it is not in favor of this Buffalo side. The Gone 6 shot denied by an ADS. No way to clear that information. Has to melee it out, but can't cross due to a safety net problem. And Anubis has so much information being given on either side. Can Nitro Cell out if needed. time is not on the side of Buffalo. It is Father Time, that fifth man, that sixth man for the UCSD squad. They may have lost one, but Father Time still ever ticks in their favor. And now Zigolo has to take that step forward, does not spot the shoulder of Dugan, does not spot the shoulder of Reeps, who is sitting in a difficult position to play into. Zigolo goes for the plant, but denied as Charles gets a shot, and Anubis lands the nitro in another map from the underdog team of UC San Diego. Will go in favor of them. Buffalo has not found an answer, and they're going to have to pray that Chalet is the answer.
I don't know. We might see a 3-0, Scott. This is completely up in the air. There isn't much to be known about Chalet, one of the newest maps, and this could really hurt a veteran team like Buffalo Alpha. But before we get into that third map of Chalet, we'll go into a short little 5-minute break for another time, get these teams all amped up once more, and we'll see you all again very soon when that break is over.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Let's go into another phenomenal matchup here. Map 3. Villa is what we're going to be heading to. Wait, no, I'm dumb. Sorry. Chalet. I never get to cast Chalet, so it always escapes my mind. This will actually be the first time I cast Chalet here, John.
Well, you're in for a wild ride then, because like Coastline, it's pretty attacker favored. There's obviously some bomb sites that are still great to defend, like Bar and Games, for example, where you see a lot of top floor extensions come out. But it's definitely a lot more exciting than Cafe, and I'm glad that even if we get to the 5th and final map, if we see the complete reverse sweep come out by Buffalo Alpha, then at least none of those maps will be on Cafe. So that does put a very big smile on my face.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't stand Cafe, but an interesting statistic to be had going into this one. This is more of an upset than a lot of people initially anticipated, because UCSD is the only team in this entire league of the NECC to take a map against UBA, University of Buffalo Alpha. They're the only team that has managed to take a map, and they've taken 2 back-to-back, consistent. They have nailed that to a T at this point in time, and they may be able to take 3 and just end it. Not only will it be the only loss that Buffalo will face, but it will also be the only map losses that Buffalo will face. And if we want to see Buffalo, if anyone wants to see Buffalo win it out, maybe you've got channel points on the line, if you want to see them win the entire thing, then it's going to need a very large reverse sweep to come through.
Absolutely, and like you said earlier, the 18-0 before even getting into the bracket, which they won flawlessly up until now. I mean, no one expected this. I didn't expect it. I know you didn't expect it. Right now, San Diego is putting on a show that I never would have anticipated from them or really any team. This is a literal David and Goliath story, but there's still going to be one more stone that has to be shot out of David's little slingshot against Goliath, and this last one could be on Chalet. And the bans look pretty standard. Everything has been pretty much the exact same moving forward. I think the only differential was that Maestro instead of a Valkyrie, but Mira getting banned, Valkyrie getting banned, Thatcher and Jackal. I mean, we've seen most of these operators banned pretty much every single matchup, only slight variations.
Yeah, I guess the variations definitely do have to come through, right? You have to vary consistently across the board, make some slight changes. If you're too consistent, then you can kind of get spotted out, can be countered off. No matter what it is, they can kind of catch on. But a Montaigne pick now being 6th picked off, and we're going to see whether or not the San Diego side can, win it out in the attack. And an attack-sided map. A very attack-sided map. I mean, so much so that in Pro League, it's what, like 44% of round wins on Coastline go to the attack, and that's conceded as an attacker-sided map. But for Chalet, it's 60% attack wins in Pro League. That may just be because it's a newer map in the pool, right? But but these players and these teams have practiced it more than these collegiate teams have, because I mean that is their only job. But at the same time, it's a crazy statistic to see just how attacker-sided Chalet really is deep.
Even in professional teams, though, newer maps are considered and statistically shown to be defender favorite. I mean, look at Theme Park. When it was first debuted in ranked, it was incredibly attacker favorited. Actually, no, the other way around. Sorry, I'll rephrase it. It was incredibly defender favored, and then it was more attacker favored the other way around. So that kind of removes my talking point, but always expect the unexpected. That's the point I was getting at overall, and I didn't think it would backfire on me so much, but there you go. There you go, chat. You saw me make an even bigger mistake than any of my mistakes I've already made on the first 2 maps. But San Diego, not trying to make any more mistakes. They're already going to try to get that top floor presence in their hands so they can clear out the library part of the map. But not approaching from Solar might be an issue because they can always get flanked from behind. And right now, Console is only being backed up by another player. I believe that was Anubis, but already they're going to be trying to contest Phoenix behind the deployable shield, maybe try to burn through some of their utility, trading between one another. So overall, pretty standard stuff for the first round on Chalet when attacking probably the best bomb site to defend.
Already you can see this push coming through from UCSD towards that office side, looking to maybe put some pressure towards this mezzanine. And I guess the question to be had is whether or not this mezzanine presence for Buffalo's side is going to be enough to contest. And obviously not. Chow. Oh, wow, I've already losing my brain. Chow and Reaps finding the first 2 picks. Ziglo and Phoenix will be felled and now a 3v5 in play. And this staircase, library steps presence right now from Chow that they were able to destabilize and remove Phoenix from will be a very large contention point if Buffalo wants to retake this. A dangerous position to re-drone now, but they need to clear out that pocket room entry to get themselves in a more substantiated position to enter, but they're going to clear out the rooftop, continue to look down towards this bar room, and maybe try to hopefully contest where they can, but with this library presence, they've got control of second floor, they've got control of mezzanine, and they just need to get control of this fireplace, they need to get control of this first entry room, and they need to be able to kind of sweep off and gather yet enough success, but I don't think they've actually cleared that maroon in the back. It's going to be a frag now dropping for Buffalo. JJ finding Console. They managed to escape initially, but Chow finds Dugan as they weren't paying attention behind bar. A step through into the room. Chow narrowly sees the body and will find the kill, downing, and does get finished off as Anubis finds JJ. UCSD in a great performance already on Chalet in round 1.
Chow really threading the needle there on those last 2 kills, seeing just fractions of bodies on both the Smoke and Kite, but he got him in the end. Great job. And I mean, overall, that was an amazing performance by them in the first round. They cleared out the top floor in the blink of an eye. It went from, utility dump simulator to just a frag fest. And then they transitioned that into just an overwhelming presence in the bomb site. And then they just won their one-on-one confrontations, only losing a single player. And that was from JJ, and no one really knew where he was placed at. They anticipated him to be playing inside of the bomb site because they already had such a big disadvantage, so it didn't really matter in the end. And I mean, if we keep seeing this performance from San Diego against the best bomb site, then I don't see what's stopping them from just winning out the entire map overall, or at least having a very strong first half. But now they're going to go up against Master and Offices, which is probably the second or third best bomb site to defend. Now, they did a great job on the first one, but of course, this bomb site has to be played a little bit differently, I suppose. They're still going to have to clear out players that are near library, but instead of being inside library itself, they're out on that main hallway instead, trying to play from the outside in instead. But it's still basically the exact same process. It's just going to be a little bit executed differently, that's all.
Yeah, it comes down to execution, doesn't it, here, John? And I guess one thing that we noticed was that UCSD was just a little bit quicker on their execution. Buffalo getting caught off guard. When you've got library steps, they get swept through pretty quickly. I believe it was Phoenix at the time that was on there. I believe Phoenix and Ziggler have actually switched up their operators at the very least. So it's interesting, to say the least, to see how it's worked out. And correct, Phoenix was the person originally on Lamar. They've switched. They've kind of rotated. They kind of don't like what they initially had, kind of changing roles, changing positions, and maybe that's what Buffalo needs. Because nothing they've done in this entire game has been enough to stop UCSD taking their second half and rolling with it. And while this is an attacker-sided map by a huge margin, it's going to continue to rear its head because UCSD, despite losing Chow from a nice mezzanine kill, they'll immediately refrag and take Phoenix. And now in a position tied back to that 4v4, I mean, you get one clap by Buffalo, and UCSD can instantly clap back with their own.
And Anubis almost finding that kill into JJ, but luckily JJ comes out on top. The man advantage now re-won by Buffalo Alpha, and they're still trying to deny this upstairs presence inside of library and also the back library stairwell, but eventually they're going to have to give it up as they're kind of thinned out a little bit more. Obviously, losing that one player of Phoenix was a big concern, but they still could have held down the fort for a little while longer. But it is probably a better decision when you have that man advantage just to fall back a little bit and just sit in the site pretty comfortably. Let San Diego come to you and wait for them to make some type of vital error, and then you can mark it off of that pretty well. But Reaps not wasting that much time, throwing in a smoke grenade from that Selma explosion. Now he can get into the bomb site pretty comfortably and start going down for that plant. Toxic Babe trying to slow it down, but it misses. Reaps gonna get the plant down pretty successfully. Another one comes out and it will stop him for a little while, but the Yokai drone misses as well. He may lose his life, but on the bright side, the plant was confirmed. And now in this 2-on-3, things are looking slightly better for San Diego. They just have to play keep away and they can end up winning this. But JJ has something to say about this. He picks up one, and at the exact same instance, Console gets one as well. But a 3K for JJ will be had. Not enough can be done for Console, and the second round win will be had in the favor of Buffalo Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo doing a great job there of maybe missing the Toxic Babe initially, but they tossed it too far and then they tossed one short. And the short one does damage as they're planting. They try to escape away, and the old Toxic Babe that initially had missed will still be there. It had not dissipated yet, and it'll be enough to secure the kill. So a refrag after the plant, and then immediately the Yokai drone being much more than a disorient and concussed to stop the plant, because it had failed to hit that. It caught on the ledge of that cabinet and was not able to concuss to stop the plant. Instead, it gathers information, caught a player hiding behind one of the trophy cabinets. It caught the player that was on mezzanine towards office mezzanine, and it ultimately led them to an ability to find the remaining 2 kills and give them that information, and it's exactly what happened. So Buffalo seems like a team that needs information. They need to know what's going on to be able to act on it, and it may seem pretty obvious, but some teams have the capability of just anchoring and playing their own way. They don't need all the information to be able to find success. It always feels like UCSD is that way, and they know that. And that's why so many bans have been against Valkyrie. And I believe Alpha Buffalo is the one who banned Valkyrie, but consistently we've seen Valkyrie getting banned, and that kind of feels like it's hurting Buffalo more than it's hurting San Diego.
Now attacking, so I guess there's always that to look out. If you can't bring them, they can't bring them, I suppose. But moving back onto that second round, yes, Buffalo did end up winning that, but it was a really sloppy execution. If it wasn't for JJ able to find that 3K, that could have been a completely different outcome and a very different storyline from what we saw, because it basically came down to the frags that were had by JJ, because the Toxic Babes completely missed until the very end. The Yokai drone getting caught on that little 2x4 beam up above as well, like you mentioned. Everything that Buffalo had set up just failed in the execution. And again, we're talking about the execution coming out. It's statistically so far, San Diego has had a better execution on most of their takes. That not being one of them, sadly, but still, it gives them to worry about. Has Buffalo finally hit that quote-unquote writer's block? And are they just not able to win up against their opponents? And they're even losing the first entry, almost gets refragged, and finally Willis Phoenix does make things a 4-4, but anyways, they're not prepared for the aggression. I mean, we've already seen San Diego take that first entry. It may have been refragged, but Buffalo right now is just on the edge of their seats. But luckily, JJ makes up for it. He gets a great double kill, now 4-on-2. But man, they are really relying on this carry being distributed by JJ currently. Yeah, I don't know either, man. It happened, though. It happened.
Yeah, it happens. And I guess that comes down. I guess we're seeing that Buffalo has a lot of experience when it comes to this map. JJ knows where to fire. JJ knows where to shoot to catch players entering from a certain direction off guard. And that's exactly what we saw. Even Reeps had said, nice shot. That was very nice. And it in fact was. So now it's just up to Anubis and Charles. They're kind of left with a big question. It's kind of been dropped on their chest to say. I mean, they've got a lot on their plate. They need to backpack their team in this round in this 2v4. They're each going to need to find 2, but now it's going to be Anubis to find 1 because Phoenix is fragged out from Charles as Anubis makes their way down trophy stairs. 2 players watching the sidelines. He's got the rear shot of a rear view of Phoenix. Takes the kill, but a player of Kaid, Chodapus, finds the kill instead, sitting inside Hall. And they swing and find it. They'll take it all. And now Buffalo will win yet another round in this attacker-sided map on the defensive side.
At least they have won 2 of their rounds, so that's good. Now, they don't really have to overperform. It would be nice to have a great advantage, but if it's a 4-2 split not favoring you, that's okay. 3-3 would, of course, be nice, though. But now they're heading back to Barn Gaming. They lost this site first on the beginning round, but this is the most favorited site for any defensive team because it wastes so much time up above. That way, San Diego, they want to get that vertical play, of course, on the bomb site, but they have to get through the extension and the library first, and then that takes a minute 30 or so. Then you're down to like about a minute on the clock trying to desperately get that vertical play on your side, and sometimes it just doesn't even work out. But we saw San Diego just turn that statistic up on its face a whole 180 degrees around the corner. They got the 2 entries, removed the top floor presence by Buffalo Alpha, and then the vertical play actually kind of worked well. It forced some players on the opposing side to play a little bit more conservatively, and then they really couldn't stop the push coming out because of that, and they ended up meeting their maker from the hands of Chow for the most part with that 3K in round number 1. So if we have that happen again, then it'll be 2-2. We've seen a lot of 2-2s against both these teams, but that's, of course, if San Diego has a great opening round and then continues that moving forward. But as long as Buffalo just learns from their past mistakes, that might not be the exact same case.
I think Buffalo's kind of set a precedent for themselves. They did lose the ultimate first, but I think they have done a better job of not letting themselves get caught off guard. They've done a better job of positioning themselves in a way that an early pick isn't the most effective. And they've kind of realized that UCSD statistically are winning. I don't have the stats for it, unfortunately, but they're winning a lot of these opening picks, and it's kind of setting the pace. And so, like I stated earlier, we made that dumb chess analogy, or I did, because I'm stupid. We made that chess analogy.
There's another
one,
entry.
And it makes it difficult for you to kind of adjust accordingly, but it's the exact problem Buffalo's had, and we're going to have to see whether or not they've actually made that adjustment, because JJ stepping out of that blue bathroom on the second floor, trying to step inside a piano, failed immediately. And now a 4v5 as Buffalo have a demand disadvantage. They've lost control of office. They're losing control of Central Hall. At any moment now, they may just lose mezzanine as well. But Zigalo's planted a frost mat, of all things, below that mezzanine window. This could be a difficult situation if UCSD get kind of caught off guard there, but I do actually believe they've already pinged it out.
Most likely, but if not, then that could be a really big concern. Then you're injured and you can't really do anything, and if you're looking down to shoot at the frost mat, you can't have your gun up to fight a different player. And Zigalo, speaking of the frost player, will get a kill with his gun. The 9mm in hand, and down goes Chow. Anubis getting a boatload of damage dealt towards him, and the wide swing comes out. Like I mentioned, the frost mat was such a big concern. Reaps couldn't look up to contest Zigalo, and he markets off it perfectly. Another wide swing comes out by Charles, and he's going to lose his gunfight as well. Zigalo, massive plays coming out by the frost player, now a 3K, and Carrier is up above in his hands, but he doesn't look behind him. Console around the corner shuts him out. Now with 2-on-3, things looking a little bit better for San Diego. They have the Carrier back in their hands, but they still have to try to push into this bomb site with a deficit in about 50 seconds or so. They can, of course, go for that vertical play, but that's going to waste so much time. They pretty much, their best bet, just only be up above for a little while longer and then start working your way lower just to try to fight your opponents head on. That's the best thing they can do right now, especially in these last 30 seconds of the round. Anubis trying to go for that vertical play, almost spots one through the backstock wall, but it can't connect. We're still in that 3-on-2. Toxic Babes coming out to deny the play, coming in from the hatch. Now they have to push in from the back stairwell. Anubis lining up the shots towards the main hallway, but doesn't check close well enough. Phoenix annihilates Anubis, and now it's just a 1v3, all up to Console. Very little time to work with. He has to push in from the back library stairwell, or else he'll be rendered useless. Peek comes out by Dugan. He cannot connect the shots, though, and Phoenix underneath from the back stairwell will get the final kill of the round. A nice buddy ace for both Phoenix and the Frost player, and another round win will be had by Buffalo Alpha.
Annihilates. Renders. Sorry, writing down some vocab.
I was gonna say, you're stealing my stuff again? I don't blame you. It is pretty good.
No, I use render pretty often, but like, yeah, I love always hearing it. I like big words. Maybe that's why I'm a fan of Intero, you know. I'm also a fan of
He's got a good
Intero
vocab, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, man, Intero's vocabulary is like the best of all best. I mean, he has
one day maybe we'll be like that.
Maybe one day I'll know more words than 5, you know? Like
I can barely even count past 5, man.
Yeah, that's
I got a lot of book work to do, man.
No, my brain, I speak like I'm reading. I think that's because I'm ADHD. I actually think that's a normal thing for ADHD. It's like a thing actually, where like ADHD people, like when they write like papers, it's easier for them because we speak like we write. We write like we speak. And so we don't have to think, it just flows. And so that's kind of who I'm casting as well. I basically picture what I'm saying by reading it, and then I read it out as I'm saying. And that's how I come up with words. It's also how I make up words, and also sounds stupid when the book is turned in the wrong direction and it's upside down, and I apparently don't know how to read, and I flub words, you know? So it happens, you know? Things go awry, and man, do they go awry big time. But, you know, when you go big time, But Buffalo now in a position of being 2 rounds ahead, now going into round 5. They're going to have this one and the one right after. We may see UCSD once again be able to tie it to that 3-3. Usually it's Buffalo who has to tie it to the 3-3, but maybe UCSD is able to tie it to the 3-3, but this could be the domino turning point for Buffalo to kind of make that comeback, win this map off on the more difficult side, and also return and maybe win the next map and the map after that. Who knows at this point in time.
if they get this 4th round, or technically 5th, but their 4th round in the bag, then that's almost certain that they at least have a really good advantage moving forward in a Chalet. And that entry on a console who's been such a big nuisance could be the start of something brilliant for them. And JJ adds on to the pressure. Already a 5-on-3, and only the first minute has now come to an end. There's still 2 on the clock. I mean, we haven't even seen most of San Diego get into the actual building itself that still lived to tell the tale, except for Charles, of course. But Reeves is still outside holding some dastardly angle, but it's not helping him at all. He's just sitting there waiting for something to happen, and right now, nothing's happening. Already, San Diego, they might be having to bite the bullet in this 5th round because it might be almost impossible for them to recover from this. They're already down 2 players, like I said. They're going to have to get that back wall opened up so they can go for that plant. But even then, they still have to worry about players underneath. And right now, there is 2 separate players underneath. Anubis not checking the bottom of the library stairwells a second time now. And it almost forced him to die right then and there. But he'll live for a little while longer. But he's on a sliver of HP. 1 bullet will do the trick just like that. So we could see ourselves in a 5-on-2 in just a matter of moments. This is down bad right now for San Diego.
Yeah, mentality not so hot, down bad, bit of a yikers, bit of a bad situation to be in, but a player sitting behind this concrete wall right here. Zigolo looking for an opportunity inside office to catch a player off guard. They're going to now spray and pray to get to a more advantageous position, maybe not get caught off guard as that exothermic charge will be detonated in these flash grenades, hopefully removing the retinas of Zigolo as well. I actually think it catches the opposing player inside a bedroom instead, but Charles knows the position, tagged out by utility and information. I believe it was actually from Anubis who was able to do that, but Dugan does find Reeps as they attempted to step in and plant in that default position that we're seeing UCSD favor so heavily. But with that diffuser down, Anubis is now forced to kind of go for a frag, maybe playing a little bit more of an aggressive style and try to peek out. Cannot find any success from this library hall, trying to step forward. Zigolo takes an aggressive angle, cannot win the fight. Charles takes it instead, and now they're going to get toxic bamed. Yokai droned. Anubis stepping in to support as well, does find JJ as more toxic babes be ripped. They're not in the right spot, but here comes the Yokai. Toxic babe dropped in as well, but it doesn't seem to tag Charles. It's gonna get dropped out. Dugan finds a kill into Anubis, but the Yokai comes in nonetheless. And it looked pretty close there at the end, but Buffalo will take the round off of missed toxic babes, missed positioning, and a Yokai stun needed twice to stop the defuse.
Way too close for comfort, but luckily they had that Echo drone at hand. Oh my goodness. That is why I love seeing Echo, because if you're not worrying about it until the very end, then you don't have the time to remove it. Even though it's now completely visible throughout the entire time it's up and running, you still don't anticipate it fully. So that's why I'm glad we've been seeing a little bit of Echo here and there coming out by Buffalo Alpha, but they're not going to bring it when going in towards kitchen and dining. Not even a Rooney. They're going to 6-pick off on the castle instead, and some people would consider him, I guess, the original Rooney, I guess, except you can't shoot through his barricades, but whatever, and a little bit of banter being thrown aside, I suppose. But now, moving into kitchen and dining, the only site that's been won so far for San Diego has been Bar on the first round. They've been looking a little worse for wear. This could be where they make things up, but they A, have to find that early on entry, and B, get that vertical play in their favor. Only then can they actually start having an actual impactful presence on this 6th round. So if they're not able to clear out this very, very extensive roam presence by Buffalo Alpha, they're going to be down by 4 rounds in a 5-to-1 split, which is something you never want to be in, especially when you're on the better half for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of comes down to what is going to work and what's not going to work. And right now, UCSD has attempted some high level of strategic play, and it's worked once, and it just hasn't worked since. And I bet the comms right now of UCSD are just pure pandemonium. I don't think they've really got an answer to it. Buffalo's done a great job of denying any and all chances for them to make a resurgence, and UCSD have kind of flubbed it out. They're not sure what to do. Now they're going to have to deal with can't eat Electro Claw. They're going to have to deal with Womai Pancakes. They're going to have to deal with a lot of utility that's being popped out from the Buffalo side. Not all of it just being passive, a lot of it being active, but this Montaigne will make it a little bit easier to step inward, but a Toxic Babe and some Nitro Cells may be able to make the difference, but they're going to have to get rid of, or sorry, remove themselves from the second floor and maybe take a step backwards to recontest and just hold on to the first, because I don't think the second floor is going to be held for much longer. They're really just contesting towards blue stairs, and then they'll probably just step away.
Minute 40 now, and we're just about seeing Buffalo start moving lower into the map, but getting a minute 20 off the board, not that bad, and you still have plenty of secondary utility. Like you said, that C4 in the hands of Chotapus, that could be huge moving forward, especially if that's on the player of Chow on the Montaigne, because then there goes your main guy going for the plant most likely, or someone who's able to cover the plant, because Reaps has that diffuser, but he no longer does. He'll get injured, but luckily is able to most likely get revived. Great kills come out. Both Charles and Console finding frags of their own, and Chow is just 1 foot away from getting right in the middle of the bomb site. This could be such a huge nuisance for Buffalo Alpha. Shots come out with the pistol at hand, but it's not able to connect onto a single soul, but still, San Diego in a great advantage right now. They're getting ready to work their way into the actual bomb site, and there really isn't much that is here to counter it except for JJ's gun skill, but he'll be eradicated as well by Reaps. Now a 2-on-4, Dungan missing all of his shots. That's not what's supposed to happen. Now Zigalo having to clutch it a 1v3. This looks all but over, and his gun is facing the wrong direction, but he's still able to shoot just fine apparently, but because of that, maybe we'll see the plant come down, but like I mentioned, almost unwinnable. Zigalo gonna have to make a miracle happen, but Anubis will deny that from happening, and luckily, it won't be a 5-1 split. San Diego take the 6th round and make things 4-2, but it should be the other way around favoring them. I really want to say something about that because we kept moving to him, and I'm like, I need to say a joke because it's so funny.
No, dude, he lost the fight because his gun's pointing up.
Point your gun at the enemy, not the ceiling, dude. Come on.
They've already left the second floor, man. They're not on there anymore.
Yes,
they're on the first floor.
Play. There is no vertical play. What are you doing?
Yeah, come on. They've already destroyed your vertical play.
Yeah,
it's over. That is R6 at its finest. AAA T1 Esport. Let's go all the way through.
Yeah,
I mean, it happens. It happens. I mean, it's better than some things in CS where you just randomly click through objects and just see everything. It's fine,
yeah, and if any of you needed to know, that's not what it looked like on the castle screen. His gun was completely fine for him. It's a visual bug when you're spectating somebody. It happens from time to time. Even the players in the game can notice that too, but for him it was completely fine. But you may continue now. I just figured I'd mention that since we might have some new people.
No, he was looking that way too. I mean, the caster's bug wasn't the gun being incorrect. It was the screen. He was actually looking straight up. It was just like some reason, you know.
Yeah, right. My mistake.
He's just so cracked on the sticks. He just
Must be the
pops
case,
those. Yeah. What's those spin bots? It's just staring at the ceiling in CS where they just like spin constantly and just like look up and down. That was it. Except instead of killing everyone, we have, yeah. You stink at CS too. Like, you're really bad.
I mean, yeah, it's actually a difficult game. Who would have thought? I only use the deagle. And okay.
You are a 1 dig fanatic. But speaking of 1 dig, so apparently we've got someone that doesn't need 1 dig, but needs a vector to do so. I believe it was Charles who does clean up the kill into Chotapus, and while they have switched to the attack, Chotapus has not found much impact throughout this entire round. Has mostly just been a utility player, and the utility of that hard breach not available. And that is a devastating kill for Buffalo because they don't have a way to hard breach into the objective anymore.
That's the last person who you want to have die. I mean, you know, if Yana died, Zigalo met his maker a little too early, that's one thing. There goes some of your intel gathering ability and your frag grenades, but that's okay. You can make up for it. You really can't make up for a hard breacher, especially when Dungan is opting to not bring that secondary hard breach because he's heavily relying on the ace pick, but now he's not in here anymore. And a great kill comes out by San Diego, and now they have a huge advantage moving forward in this. They're still denying that extension. Chow just sitting behind that cement half wall waiting for the perfect moment, and Anubis underneath as well. This is looking to build up to be a really strong 7th round for San Diego. It doesn't even matter if they lose that man advantage. They've already done so much just by killing the hard breacher, because now there goes so much of your A plan down the drain, and Console making things even worse because your top fragger of JJ is now eradicated as well, and you still haven't gotten rid of that roam presence. Chow getting a bit aggressive. He goes out for the wide swing. Down goes Phoenix, and there's your diffuser stuck in the middle of Master Bedroom. My God, Scott, this is a horrible first start for Buffalo Alpha on the attacking side.
Yeah, UCSD came out swinging one their first and then their last attacking side, and it doesn't look like Buffalo is going to be given the opportunity to win their first. I mean, this is just not boding well. I've seen Sigalo consistently bait the Gemini drone twice now. Every time we've seen that, they've baited it out. And unfortunately, they'll be able to find two as they step inside, but the frost mat comes through, and now Chao's looking to finish this one off as they're going to make the rotation all the way around. And no one really to assist. I don't think they're fully aware that the player has been down. There he goes to be cleaned up. Anubis will be able to finish off their own Frost Mat kill, and that is devastating to watch. They kind of were forced. That's what you see in pro play. You see Frost get played because they don't have the time to look down, because they're too forced to look at you as you fight back. They're going to die no matter what, and that's exactly what happened. But this does not bode well. Dugan, last man standing, needs to be able to find 3 if they want a chance to win this attacking round. Buffalo not in a good position, not in a powerhouse position. They need to be able to connect and pick back up. The diffuser does not look to be able to be done. Shots coming from across. Anubis finds the kill from the mezzanine and takes Dugan out for the count. UCSD will win their first defensive round.
Now, that is highly expected to happen. Bar is the best site to defend when you're going on Chalet, so that was kind of a given. And they spawn peeked the only hard breach operator they had, which was Ace. So there goes Chodipus, or Chodipus down the drain. I don't know why I thought I butchered his name there, but that's okay. And now the heat will be brought up a little bit on the stove. Now we're going to Master Bedroom and Office, another great site to defend, but it's not as easy of a job to do it. It's definitely much more difficult because that back wall can get opened up and the plant can go down, but at least there's plenty of different operators trying to deny that. A couple of C4s in the hands of both Charles and Console, and also those toxic babes to slow things down as well. And of course, you can play underneath as well on this bomb site because it's the highest bomb site you can go to, so you can actually extend underneath, reinforce the 2 separate walls inside of dining room, and then try to waste even more time against Buffalo Alpha. I don't think we're witnessing that right now. Instead, we're seeing a lot of kill holes and player presence being brought in towards the library area instead, but it is always something nice to think about. If this bomb site doesn't work out for San Diego the first time around, they could always change things up and do what I just mentioned when going this exact same bomb site, just to really throw Buffalo Alpha off guard. And to be honest, Scott, they haven't really been looking good whatsoever on their attacking side, because Buffalo Alpha, even on Coastline, they weren't able to win that many, if any, of their rounds when attacking on that map, which is really worrisome, to be honest. And now that they're on the attacking side again, on Chalet, another attacker favorite matchup, we might just see San Diego ruin that advantage they had a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily bode well. And if there's one thing I have to give to Buffalo, it's going to be that I trust them enough to win maybe 1 more, 2 more if they can. It's going to be difficult because UCSD have been so consistent throughout. It's weird to see UCSD down, but they're not about to be down for much longer if they can just categorize and hold out this round as well. And so that's going to be the big question. Can UCSD, can San Diego continue to hold out Buffalo and just absolutely thrash them in a 3-0 finish? Or will Dugan and his squad of Buffalo continue to find kills and make this one a Buffalo victory? They'll find Chow pretty early on as they attempt to step out of library. No chance of any escape. And they'll clear out the shield sitting on mezzanine. Now with only 1 minute and 55 seconds left, they're able to find Chow only 1 minute into the round, and that puts Buffalo in a more advantageous position.
I liked what Chow was doing. He was allowing Anubis to peek for him instead, and oh, that's a devastating peek. Down goes JJ. You're Nomad off the board again. She got 1 air jab out, but that might not be enough. And now your man advantage is gone. But like I was saying earlier, Chow could have played that a little bit more passively, having Anubis have his backside there, but it's all right in the end, I suppose, because you no longer have to worry about that man deficit, and Anubis makes it an advantage because Phoenix off the board as well. One of your main soft destructors and utility destructors is now gone and dead. You still have Dugan to work with, but he can't really break any gadgets. He can only break the floor and ceiling if they're soft, and that's pretty much it. And we're now down to the last minute of the round. Some hard destruction has been had for Buffalo Alpha, but now that they're down this man advantage, currently in a disadvantage, I should say, and they have to worry about the 2 C4s and Toxic Babes, they they might be in a really tremendously bad position because they're going to just basically funnel in through the hard destructed wall and try their best to cover the defuse coming down, but there's just so much they have to worry about. They're not going to have to worry about Console anymore, though, because he gets eradicated by Zigalo. That will bring things now to a 3-on-3, but again, those toxic babes now being a huge issue because they're starting to be detonated by Reaps onto the main wall. We're down to the last 30 seconds officially, now 25, and Reap still has 2 more in his back pocket. He can perfectly deny this plant as to where they're going to have to run in through the toxic fumes to actually get it diffused, and that could be devastating. It's looking almost impossible right now for Buffalo Alpha unless they can find some kind of kill in these last 10 seconds of the round. Wide swing attempted by Reeves. He'll go for the rotate, but the air jab catches him lacking. It's all right, though. He doesn't get caught his pants down up until now. Dugan will eliminate him from the board. Charles gets a trade, but the plant has now been successful. Anubis finds one with the pistol, though, but gets injured. Now 1 versus 1, but Charles around the corner. Perfect coverage. A great trade to be had, and luckily, San Diego has just enough manpower to come out on top, and they will eventually even things up now after the 8th round, 4-4 going into the 9th one.
Yeah, what a great finish to go off of it, and it was just so neck and neck the entire way, and the ability to stay and have your assisting player of Anubis take the flank, find one, get pistol down, but now they're too focused because you don't know they're down. You have an idea. You have a general idea that they're down. We don't know if they knew for sure, and they were just turned the wrong direction. And there goes the kill from behind inside of Office. Just the call-out was not made from that player. It could have been Zigalo to make that call-out because we know that they were killed in Office as they had stepped through from that balcony doorway, and they just didn't give the information. And ultimately, it led to them not getting the round either. So didn't give the information, didn't get the kill, and didn't find success. Buffalo now has let the tie come back. UCSD have brought it to a 4-4 on their defense. This is not the type of chalet most people are used to seeing because this has been a defensive favored map for this collegiate level teams.
Me neither. I did not anticipate this either. And the outcome that we've already saw with 2 map wins for San Diego, I mean, my God, they're proving us wrong in every which way. It's actually really amazing to watch this and a little bit disheartening, but that's okay. I mean, you know, you got to be wrong from time to time, or if you're me, wrong all the time because I'm never correct about anything, but that's fine. And it's all part of the business. And now Kitchen Dining being played, this is a okay site to go as long as you keep that top floor in your favor through at least the first half of the round, because then again, Father Time being a really big issue to deal with for Buffalo, and then they can't do the vertical play as well. They've already lost a couple people most likely in this situation, and then they have to kind of just funnel in through some type of doorway, and you don't really have the best of positions to do that. So as long as San Diego can remain up above as long as physically possible and find 1 or 2 kills while doing so, then they should be just fine. And there's the entry right there. Chow with the run out all the way from garage doorway removes JJ yet again. All of your flank denial gone a second time now, and man, that is gotta hurt where it matters most, because now a flank could happen at any given moment, and unless there's a flank drone, Buffalo is essentially rendered useless in that situation.
Yeah, when you get rendered useless, things becomes a little bit more difficult to kind of work with. John, I want to bring the question up towards you right now as with the fact that we're tied up and difficulty is being had as the mezzanine player of Dugan taken out by Chow on side of Fireplace Stairs. It just feels like Buffalo haven't done a good enough job of clearing out that roam, and they're continuing to be punished for because Chow's just on a rampage, now picking up threes. They find Chodipus outside, now refragged back out, Zigalo in return. Oh my goodness, back and forth action. I want the question to be answered, but there's just not enough time for it to be had. Phoenix now coming onto the balcony as well, maybe looking for an opportunity to step inward. Console inside of Office, typically in the plant position, but the players down below, they still need to clear this second floor, work their way downward, and try to put themselves in a position to actually get a plant off. But with mute jammers and everything aplenty, that Gemini drone that a Yayana brings to the table, it's not there for you. You're not having the ability to do so because you're getting jammed out. It's not where you want to be, and it's not going to work out. And that's exactly what we're saying right now. Zigalo is just kind of starstruck, not really able to go anywhere. It's just not working out for them.
And a minute left on the board, and there's still a top floor presence in the hands of San Diego. We saw Console in that half wall, and he's still sitting there. He hasn't been droned out just yet because the mute jammers are a great way to deny all the intel on the side of Buffalo. And now they're trying to drone in the actual bomb set itself. They've completely given up trying to get this top floor presence. So if Zigalo just turns around at the exact wrong time, then that could be the end of his reign of terror. But a great shot comes out by Phoenix, and there goes Anubis off the board. Now a 1v2 essentially until Console can come back into the first floor to help out his brethren, but it doesn't really matter. Charles will win his first engagement against Phoenix. Now in a 1v2, Zigalo has to go for the kill. He cannot cover himself while planting as his gun is now down. He tries to wide swing on out. He'll get the kill. A 3K now for Zigalo, but he's got to find 4, and no! Console, he makes the biggest blunder of the century, and out of nowhere, a round that should have been lost for Buffalo is somehow won off the back of one player, and that player is Zigalo on the Yana.
I mean, what did we just watch? The players, they drop, they swoop-de-doop-de-doop, and then just get swooped into the afterlife. I mean, I don't got words. I'm at a complete disbelief. I don't know how to react to that. That was just insane. Zigalo had no rights winning that round whatsoever, and yet it still happened. The rush to be able to find a Malusi in a position in a close range engagement, you narrowly win that fight, and then they bust Hatch. The audio cue is what gave them that victory. They didn't need to drop that Hatch, and they especially didn't need to drop it skydiving downwards like they did. You got no parachute. You're going to get taken out on the fall, and it's not going to be from fall damage. It's going to be because Zigalo's down there to make you regret ever dropping and breaking that hatch.
He had the shot. I'm pretty sure he had the shotgun, correct me if I'm wrong, but he could have just played up above and just made shotgun holes or waited for the plant to go down. Then he could have dropped the hatch. You're in a 1v1, 5 to 10 seconds left, and you know where he is. He just killed your teammate on West Main. You just have to wait for him to get back into dining kitchen because that's the closer site, and then you drop. You don't cut to the chase. You're not the one that has to worry about time. It's your opponent. That was a huge mistake. And now only one more round win has to be had for Buffalo to bring us into match point, and they could finally have the upper hand. Now, don't get me wrong. They're going against Bar, which they haven't done a good job attacking just yet, but oh my god, I cannot imagine how livid San Diego must be after they just threw that round down the drain after Chow was literally trying to carry so hard for them, and they've already had someone injured. Console will get down, luckily not out though, so he can get revived, but later on, maybe he'll just end up dying due to one loose shot just flying around and somehow hitting him.
Yeah, I mean, just one stray bullet, really what it takes. I mean, that's a sneeze at this point of the game. I mean, there are pistols that deal 60 damage in one shot, right? I mean, that's just the game of R6. One bullet from anything can one tap if it lands in the right spot, and that may be exactly what we see, but it doesn't even need to land in the right spot. It can basically land anywhere, and that's going to be difficult to go forward, but Charles with the Vector finds Dugan in an unfortunate happenstance as he's on that northern side balcony, cannot outlast the Vector, and it's going to go in favor of UCSD. Now in a poor position, Chow taking a lot of damage as they try to flank up from Blue Stairs, sitting in Solarium, does down Zigalo and completes the kill. Chow is chowing down. The Pinto Bean beating Zigalo out for the count. Nothing they can do against it, and now Phoenix able to refrag Chow. It's now back to the 3v4, the only one-man disadvantage, but Phoenix is getting pre-fired as they attempt to step around the corner. This mezzanine player attempting to contest. Charles has that Vector. They know he's sitting there, but are they going to be able to outfrag them and actually step forward to get substantial control of this objective?
They have the hard destruction of Ace. Shotapus is going to get those Selmas on the back wall. That's going to be some great sight lines, but they're really short on time. They're not short on the advantage, though. JJ does get a trade on to Charles, so it's looking better, but time is not on their side, and Console's still sitting in the back while Midas and ADS is covering that Vulcan shield from being destroyed. He just has to leave at the perfect moment. That way it doesn't detonate right in his face, and he'll end up being blown away sky high because that detonation will surely kill him. He's only on a sliver of HP, but what a shot on a Phoenix. Down he goes, and at the perfect moment, he gets away scot-free. Now, top floor maybe in the hands of Buffalo Alpha, sorry, but at what cost? They don't have the man advantage anymore, and they still duel players like Reaps, who is somehow still up above, uncontested. He injures one, the last player pushing him. He doesn't hit his shots, but there's very little time left. Luckily, though, it won't get a revive. No way! What? Wait, did a Frostmat kill him? Wait. No way. It doesn't even show where the Frostmat was, but I was like, wait. Oh my. Well, Henry confirmed it. It was a Frostmat. Thank you, Henry. Oh my goodness.
You don't fall for those. Oh my goodness.
I lost all my mojo there. That literally threw me off guard so much. I was like, Reaps got the last kill? What?
Oh my goodness. No,
Oh
that is so funny. And it's not supposed to be funny. Frostmats are a genuine strategy inside of this game. They're genuine, like, actual utility that is viably used. And you can see it. That's the second Frostmat kill we've had in this game. That is the second. And it's not likely to be the last. We've got, at minimum, 2 more rounds to go, right? I mean, at minimum, one team would have to take 2. So we're in a position where we could continue to see Frostmat downs and kills and secures and whatever you want to do. I mean, Frost is already one of the most annoying operators on the defensive side. The 9mm SMG that she brings to the table with this 9mm C1, C2, I can't remember if it's a 1 or a 2. It does insane damage. It is one of the best defensive weapons in the entire defensive arsenal, backed up with an ability that makes it so difficult to have to watch your feet while also watching for an opponent. I mean, there's nothing better in terms of slowing down an offense than a Frostmat below a window. And that's exactly what we're seeing consistently. Buffalo has fallen for it twice now as they attempted to run through a doorway, and it shows it doesn't have to be in a window to find success. You can just walk through a door, and your left ankle, your Achilles tendon, catches the slight rubber setting of that Frostmat, and it goes chomp, 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 and you go bye, bye, bye.
Well, when you put it like that, at least it has a little bit of a humor to it, but I don't think Buffalo's really laughing right now. I'm going to be honest. They're probably going into this like, we haven't lost to a single team yet, and now they're 2-0 against San Diego, which I knew nothing about personally, and now they are just upsetting the literal first seat in R6 in the Champions Division. And look at this, San Diego. They're still finding the entry, essentially. JJ Plane is gone. His plane is essentially crashed, unless he gets revived, of course, but already so much damage and influence is being had in favor of San Diego. I don't think they'll get the revive off, and Chow finally meets his maker. He'll have to chow down on some bullets by the hands of Zigalo, but a lot of damage still done, and Buffalo is just all over the place right now, and I can't say it's in a good way whatsoever.
Yeah, thankfully, JJ, who was in the down but out stage, will be brought back, but you still got to wait about Anubis, who's sitting in that kitchen hatch. And if you get a little bit too close, be able to get shot out, that's exactly what's going to happen. But, I mean, Buffalo has the man advantage. Chow got chowed down, like you had stated. They get chomped, much like the Frostmat chomped on the ankles of JJ just the round prior. And Buffalo's coming with a vengeance. They're looking for an opportunity to go. Shots go through this barricade, narrowly missing an opposing player, but Charles finds Phoenix. JJ in a refrag to Anubis, but it doesn't seem to matter because Dugan's on a rampage as well, taking Console out for the watch. And now it's a 4v2. Players wanting to step up this blue stairs, but Charles has a view. Shot from below, now downed, but not yet out. It's up to Reaps. Now the last player standing as Zigalo confirms the kill, and Reaps has to be the Grim Reaper to this Buffalo side. They'll need to find 4 on top, and I don't think it's going to be possible. Buffalo's looking hot. They've got the information. They've got the crossfires. They've got the positions, and they're going to find it in the end. Zigalo takes it, stepping in from Piano Corridor into Master Bedroom, and Buffalo will win the round, leading them for the first time in this entire matchup to match points.
Buffalo Alpha not fearing the Reaper whatsoever. They just took their last kill in strides, and that guarantees them match point, like you just said. So now San Diego, they're going to have to win this round and also win another 2 if they want to bring us out of the division and grant themselves the championship. But that's a lot of, they have to do this, have to do that. I mean, Buffalo only has to get 1 more round win. That's a little bit less concerning. And then it's a whole nother story to be had when we move on to the 4th map of the evening, if that does happen, which is Clubhouse, if I remember correctly. But we're going back to the same bomb site. San Diego, they don't want to go to Kitchen, and they may have lost that bomb site. But to be honest, I think they had a much better performance on that map because it was basically just a 1v4 clutch by Zigalo that could have just been easily evaded if not for the lone mute player of just popping down at the wrong moment. Console kind of jumping the gun there, I suppose, but it's okay. They can still win this bomb site in particular, but we've got to see that overwhelming presence coming out by Chow once more, because when he does in fact entry, it makes it almost unwinnable for Buffalo Alpha. So if San Diego doesn't want to give Buffalo a single chance of redeeming themselves on this third map, then they've got to just keep that aggression rearing up against Buffalo Alpha, because that's been their biggest issue moving forward.
I'm a little upset we're not going to see a Pog mat. Really and truly. I mean, like, no Fox on the board, so no Pog mat. It's a little upsetting to see that, but,
Sad.
I mean, you just kind of gotta have to change it up, right? I mean, you gotta change it. Much like you gotta change the oil in your car, you gotta change up the strategy. And obviously, you know, you can't always change everything, much like Dugan is going to change the pacing. They'll actually find the first frag in that round, and this is going to be a game changer for Buffalo. They're set themselves in a position to take a lead early on. It'll be immediately refragged by Chow, however, who continues to chow down on their competition. And this is going to be a difficult position to play for, a 4v4. Buffalo knows it needs to be ended off here, otherwise we're going to the overtime, and that's going to be a toss-up. I don't know who gets what side on overtime. I don't understand how R6 works. I don't know what they picked. I'm not going to look over at that point in time to try and figure it out. I'm bad at learning. That's why I'm bad at college. But I mean, at this point in time, there's so much that Buffalo has to work with in terms of getting an early pick onto Charles and removing the vector from play, which is that top fragger for UCSD. They've got themselves in a position of success, but we have to know if they're able to continue that success going forward.
Oh, Chow looking away at the wrong moment. He spots the vertical play up above, but luckily it's not marketed on the side of Buffalo. He's still trying to play underneath, and eventually he dies because he does not have his gun up for another engagement. Zigalo, now 17-9. He's really been a force to be reckoned with up against San Diego. He's been winning almost all of his gunfights from what it appears to be, at least in the second half, and now San Diego, they've lost that man advantage. They're still able to slow down this push coming out by Buffalo, but it's only a matter of time before they get that main wall opened up and attempt that plan. Reaps, of course, still has some toxic babes, and Console also has a nitro cell to be had. A grenade coming out from underneath. It will land, but not confirm the kill onto Reaps. That deployable shield masking most of that damage, and might be getting a little bit aggressive. He'll try to go for the run out, waiting for the perfect moment to swing around, and he's just sitting quite patiently, to be honest with you, Scott. But now, at the exact same instance, the intel will be had, and now Reaps could possibly be swung out from behind him unless someone's possibly watching him in these last 30 seconds. It will, in fact, be an absolute bloodbath, and I don't know who can come out on top of it.
Ooh, Zigalo finding the pick now. Reaps out for the counter. Nitrocell toss from below, waiting for the opportunity, but Anubis gets a Roni kill into Chodipus, sitting right behind Piano, and they don't have the position of diffuser. They don't know there's a Nitro cell from below from Console, and the information can be passed from Anubis. They may just be able to detonate to stop this plant. It goes off, but it does not be able to do enough damage. Cannot kill. Dugan starts the plant, but hops off, and he gets back onto it. Zigalo finds Anubis for the 3K. They step through, and JJ finds the kill to Console. Buffalo make it through to round 12, find the victory, and we're going to map 4. This has gone so far, and Buffalo will finally stop the bleeding just enough to lead us into a map 4.
I didn't think they had it in them, but on the map that we gave them so much slack for, they brought it into a victory, 7-5, and they still have a little bit of fight left in them. I'm quite shocked, but oh my goodness gracious.
Kills for
that was...
Zigalo, 12 kills for JJ.
It
Should've
really
had 2.
and JJ though. Even though JJ died so many times by Chow, I hate to be pessimistic, but I still think San Diego could have won that, because they made so many mistakes that game that just should not have happened. And then the thing is, Buffalo just was able to guarantee themselves a couple of wins here and there, and in the end, in the long run, those couple of round wins guaranteed them the victory on map number 3. So they'll deny the 3-0 clean sweep. We'll go to map number 4, which is Clubhouse, where Buffalo will be defending again. They're defending on all 5 maps, but for the time being, we'll go on a short little break and then return to where we can see that
real fast.
Yes.
Everyone in the chat, make sure to bring all your love and attention towards our observer who came in last minute. I want to make that 4. Thank you very much, Henry.
That's true, yeah.
I also want to say, Henry, why do you have 122 alpha packs that need to be opened? That is bothering me very much so. But once again, like Fellow said, we'll be right back. We'll see you guys ready onto Clubhouse, and we'll catch you guys real soon.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
Ladies and gentlemen, for all the people that are staying with us at currently 1 in the morning Eastern time, let's get ready to rumble.
All right, we're gonna get into it.
We are gonna keep it quieter though because it is very late for my time and also most people's time, even on even all the way on the West Coast. But a reminder: my name is Fel. Also joined here by Infernos for map number 4 of Clubhouse, and for the most part, we've been seeing San Diego mowing against their opponents like a lawnmower, if you want to make an analogy like that, up against Buffalo Alpha. But it appears that their engine has been having a little bit of problems. They need to get checked up now because they just lost on map number 3, and now we're going to Clubhouse because of that. But any words you might want to have for us, Scott?
Yeah, I thought we were about to have a crisis on our hands. In all honesty, I think we were. I thought we were because Charles nicked his finger, like he cut his finger or something like that, and then we had a problem with Phoenix was getting a new pair of headphones to get fixed up, and they could actually hear in more than one ear. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The fact that they were playing with only one ear, but nonetheless, I mean, it works out. It works out. And so now we're having 2 squads, fullest potential, maximum potential on one of the T4, T3 specialist maps, Clubhouse. Very standardized ban list, Thatchers, Habanas, Aces, typically. You do see the Habana come through. That's pretty standard. A lot of collegiate teams really hate facing off against Habanas for good reason. It's just so tedious to deal with those impact tricking strategies for that kitchen hatch. But second ban come through, Thatcher, no surprise. What do you think about here for the defense here, John?
So Amira, that can be banned, but also a Kaid might actually pop its little head out because now Maverick is basically the only thing you have when it comes to helping with getting most of the walls opened up. A lot of Maverick tricking happens on this map. There's a platform wall, near construction wall, you name it. There's going to be a Maverick on it. But like I mentioned earlier, Mira will be banned first and foremost. Then maybe we'll see a Kaid. But if not, maybe an Intel operator, perhaps the Echo possibly, because that's been a pretty big issue. But I wouldn't be surprised if Buffalo didn't ban that operator. They've been the one that's actually been using them. Maybe a Valkyrie again. That would probably be the most sense. And no, it's Kaid. Okay. I was right the first time. I didn't have to over-explain myself. But because of Maverick being your go-to guy when Thatcher is off the board, then it does make sense to get rid of your literal hardest counter of Kaid. So it's a pretty typical ban phase, to say the least.
I mean, okay. Here's my take. All right, let's compare to Oregon, right? When you ban a Maverick, you have to ban Kaid. If you ban a Maverick, you have to. It's impossible not to. And if you don't ban it, then you leave Kaid up as well, because Maverick can deal with that. There was really no problems for Maverick to deal with the Kaid. It's interesting to see Kaid be banned when it's not really necessary. When you have a Maverick in play, when you can bring a Maverick, it's not really that necessary. But nonetheless, it will find impact. It will be useful for hatches, for some electric walls. It'd be interesting what they decide to do. But nonetheless, it will come through. I'm shocked it wasn't a Maestro. I'm shocked it wasn't a Valkyrie. I'm shocked it was a Malusi. Those are 3 really large bans. But I just think that we're going to have a good game. High prayers here, John. I just want to clap my hands together. We'll have a bit of a prayer session real fast. Please let this one be as good as the last 3, because they have all been insane back-to-back neck-and-neck action. I really don't want to see this one go 2-7. I want it to be fair throughout. They have fought their way through this one. Both teams should be getting tired out at even levels. I want to see this stay fair.
We haven't had any complete blowouts. The lowest we've had, I think, is 7-3, and that's not that bad, to be honest. You just got some unlucky rounds here and there. 7-4s have happened, and a 7-5. So we've been amping it up at least a little bit. No overtime yet, but on Clubhouse, that could be a definite thing to happen because this map is a complete toss-up. Some teams are absolutely horrendous on it. Others know it like the back of their own hand, and JJ, he knows the spawn peak spots. Down goes Anubis, there goes your Zofia player, so one of the main utility destructors, but it could be worse, I suppose, for San Diego. They could end up losing another player of console. He's trying to spot out that vertical angle, and he actually gets it. A pristine shot by console, and now he's able to do as much vertical play as he ever so pleases to, but with the fact that we're seeing a very dominant extension coming out by Buffalo Alpha, if San Diego just walks right into the bomb site itself, they could really have the numbers advantage in their favor and get this bomb planted down, and that would be a huge deficit for Buffalo Alpha, as then they are on the attacking side and have to basically reclaim the bomb site they were once defending moments ago.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a difficulty, I guess you could say, for Buffalo to kind of hold on. We obviously saw Zigalo taking a little bit of damage as they were trying to get a shot towards from blue over into, dirt side, but it doesn't really work out. It takes more damage in for Buffalo. Zigalo does not manage to get a shot across, but Console's also taking damage. So, to be fair, it has gone neck and neck, and now you're going to have to worry about this contestant towards Central Stairs. Charles has stepped down. For some reason, Church has been busted open, and they've actually left that soft. That's an interesting strategy. I mean, that is really interesting of a strategy. I don't think I've seen that in a long time, and I don't think it worked before when it did. But a nice nade tossed over, and Chodabus now in a bad situation. Chow chowing down. Take that vitamin grenade. Nothing they can do about that one whatsoever. Dugan finding Charles with an SMG-11. Now back to the 3v3, tossing smokes down to relegate some sightline differentials, but Chow finds yet another into JJ, a toxic bait toss, but the diffuser has been down in a post-plant scenario in the play. Zigalo connects to one, finding Reaps. Chow finds yet another, the triple kill to their name. Now it's just Dugan, very low in name, very low in HP, has to find yet just one, but it's not gonna find any. Console finds it instead, and UCSD will win round one.
That is the biggest issue when doing that quote-unquote SSG roam, is always the factor of, oh wait, they're not playing in our roam, now we have to go back to site. Instead of San Diego being quote-unquote diligent about that roam clear, they just ignored it. They picked up one player up above. That's always nice, but it wasn't anticipated. And then once they had that vertical play down in towards the kitchen area, they just started working lower and lower into the bomb site. And then there were some players that really couldn't help out the rest of their team on the side of Buffalo Alpha, and then that allowed for a lot of mistakes to be made on that defensive side. A grenade kill came out, the man advantage back in the favor of San Diego, and then they just had full coverage of the bomb site. There wasn't much that Buffalo could do, and they just lost some of the most important gunfights and some of the best positions in the map to be had. And now they're going to have to go to CCTV and cash room. They don't want to re-contest the exact same bomb site they just lost on, but this is a completely different objective room to be had. Some would consider it a little bit more attacker favored, but if the platform wall doesn't get opened up along with the construction wall, then those funnels end up happening on the attacking side, and San Diego could be in a deep mess if that does come down, because that never favors the attacking side, especially when there's a Maestro on the board in the hands of Chodabus.
Yeah, Maestro got shut down very quickly with a nice nade that was tossed over. Chow just chowed down on that. Tossing that one, I think I'll call that a vitamin nade, right? I mean, really and truly, that's what it is. I mean, you kind of have to chew on that one down. It is not a pretty pill to swallow either. And it will take two to finish the job off. But when you lose a Maestro...
Vitamins.
What?
Unlike vitamins. Continue.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, you have a bit of a poor predicament to be in when you are a Maestro. You need to stay alive. And if you're not able to do so, you're going to have a bad situation where you don't get to make full use of your Alda. You don't get to make full use of your Evil Eyes. And you really kind of are in a poor position as a player where you fail to do your really one full substantial role. And that's a really poor predicament to be in. But an ADS, I believe that's an ADS actually below that drone hole outside of this eastern suburb. Noms on the nade, and now a position to be in. Chow has to worry about players stepping forward because they've Maverick tricked the top half of the wall, but they need to Maverick trick the bottom if they want to actually clear out that hard wall.
That is the easier part to do, though, I suppose, so it's not that big of a concern. And Anubis is right around the corner, so he can get that soft destruction on the now soft former hard wall. But they have one kill hole opened up. Obviously, two would be nice, so they can have two separate angles looking down the area of cash room, and also that red doorway to cut off the possible rotations that might happen. You never know what you might need, but a minute 20 on the clock, and this is not the worst spot for San Diego. The only problem being, though, is that they only have the platform wall opened up, and that's pretty much it. They also don't have any kills coming out entirely. It's still that 5-on-5, so this is heavily favoring Buffalo Alpha as they move forward towards that last minute of the round. They still have Raptors control up until now. What a beautiful shot by Chow. Good night in the chat, and they managed to get the man advantage back in their favor, but that's really all they have going for them. Only now have they pushed in towards construction, but they're down to that last minute on the clock. Things will most certainly get hectic, and this could be where exactly Buffalo Alpha will shine in the second round.
Man, Console finds a kill pretty early. Sorry, not pretty early, pretty late into the round, and it'll be against JJ. The jet plane will have to fly themselves out into another round, not being allowed to stay here. Reaps attempts to steps inward. Is able to get to a position. Zigalo just not taking the shot off. Neither is Dugan holding red stairs. Nitrocell ready to be popped, but Chow finds yet another. Anubis finds yet another as well. Chow is on a double kill. Could they make it the triple? Chotopus trapped out, managing to go on a shot. Chow shockingly winning that fight. Does in fact get the 3K, and it will be another round cleaned up with a phenomenal, spectacular finish. A hipfire kill. A hipfire kill here, John. Hipfire to finish that one off.
Wow, oh my goodness, Chow just poking holes right up against the lone Maestro player, Chowtopus, just saucing him up like buffalo sauce. I mean, man, that is just impressive work again by Chow. How do you get away with winning those kind of gunfights, man? You annihilate the player on the top of rafters with the holographic sight, not even the 1.5, and then you go up against one of the best guns in the game, the Alda, and you still win your gunfight when that should have been a given frag for Chotopus. But I don't think it would have mattered if he won that gunfight or not. It was still a 1v4 if that was a win for Chotopus, and I think even with the Alda at hand, that is still incredibly unwinnable. And we're heading back to Church and Arsenal now. I don't think we're going to be seeing the exact same extension come out by Buffalo, though. It worked out horribly for them, and now they're going to play a little more of an anchor-heavy strat. They're extending on out in towards electric, if you want to call it that, or generator, whatever you prefer, that blue room, as most people like to dumb it down towards. So instead of going up above and trying to waste time via that, they're going to anticipate that San Diego will just do that by themselves and then not have enough utility nor time to really flush out the players that are actually in the bomb site or right underneath that lower floor. So they'll try to win it via that manpower. But even then, it hasn't really been working out for them as they've lost the entry most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, talked about a pivotal player pretty early on. Chow. They're really chowing down in Buffalo right now. They don't even know Buffalo sauce to go on top of it. Just straight Buffalo. I mean, that is just spectacular to watch. Chow, hit fire killing, like you stated. You went on tangent for like 35 seconds alone of why the heck an Alda loses to one of the best weapons in the game, if not the best weapon in the game, loses to a hip-fired M4. I mean, it's crazy. It's a spectacle at the very least. It's just insane. But already starting off, JJ sitting inside construction, roaming up on this second floor. And this is not a bad strategy. When you're still trying to hold the basement, you need to have a positional advantage, or you can actually flank with Reaps and Console inside of this kitchen site. They're going to have to worry about impact tricks. They're going to have to worry about players from above. But I'll tell you what they don't have to worry about, a player inside dirt. Chow's down on Dugan once again. Anubis has a crossfire angle in a repelling position outside trash, having this western hallway just absolutely be held so well that there's no way this flank from JJ is going to be able to find enough position. If JJ peeks their head out just a couple more inches, it's going to be an easy kill to be cleaned up from that outside player.
Again, losing that man advantage, this is just rough right now for Buffalo Alpha. And a grenade almost comes out to light up Chotopus, but he's playing a little bit farther back than anticipated. That second grenade, though, will do the trick just fine for Chow. Now a 4-on-3, as he did find a refrag before he ended up meeting his maker, but still, plenty of time to be had for San Diego, and they still have that man advantage. Another frag comes out. Zigalo picks up a refrag onto Chow, and the fragmentation grenade not connecting. That's going to keep things now a 3-on-3. The plant almost had for San Diego, but they've got to get those smokes down to have perfect coverage, and then they'll be safe enough to drop down, though. But it doesn't guard from Phoenix's position. An easy pickup kill on Reaps. Now the plant cannot come down, and San Diego are actually in a losing position after, instead of being up ahead by a couple of kills, now they're down bad in a 3-on-2, and they have to try to make lemons out of lemonade in this position with only 40 seconds left.
Not much to be had. It's a little bit sour. Those lemons have gone bad. They're not right just yet. Phoenix finds yet another console out for the count. And Anubis, the god of death, the Egyptian god of death, will need to be able to find more than just one. All three on the opposing side. Defuser not anywhere near below that kitchen hatch as they had dropped down and were felled by Phoenix, just as so many on their team have already been. Phoenix with 2 in this round, could make it the 3K, 15 seconds of the clock. Anubis needs to take a step forward, sees the player, finds Phoenix, doesn't get enough though as JJ swings up and finds it. It goes in favor. Buffalo finally stopped the bleeding ever so slightly, and they'll be able to make their first round win here in round 3. A 2-1 scoreline. Buffalo need to surmount the comeback on their defensive half.
finally we see some success for Buffalo Alpha, but they've got to be a lot more dominant on this defensive side. I mean, it's Clubhouse for Pete's sake. Normally, you only see 2 attacking round ones come out on that side, but we've already seen it happen. San Diego, they're just getting riled up now, and we're on the 4th map. They're still in it to win it. They haven't really died down whatsoever, and Cho is just, he's a showstopper right now. He is the center of attention. 8 kills already in the first 3 rounds. I mean, only a couple away from 10. This man is currently popping off right now, and we're going considerably, the worst bomb site for the defenders other than Bar and Stock, and their lineup to go here, it's okay, but it could obviously be so much better. But on the side of San Diego, this is probably an ideal setup to go up for against this defensive hold. Just take a rough on them, man.
Yeah, take a look at this normal kind of like off-site outer edge kind of hold, the periphery edge inside of Cash Room, where you see most defenders hold pretty well. They sit in an off-site angle, they hold in a long distance away, and they take a positional advantage where they can hold any attacking side trying to go in from that eastern suburb. You still have to worry about construction window going to the southern suburb. You still have to worry about the, I believe it's called western suburb, the western rooftop. I don't really know what it's called. When you step a little bit too far, when you go towards the gym window, it changes names for some stupid reason. I'm not actually sure why it does that, but it does in fact do that. But I still classify it as that southern suburb because really and truly that's what it is. And when you got to worry about these windows consistently the entire time, when you have an objective like this tertiary choice, you have to defend it in more ways than one. And I'm shocked to see that we're not seeing a castle. Castle is such a go-to pick for this objective. This is why you probably see console really favoring a sledge. This is why you like to see a sledge on this objective specifically, because you're used to having a sledge clear the castle barricades, clear out some sightlines, and also have nades in pocket to throw. You've got 4 for UCSD. They have the ability to rain down terror on the opposing side, and they're going to use that not just as a way to clear players, but also as a way to clear gadgets, which it does not do. That mute jammer shockingly still alive. I don't know why Chow just didn't just shoot it, which they will eventually do, but it could have just been shot in the first place to go for it, but the nade, shockingly, does not get the mute jammer.
That's all right, though, and speaking of Sledge earlier, sometimes he's actually banned on this map, funny enough. That way Castle can be confidently brought every single time when you're either doing a roam extension or when you're playing on this particular bomb site. And also, because of Sledge being on the board, now you have 4 frag grenades to worry about. That is honestly so terrifying to deal with. And Chow just walking in the middle of sight. He's a foot away from just hopping right on into weight room and probably gathering a lot of very important sight lines. He'll go for the Maverick trick, trying to possibly stall for something, and 2 injures come out in the blink of an eye. Chodapush and Dugan now not able to do a single thing in this current position. This might be a huge comeback win for San Diego, but Phoenix from a long angle eradicates Charles. Now technically a 4-on-3, but oh man, the C4 by Zigalo. Chow gets a grenade in the exact same instance, but a great recovery frag will be had by Buffalo Alpha, and they get the revive onto Chodapuss. Now they're back in the man advantage, and they're still doing pretty decent work. Phoenix picks up a double kill, but Reaps will manage to refrag a second time. He'll go for that plant. Decent coverage, but no one's watching the construction doorway. No one appears to be pushing that direction, though. Anubis having the proper angles. He misses some shots, but that's fine, because now the plant will go down. But Zigalo wins the fight. A trade comes out, but now Reaps is in a 1 versus 2. He'll walk back outside. He'll lose a lot of health in that process, and now the defuse can be had, and Phoenix is guarding this coverage perfectly. It might not be enough to be 1, and it won't be. Phoenix with the 3K and the defuse going off at the exact same time. Buffalo somehow bringing it back in that round and winning it in the long run.
Look at the way that they held that. Look at this, how well they held that. Once the plant comes through, they just say, yeah, we got 2-on-1. You're screwed. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like, it would take a miracle shot. And that's not saying that they're not capable of that, but it really would. That's something that not even pro players ever stand a chance to do. It is a miracle play. And while there is a lot of miracles and it makes for good content, it's not always what's going to happen. These players play at a very high level and they play consistently at this level, and Phoenix is not going to let that player step back inside to be able to contest that. There's no way they're allowing that Maverick to be able to take a step back inwards. Chow, you're out. It's not happening. You're not going to be able to contest that. No chance they're allowing it, and it's exactly what happened. It'll be finished off quite quickly, and Buffalo will be able to retie it back out of that 2-2. and they're going to be able to go back to this CCTV room and cash room objective, so they no longer need to hold that long-range periphery angle. They can just hold their own cash room. They can hold their own garage. They can hold CCTV, which I don't really, most teams don't hold CCTV, you know, but in a standard way, they'll hold garage and cash room, which gives them an internal angle to CCTV, which allows them to semi-hold CCTV. But obviously, John, we have seen some problems for this defensive hold. What do you think needs to change if we want to see Buffalo find success here?
Not losing a player early on, because when San Diego gets that entry, they are almost guaranteed to win. So that's one thing. And the funny thing is, San Diego pretty much only won because of that. They only had the plat wall opened up, and that was it. Only in the last 50 seconds did they start moving themselves towards the other side of the map to get the construction wall opened up. So if Chow didn't get that kill on the player inside of Raptors, then they couldn't push in towards CCTV from the main wall. And also, if the construction wall wasn't opened up, then that would have just been a straight loss for San Diego. So not overextending, because almost anybody on the side of San Diego can win their gunfights, and also just keeping that map control in their favor throughout most of the round will most certainly do the trick, especially on a very defender-favored map like Clubhouse. We've seen Buffalo come back a little bit, now evening things up 2-2, but like I said earlier, if San Diego just wins one more round, then Buffalo could really be in a whole load of pain, because for the most part, their attacking rounds have looked really lackluster. But luckily, instead of losing that first player on the entry, they'll actually get the entry for themselves, and down goes Console, a very important set of frag grenades now left in his dead body.
Yeah, how much do you wish right now, John? Or how much do you think they wish they could just pick up the nades back off? But a very swift take of the objective of CCTV, and Chow will chow down on Phoenix. The Phoenix, in reality, in terms of folklore, is able to resurrect, but I don't think that the Phoenix here for Buffalo is going to be able to do so. A step around the corner, Anubis finds a player into Dugan as they held red stairs, and Chow trying to get some shots over towards Ziglo, sitting over in construction, but Charles has an angle on that southern subroof. Nitrocell shot out of midair. JJ finds Anubis, refragged back by Chow, but Chotapus comes in, finding one, and Ziglo finds another. A 2v1. Chow is the last man standing, finds them all! Oh my goodness! UCSD holding on from just Chow, and they'll continue the rampage. They're keeping it alive, and Chow's the man there.
Oh my god, and I said it earlier, Chow's only getting started, and oh my goodness gracious.
Oh no.
This man.
Oh
Didn't
man.
think he had that one in the bag, but he did. Oh my god. Amazing work by San Diego, in particular Chow, because he's shredding through people right now like paper. It's so impressive right now. He's 13-2.
I'm gonna forward all noise complaints to Chow. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
That's a great idea. I should do
at
that
my
too.
1 a.m. time, I'm gonna forward all noise complaints to Chow. So if I get evicted, it's Chow's fault. But Transplant was like, "What's this blasphemy? What's going on here?" No. I mean, when you're able to take a team that kind of surmounted the comeback, Buffalo was able to come back a little bit, and they came out of sight. But Chow is just unstoppable, nigh unstoppable. There's really nothing that Chow can do that can go wrong at this point in time. I mean, only 2 deaths. That's monstrous. There's just nothing you can do when you've got a player just heavily presiding over the opposition, just like this giant statue, this Mount Rushmore of a mountain ahead of you. Buffalo are scared, and they're going to miss shots, and they're going to make mistakes because they're scared of Chow.
This is absolute blasphemy as to how we're seeing an attacker-sided Clubhouse game purely off the fact that Chow is just hitting all of his shots. He's only died twice, and those were on the rounds where they ended up losing. So Chow has made such a tremendous impact throughout this entire fourth map, and this is only the beginning. We're still in the first half, Scott. He's 13-2. He's out for blood. He is thirsty right now, and I don't think his thirst has been quenched anytime soon, but a little bit of a slower start, of course. Only the first 30 seconds of the round, and we're going back into a Church and Arsenal defensive hold. It's been 50-50 currently for Buffalo Alpha, but they're defending it the way that didn't work out for them the first time around. They have somewhat of a top 4 extension, at least a little bit. There is one player up above near logistics, but he's starting to push himself away closer towards the issue right now. But at least San Diego isn't really wasting a lot of time when it comes to getting these main hatches opened up, and an impact trick will work for the first time, but he's got plenty of Selmas to work with later on, and Charles picks up the entry, and Chow is now just in the middle of sight. He almost gets a kill for free, but he missed out on some shots, and oh no! Phoenix, he lights up Chow. Oh, that's gotta hurt. So, at least for the time being, Chow's gonna have to sit out this one, and Phoenix, now he's on a tear. He picks up 2 of his own with 1:40 on the clock, and Buffalo might manage to make this a 3-on-3 split.
Are you seeing just the aggressive swings or seeing from both sides? Like,
Yeah,
we usually call them gorilla swings, ape swings, monkey swings. I mean, it's just like that style. This is orangutan level swings. I mean, they big monkey swings. Absolutely. I mean, there is nothing else but that. It is absolutely insane to see that. This is crazy by all accounts. And at this current moment, when you've got Chow who's out for the count, and now Buffalo kind of have a little bit of wiggle room. They could swing a little bit more aggressively than they have been the entire time. They've got to find. They found an answer. They had to find an answer to Chow, and they've got to keep the answer going forward though. But Reaps finds Dugan, who was unable to connect their Mossberg shots, and they'll be punished accordingly. Chodipus and Phoenix have taken a lick of damage as well, but Charles is also sitting at about 25 HP, and this could be tied at 3-3, but Buffalo have to find these connecting last few kills. Console still above, could flank out through Secret, come down through Blue, maybe catch a player off guard, taking their pretty little time to do so, however, which could play against them in the long run. Smokes will be tossed out. Reaps going to shoot out a Yokai, which has been pinged. Now looking to plant in a position. Swung, though. Chodibus finds 2 into Charles and Reaps. Now it's just Console about to be swung from behind, and there it is. Phoenix on a rampage. Cleans up for the 3K, and Console had no idea what went wrong. Tied now at that 3-3.
I mean, they got too confident in themselves. They just walked into sight and did not expect to be bombarded by a sea of bullets, essentially. And that's what happened. They just lost their gunfights in the middle of sight and then tried going for a really awkward plant. I've never seen anyone try to go right behind that big box. I mean, I did expect it to not work. I mean, that literally just happened. But a 3-3 split. So we have Buffalo Alpha not in the worst position, but it could be better. 4-2, definitely ideal, because now you're kind of fighting neck to neck with your opponent, and you always want to have a slight advantage. And now, also, Buffalo is on the worst part of Clubhouse, as attacking it. And from the most part, we've seen so much aggression coming out by San Diego. It's been almost impossible to win on any round, and when you're doing these very heavy extensions as well by San Diego, finding those entry picks is so favorited towards yourself, because then there's no map control either, and you're really spreading yourself thin on the side of Buffalo. But I feel like this site in particular could really punish this extension coming out. You can still get that platform wall opened up and Raptors in your control, and then heavily bring this round back into your favor. But that's only, of course, if they do just what I mentioned, instead of going around for the common construction side of push, of course.
Now, a very solemn note here. I am being told that this game, the Buffalo v UCSD game, is Chow's last game.
Oh no.
Chow is a senior grad student, and this will be Chow's last game for this team, as I am being told. That may be true, that may not be true. It does sound true, because we do have them listed as a senior as well. But that is a sad statistic, and it's definitely showing that Chow is really trying to bring everything to the table. I mean, look at how aggressive they are right now, sitting inside stock. Who goes to stock? What goes to stock? Chow is hungry. Chow is hungry, and the name shows it. They're looking to chow down on everything. And I'm going to state this note here, because it needs to be said. Fellow UNI cast for a plethora of our 6 leagues, and they could use someone like Chow. Strategy could always be worked with the team. It's always going to be a thing. But pure technical aim and accountability that Chow's been able to do, look for it. Take a look into it, Chow. You should definitely do so. But with 2 minutes on the clock and no one having yet been killed, the off-site presence we're seeing from UCSD is still extremely high. They're still kind of being aggressive with it, but at the same time, Buffalo is just kind of playing their own game, playing a little bit slower than they have been in the last few maps. Oh my goodness, Phoenix with a watchful eye finding Chow, and Chow's aggressive nature will not be allowed to live on in round 7.
You've been seeing Buffalo a lot slower in their movement, but it pays off because they find the entry on probably the most difficult player that they've had to deal with so far in this last matchup. And a grenade almost kills Reaps, but he's able to evade it for a little while longer, still able to slow down this push coming on out. Beautiful shot on a JJ. Down goes your Nomad once again. And Anubis from behind lights up one, but cannot confirm the kill just yet. He almost gets caught lacking, though. So much damage to be done, and a wallbang will be had by Dugan. A 2K for the Maverick player, and now they have Raptors control. This is only a matter of time before they get into the bomb site and try to go for that defuse, but Charles and Console have watchful eyes of their own and are well aware of this. They have great intel to try and deny this, and great utility as well. Those toxic babes, 3 still in their pocket. That's half a minute off the board, and Charles with a C4 could seal the deal for another round win favoring San Diego. Console a little bit farther back. He doesn't want to overexpose himself right now, because that happens, he'll put his teammate in a 1v4 and basically zero way to deny this plant. He only has 1 C4, not 4. And speaking of plant, it will be going down. C4 tossed up, but it's too high up. It'll miss completely. Console not able to deny with the plant. Everything is just not working out right now. Clodopus gets 1, and Console with a trade, but it might not be enough. It's a 1 versus 3 now, and time is no longer on his side. Vulcan shield detonated, not intended, but Chodopus now on very low HP. Both Ash and Thermite could meet their maker in instances. Down goes Thermite, like I said. Chodopus no longer part of the equation, but still, Console has to find 2 more if he wants to clutch this, and only about 10 seconds to work with. It's a 7-second plan. He swings on out. Down goes another, a 3K. He rips the Toxic Babe for perfect coverage. It'll be a little more difficult for Dugan to spot him out, but the sound cue is there, and the pre-fire will be had. Dugan denying the clutch, and Buffalo Alpha will take the 7th round.
There is nothing you can do about that position. Nothing. You're caught at every angle. You're cut off guard. There's nothing you can do. You've got the eastern suburb. You've got a player sitting on rafters. You've got a player below. I mean, everything that you could possibly do. They were going prone angles to watch that angle. After the Vulcan shield was detonated on red stairs, they had a prone angle sitting inside CCTV. Buffalo had that unlock, and it was still a phenomenal attempt to see from UCSD to attempt to bring that one back. Console did everything they could, but it just wasn't enough in the end, and it's just so narrow. Such a close round. Despite them having the plant down in a 4v2, it does end in that 1v1 in a narrow escape from Buffalo, but you put a player repelling in that eastern suburb, what are you to do? There's really no counteracting there. You got ears, you're gonna know they're defusing it.
Absolutely. I am almost shocked that Console had that, but it is incredibly unwinnable to do that. Although Buffalo may have this round advantage, they should still be worried, and that's gotta hurt. Well, Charles is, it's okay. Charles hasn't been having a good game as of right now, so that's fine, I guess.
Don't talk on Charles.
Before,
I'm fault he's getting shot.
Yeah, I know.
It's
okay.
you know what?
It's okay.
It's Buffalo's fault. It's Buffalo's fault. They just keep shooting Charles. Oh dear. It's Buffalo's fault that Charles not having a game, right?
Yeah, well, Charles having to chew on some buckshot there. That's okay, though. He's done pretty good throughout most of this grand final, and he'll probably make his presence known later on, so it's all right. And he can play a much more passive role anyways. That's probably what his job is to do anyways, because he has those impact grenades. That's to deny the kitchen hatch from being opened up. If you don't have great coverage inside of kitchen, you really can't push from that northern side of the map, and then you you're really out of luck there for Buffalo Alpha. So if that happens to them, then they're really gonna have to rethink their strategy. But right now, they're more concerned about getting these kill holes and regular holes made inside of the dirt tunnel area, so they can push onto that part of the map later on when kitchen hatch gets opened up for them. But that's if it happens.
I think one big thing we noticed from Buffalo in their defensive half was their positioning. They played very well. They were playing to catch UCSD off guard. Now, I think we're kind of seeing the same thing, but I think UCSD is bringing out their own layer. They're bringing out a new diabolical level of play. It's an aggressive nature of play, I guess is kind of the term for it. I mean, take a look towards the stalker. They're looking to catch a player slacking. Chodopus knows that Chow is over there, and while they are hoping not to get shooed out, they might just get munched on in return, and so they'll be forced to kind of step in a different direction. Rotating back through bar, Chow once again spotted off, taking a different direction, knows that they were in bar, takes a cross angle, stepping back through to be seen through stock, and will not be shot at, so narrowly avoiding that as well. If Buffalo had just kept that angle, they might have been able to secure a kill, but JJ holding that long shot angle and not repelling for that, which is also an interesting thing to see. But Buffalo have not yet cleared the second floor, and they're 2 minutes into this round. This does not bode well.
Not at all. They haven't got a single entry intel being gathered onto Anubis's position, but honestly, it doesn't matter if he dies here. His job's already been done. He's wasted 2 whole minutes up above, essentially. Those Selmas, though, being activated. If that kitchen hatch gets opened up, this could turn a new leaf favoring Buffalo Alpha, but Chow is, again, on the deep roam. He pre-fires the chain angle, and no one's sitting there. That'll give away his presence, but that's okay. Reaps picks up a kill onto JJ, and all of a sudden, Buffalo is under so much pressure right now. They get 1 refrag, though. There goes Chow off the board, but they still have to worry about Anubis up above. Sophia's well aware. She's holding down the angle, but she actually isn't. Anubis gets a free kill now. Half a minute left on the board, and now, all of a sudden, Buffalo has to worry about the upstairs presence currently by the Anubis player of Mozzie. Reaps from the prone position, gets 1 through dirt. He can line himself up for a third. He'll do just that. It's all up to Chotopus now, and he drops down the hatch in a last-ditch effort to make something happen, and that will be a kill on the Reapers, but it might not be enough. He swings on out. A 2K for Chotopus. He might be able to win this one out. A 3K happens now. This actually could be winnable, but time isn't on his side. He has to push up for the kill, and Anubis is right around the corner. The plant going down. It's actually a bait, but no way! Chotopus! He wins those! Oh my goodness gracious!
Chotopus is unstoppable, nigh impossible to play against, an improbable round by all accounts. They cannot be stopped. Buffalo will not be stopped. Open the floodgates. There is so many upset at that. That is going in a Rainbow6 Siege digest. Put it in a magazine. Throw it up in front of everybody. That is a play of the match if I've ever seen one. Trapped by Banshees, surrounded by every play, and yet they still come out on top. Absolutely insane. Oh my God, John, this is impeccable.
Oh my God, and to think I would go to bed at a decent time. Buffalo really wants me to stay up. They are popping off out of nowhere. I mean, go off, I suppose. You go, King. Chotopus, after not having the best of performances overall, he finally makes up for it on Clubhouse. A masterful 4K clutch, and I was preying on their downfall time and time again. San Diego, that was their round to win. And just like that round on Chalet, where it was a 4K clutch for Zigalo up against Console, it was another round that should have been a win for San Diego, but somehow Buffalo bring it back, and now they're 1 round away from match point in their favor. Scott, could we see it? Could we see the 5th map? Could we see Consulate? And will I have to stay up at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time? Will it happen?
I think you just might. I think we might just see the 3rd map. And what a 3rd map at that! I mean, it's an interesting 3rd map. I would have honestly preferred Oregon over Consulate. Maybe we'll see Oryx though. Maybe we'll see Oryx.
Consulate's okay though. I'd say it's a good like 50-50 map, so it's all right to Cider. But again, I wouldn't like to go to there. But I'm not trying to be Little Buffalo or anything. I just wouldn't want to go to Consulate. That's all.
All right, well, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. But, I mean, the floodgates have been opened. Buffalo has made the return. They've really... UCSD haven't stopped the deluge. They haven't been able to stop the flood from coming forward. And they've been punished accordingly. And Buffalo have continued this. They continue this stretch of success, and they're continuing it now. They're going into round 9, a minute off the clock. No one has been felled just yet, but take a look at the last round. No one was really felled to the last minute and a half, and Buffalo took the L in 95% of those scenarios until the last 15 seconds, where you saw one of the best plays we've seen, if not the best play we've seen in this entire thing. We've seen Chow do a play, we've seen Chotopus do a play, and now we're going to see more plays have to come forward. Anubis finds Dugan through the wall they were creating. Now you don't have a Maverick, but Phoenix immediately refrags back out. We're tied at that 4-4, but they don't have an entry now into that garage door, and they don't really have a great way to step inside.
They've got to break those mute jammers to have the Selmas be activated. I don't know if Maverick ended up doing that, and I believe via the sound cue he actually was able to, so it's not completely hopeless for Buffalo Alpha, but it's not the best position to put themselves in. There's one more Selma left. I don't know if the Platinum Wall has already been opened up, but if not, then it might be almost impossible because of those mute jammers that I previously mentioned. Phoenix, a beautiful shot on a Reaps. There goes your Raptors control. Now you can start working your way into the actual bomb site, but Chow underneath, he'll get spotted. He'll now have to reposition, but if not, that could have been a huge play coming out by someone who has not been doing that well in the past couple of rounds, not having any impact whatsoever for about 3 whole rounds in a row, and that might continue on out because JJ is holding a devastating angle across the ways towards main lobby. He's watching the flank perfectly, and there it goes. Now a 4-on-2. History somewhat repeating itself because, again, we're in another 1 versus 4, but this time it's Charles and not Console in this position. He still has a C4 to play with. Drone comes out. Wide swing at the perfect moment. Now a 3-on-1, but the plank can still go down, and there really is no way for it to deny unless the C4 does in fact land. It tosses out, soaring the skies, but it's too far out. It doesn't connect, and now he has to win all 3 of his gunfights in an almost losing position. We might just see Buffalo bring us to match point in a matter of moments unless a miracle play can occur. Charles trading out shots between him and Zigolo. No one determining yet to be the true winner of this position, and there's still so much for Charles to do. Even if he kills the player of Zigolo, he still has to find one on a Phoenix and Chotapus, who right now aren't presenting themselves as easy pickings against the lone Goyo player. He works around and towards Raptors. He knows one's underneath, but he loses the fight. Phoenix wins those, and Buffalo Alpha bring us to match point just like that in a blink of an eye.
Everything now down to the wire. We saw the comeback surmounted. Buffalo have now taken 2 maps, this one on the precipice of being taken. They are so close to taking this one and leading us into a map 3 that I don't think anyone here was ever aware could be a possibility, and not because we're going to see UCSD San Diego take it in and win 3 maps back to back. No, we expected Buffalo to win. They had not lost a single map leading into this game, and yet here they are, 2 maps down and now having to make the 2-map comeback, possibly the full reverse sweep. The last time I remember seeing a full reverse sweep was actually an Overwatch game for, I don't remember what team, for NECC, right? For the New England Community College Overwatch team. They pulled a full reverse sweep after losing 2 maps back-to-back in Overwatch in the semifinals to make it to the finals. That wasn't broadcast, I just happened to know the score, but that was the last time I've seen an NECC reverse sweep. Buffalo, what are you doing? Where was this the first 2 maps? Did you have to wait for them to tire themselves out? Did you have to wait for them to get to stop playing? And did you have to... Is it because Phoenix got a new pair of headphones? Because they've got 12 kills right now.
I don't know what it could be either, to be honest. And Charles, again, he's lost some of his HP early on. You should really stop running in front of Console or Reaps, because that's never a good idea when they have shotguns fully loaded to be making kill holes and rotations in your bomb site. Just don't go near him, man. I don't care what you're doing. Just don't go near him, for Pete's sake. And a kill almost comes out by Anubis. Unfortunately, it won't happen, but oh my goodness. San Diego right now, I was rooting for them after map 2. They had such a strong presence, and now it's just, they've just died down. Their flame is no longer there from what it appears to be. I mean, of course, they could obviously flawlessly sweep things around on this map. It's not completely over, and a kill like that by Chow on a Chotapus, that could do the trick right then and there, because now it's up to Maverick to get that kitchen hatch opened up. So they might not even approach from that direction. Maybe they'll hop down Moto and the main stairwell push could come into effect. But just as I said, if we go to map number 5, it's almost as if we saw no map number 1 through 4. It's like we're back at a best of 1, and then we're back to any team possibly bringing this out. But right now, it appears that Buffalo Alpha is just simply in the zone. A great headshot comes out by JJ. The trade eventually happens, but I still think that Chotapus being down for the count instead of Anubis is a much bigger deficit. And what? All right, never mind. Apparently Chotapus dying wasn't that big of a deal. Okay, the kitchen hatch opened up. Never mind.
They just let Maverick do it. They didn't care. Oh, look at Chow's, look at Chow's flank here. Coming through bar, there's a player right outside that window near billiards. I think they actually might be inside of billiards, but this angle going through this bar table right now. Zigolo, who is droning, is just near feet away on the outside edge. Chow is such a good position, but I honestly think Buffalo don't even need to take a step out. They can just step right inside. It's not a good position to be in, and if Chow gets felled here, it's going to be a bad position for them, for UCSD. They're going to be down bad, down immense, I would dare say. And this might just be where it happens. Finds it! UCSD now taking a massive L, and it's going to be a 4v3. Dugan has taken some damage, but they've got a position where they can toss some nades down this dirt corridor. Reaps has been the Reaper so far with this Mossberg. They just need to get a bank shot off of this metal sheeting on the sidewall to dirt. They've got the nade in pocket. Dugan can pop it. They just need the information. Here comes the drone. They spot it. They know the mute jammer is there. He can toss the nade. It's a mute jammer, not an ADS as far as we are aware at this point in time. Peeks it. Down goes down. He just starts spraying and praying. Reaps does get felled by Dugan in the end now. Now a 3v2. Stunned down, and Console has to take a shot, winning the initial fight, getting damage off into Dugan, but sprayed through. Phoenix finding the last two, and Buffalo takes us to map 5.
Oh my god, the reverse sweep. It just happened right then and there. Oh, no way we're going to Consulate, Scott. I did not think this was about to happen to us, but...
We literally came into the game. I said, oh, at the very least, I get to cast Chalet for the first time today. Oh, Consulate's the last map? Thank God we're not going to see Consulate, right? No, we saw Consulate. We're going to see Consulate. We're going to it. This is not good. This is appalling. This is the complete opposite of a result in which we anticipated. What we had brackets. You were able to turn in a bracket to guess results of a game. I would have had everything correct up to this point.
Dude, I am down immensely. I am down immensely right now, dude.
This is a bracket breaker. If UCSD win this, it's a bracket breaker in the first place. It's an upset in the first place. But Buffalo surmounting a comeback might be a better underdog story than UCSD's victory.
Well, we get to find out who's going to end up winning the last map that matters the most in a couple of moments. We'll go into another break to just simmer down a little bit, and then we will be returning very shortly, because right now we're still at the edge of our seats, so we don't want to wait that much longer either.
Oh
my goodness.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last map of tonight. I didn't think we'd get this far, but apparently I've been proven wrong another time. That's going to be put onto my tally sheet now. It's pretty large at this point, to be honest, since I've started casting. I've been wrong about pretty much everything, but moving forward, at the current moment, San Diego, they're down tremendously. They had a 2-0 lead, and
slacking.
now they've floundered it.
4K.
It's gone. They were caught in 4K lacking, and Buffalo has done a great job of bringing that back in their favor. And now all those wins that were had by both teams basically just for nothing, because now we're basically brought in a best of one on the most 50-50 sided map currently in the competitive pool, and that's Consulate that we're going to, Scott.
Yeah,
You ready for this?
Yeah, I absolutely am. So, fellow,
Okay, good,
if
'cause
you
I'm
would
not.
please, if you would please. We receive Crippling Insomnia, and you receive one of the most riveting best of fives finals you can possibly ask for here at the ADCC. Seasons to come. We'll be here for the whole time. So, obviously, bringing some memes into the entire way across the board, but obviously, Consulate is an entirely different map from every other map we've seen today. You're probably going to see an Oryx at some point in time, because he is just the best operator in this game that's only playable on one map. So bans should be somewhat standard. I've seen some teams ban out Blackbeard because they don't want to have to deal with Blackbeard repelling on the outside windows leading up towards main office. They don't want to deal with repelling at all, because this is window repel simulator. It really and truly is. But the first ban is Thatcher. Nothing too shocking there. John, what do you want to say for this next ban? Say it quick.
Jackal. It's a jackal. Jackal. Yeah, let's go.
You got it right.
Yeah.
There we go. Now, defensive bans, probably Kaid still for that garage. Probably Malusi.
I mean, it's
Mira.
not necessary. I think Mira first and
Mira,
Kaid
Maestro.
maybe, but I think actually Maestro might be a little more favored here, or Valkyrie. Either Valkyrie or the Maestro.
I
And
don't
Valkyrie's
know.
already
You
in.
may have been ahead on the stream there. You may have been ahead. Maybe you called that one as it came through.
Well, my
You might have
brain's
snubbed
lagging
that.
behind right now, so
Yeah,
I think that kind of counteracts it, Scott. So I think I can get away with that one for sure. I
Yeah.
wasn't ahead, but it is a very funny joke, I will admit. And Kaid still gets banned, so I was still wrong. It's okay. No matter if I had cheats or not, still wrong, still lost. I lost Craigasm, but that's okay. And Mira is now going to be on the board, and she is really busted on this map because
Absolutely.
bringing her on the board with a garage being played, or with garage the site being played, it's really difficult to try and remove her from that position inside of offices. She can basically deny the yellow stairwell push pretty effectively, and also her mirror windows can be used for extensions up above. But sadly, we're not going to see Buffalo bring her pretty little head in just yet, but maybe later down the line they'll feel more comfortable to bring her in.
Well, I think it's going to come down to a large deficit right now. If one team can kind of get ahead and put the other team into that deficit, then it may just be kind of it. And we've seen very even. I think that last weekend map was probably one of the most lopsided maps we've seen. And only in the second half was when it became lopsided. What was it, 7-3?
7
Is what it ended?
Just like map number 2,
And
which was Villa. Another defender-sided map, but a different team ended up winning it. Fun little fact. I still can remember somehow.
I think you wrote it down, actually. I think you cheated here. So.
I did,
Taking
yeah.
notes is
I can't
cheating?
remember my daughter's name, though. Got him good. Let's go.
Oh, so Sag, mighty Sag, not Pog. Pogant. Not
Yeah.
Pog Champant, you know? Unfortunate.
Mhm.
But I wanted you to take a look about how this basement hold is being brought through right now on the subjective. When you think about defending this, you've got to worry about the first floor, but even if you're in the basement, you've got to worry about the top floor. You've got to worry about the second floor. And you're going to see off-site presence super heavily. Honestly, I think UCSD, their best strategy is just a full send straight through garage door, plant in default behind cabinets on the south side, and work from that direction, which I think is exactly what they're doing. They've stepped inside now, looking to maybe contest towards security. Toxic Bangs will be tossed, but not far enough. Reaps will reap their own reward as they plant Diffuser. Dugan finds Anubis, and Charles refracts Dugan in return, but Chow finds their own to Zigalo, and Charles continues the spree into Phoenix. Now a 2v4. Chotopus not able to connect enough. Will be able to secure the kill eventually, but Chow is on a rampage, finding JJ, and Console cleans it up in the end. I stated their best bets that they needed to have is going to go into rushing swiftly to deny any and all post-plant scenarios, and that's exactly what they did.
Well, that happened, and I can still hear the mute jammer in the background. That isn't
Yeah,
just
I
for you
think
guys.
I think we actually have an
I hate
audio
that
bug.
glitch. Yeah,
I genuinely think we should probably restart, have a rehost.
we've got a we've got a
I
sound,
genuinely
sound
feel like
bug.
we should take a rehost. I think we should take a rehost. I don't want to have our best of 5 map 5
No,
be
no, no, it's
marred.
okay. It's okay. A drone seems to be destroyed. Henry figured this out already.
Oh,
so
okay, okay.
he's running for. Thank you, Henry. Very cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much, Henry. I mean, this has happened before, but like, it's so sad to have this be marred, right? If it wasn't be fixable, you know, to have it mar the best of 5 finals here for our champions division. But thankfully, as we are told by someone 10 times smarter than I am, Henry, that it will eventually get it. But nonetheless, that defensive hold, it was not incorrect. But they didn't put enough presence in piano room to be able to play through that hole that is created, and therefore were not able to frag out UCSD as they entered in.
Nope, not at all. They just were not anticipating the aggression, and I sound like a broken record at this point, and I'm a little bit broken on the inside, so that probably explains a lot. But I mean, that's just what's been working out so well for San Diego. Them getting those entries, just their aggression overall. It's really been tossing up Buffalo's veteran-style kind of gameplay, but they're going to be going to the bomb side of Lombi and Press. So no matter what San Diego really does here, them just waltzing right in through the lobby doorway to try and be as aggressive as possible is not going to work out. Now, every now and again, you'll see a yellow stairwell push, and oh dear God, they're going in from this direction. Oh,
gosh.
no.
UCSD has just
Oh my God.
some rank star strategies right now. What are they doing?
Dude, they're going in from bottom spiral. This actually could work. There's no way.
Oh, they know now.
JJ
They know
spots
now,
out
though.
one. They spot out one, but can he get another one, though? It's traded out, JJ. Oh, my goodness. I'm at the edge of my seat right now, Scott. And he gets another. Oh, no. Completely denied. They're not going to fall for the same thing twice. An old dog cannot be taught new tricks, apparently, though, because San Diego's still committing a free kill for console, but oh my goodness, they're still down the man advantage, but they have the bomb in their hands. They can go for a defuse, but no one's covering it anymore. Dugan finds a kill up above, and now Chow is in a 1 versus 3. Oh my goodness, Scott, what did we just witness?
We watched one of the weirdest ranked star strategies I've had the pleasure, maybe displeasure, to watch. It gets denied from up above from JJ. It's continuing to be denied now, and it kind of just festers out. It just putters out. The flame dies out, and that's exactly what happened. Now it's just Chow left in a 1v3, and they're kind of trapped in B1 inside of main stairs bathroom. It's not a good position to be in. They're not in a good position whatsoever. They're completely surrounded. They do have diffuser and could plant if they wanted to, but in all honesty, I just don't think it's very applicable. I think that the second the plant does go down, JJ can just hear the audio cue and rush forward and try to fight against it, but they're not even going to need to. The second they step out, JJ behind that objective will abuse its angle. Look at the shots. Even Charles is saying nice angle and take it all the way. They found such massive success off of the attempt from UCSD. It just was not enough. The rank star strategy does not seemingly work in this competitive scene.
I'm still writing in my notes right now, Scott. Lobby, rush, parentheses, failed. Parentheses, failed. And then a win for Buffalo. Oh my goodness. Well, I gotta give credit where credit was due. At least they attempted it. At least they stuck to the running gag, and they tried it. Now, that rush doesn't happen a lot for that exact same reason. There's normally someone playing up above near big spiral. They're just in the right place to try and shut that down. And that's what happened with JJ. He found 2 great pickup kills and then was able to have an impact on the very end of that round. So that's why if you're going to see a rush on that bomb site in particular, it's normally through yellow sterile, because that is the most difficult position to try and stop a rush, because nowadays not many teams actually like playing inside a bathroom anymore, which normally would be a great way to stop that rush. But now no one's there. They all play above now and try to watch via vertical play. And it's not that easy nowadays when you see a yellow doorway push. But now we're going to Archives and Tellers. A pretty easy site to defend when you have a plethora of C4s at your usage. And Buffalo's got 4. So this should be more than enough, as long as they don't have to worry about a plant going in towards that back table near the actual bomb chassis itself. That's the only place you cannot get nitro cell from. But as long as that's not an issue, then Buffalo should take away this round win scot-free.
I mean, what else have we had to watch this entire match? It's really just been, in these last 2 rounds, UCSD swinging in. And like we'd say, it's orangutan swinging, right? I mean, there's no other angle. And then they just started sprinting in. And I'm a big fan of taking the sprint key off my keyboard and making a big thing about it. So I can just take it off, don't use it. No, use it apparently. Use it to great success. And they are. They're absolutely doing just that. There's a nice clip of it. I'm sure it'll be sent at this point in time to be able to show like what I'm talking about. I'm a big fan of doing that. Sprinting can ruin entire matches, but so can a not so great angle. The second the head of Zigolo peeks around the corner, Anubis acts in on top of it. And they'll find themselves a very nice kill. And now they've set themselves up for a little bit more high level of success. But Buffalo, things aren't boding so well when they've lost a player early. They still have control of this first floor because they've lost second floor. They can kind of play for first floor for maybe a couple seconds or so, but the second they lose that as well, they're back down to the basement and they have to defend that as well.
And you can have some double layered angles as well to try and stop that C4 play from coming out if you know where to set it up, or if you have Buck, because it's incredibly easy when you have Buck on the board. But right now, it's not the case. However, San Diego still, they have a pretty good lead up against Buffalo at this current moment. A great shot comes out by Chow, but he cannot pick up the kill onto Dugan. Luckily, though, Anubis is there to pick up right where his friend left off. And now, a 5-on-3 going into effect. Phoenix is here, possibly trying to deny that plant with his cardiac sensor, the great intel gathering usage there, but hasn't happened just yet. JJ, though, around the corner, finally gets denied by Console. A minute left on the clock, plant being attempted, but he's in that numerously well-known spot in the table, but the shotgun of the M10 will put him down for the count. Now in a 3-on-2, 3-on-1, as Chow from around the corner picks up the kill onto Phoenix. It's just up to Chowtopus, or Chotopus, sorry, I'm mixing up all these names out of nowhere, but it doesn't matter if he wins it or not because Anubis eradicates him, and you see SD bring their third round as a win for themselves. Sheesh, I am out of breath.
What a great round to go that went off of. I mean, that is a pretty interesting start, to say the least. Yeah, the Nitro Cell to push them off the table, force them off, and they go below. They found the kill, but they were too focused on that, and they kind of get caught off guard when Xiao comes in and cleans up, right? You got to be more aware of your surroundings, and that's just kind of an unfortunate happenstance of what comes through. You've got to be able to play in multiple angles. You can't let yourself get caught off guard. JJ did a good job of coming up, but much like an airplane, you can't halt the brakes too quickly, and they're felled because they're too busy pressing the shift key and not paying attention, and that allows for the Sledge player, the opposing Sledge, to come in and find the kill. This is not it. This is not the position you necessarily want to be in. You're down. Not necessarily down bad, but you're down by 1, and you've got to fight an uphill battle, and you're back in this basement objective, the first one you started off with. It's difficult because they can just rush you again. You've got to play against this, and I don't think UCSD will. I genuinely don't, because it just doesn't seem like something they'd replicate twice to go for, but if they do, then you need to put a player actually paying attention to garage door. You need to put a player in piano room on this first floor with a hole straight through to be able to see that sight line. But at the same time, that means you've got to watch for that flank. You got to watch for the window repel simulator on the south side. And you got to be careful for every single angle that UCSD can bring to the table. They put fear in you in these first 3 rounds, and now you have to fear the Reaper. Well, actually, I guess you have to feel the Reaps.
All right, yeah. We've had plenty of great song references because you and I both listen to pretty much the exact same stuff. A lot of Joji, fun fact. But anyways, speaking of songs, Scott, can we pretend that airplanes in the night skies like shooting stars? Because I could really use a wish right now. And that wish is to see another rush come out by San Diego. Now, it may be easily counterable because Buffalo might be anticipating it, but come on, it's got to happen at least one more time. I mean, they're almost setting themselves up to do just that because we're seeing another extension come out by Buffalo, but oh no, that's not good. Chow somehow getting in the middle of Antechamber will be just shot out and down for the count by Phoenix. A great entry to be had for Buffalo, and we actually might be seeing San Diego lose a lot of their mileage. That snowball effect that they've been able to do throughout most of this matchup is starting to die down at least a little bit more at the current moment because they don't have that man advantage currently, and now they have to worry about the players on the first floor, and they're starting all the way at the top. So this is going to be so much time wasted, and with that hatch being opened up for Phoenix, I believe it to be, he can just get away scot-free, and as long as he keeps this man advantage in his team's favor, this is going to be a tremendously bad position currently for the current side of San Diego, but what a shot by Console to get a refrag.
Now, look at this position here. They've got 2 players situated outside B1, looking for a chance to step inward. Now 3, Charles to the other side. Phoenix has the Mossberg, does get a shot off. It doesn't seem to connect, but Ziglo gets a Nitro. That might save the day. They found an Ubis with it and downed another, and they're able to step away. Charles does step inward as well. Console downed, but not out. And they're going to be able to take a shot. Tugan with an SMG-11. Charles taking an L, and now a 4v2. Reaps has to step forward to find Console, or they'll have to step forward and just try to find the round with 57 seconds on the clock. They've got to do one or the other. They may just be leaving the player down as a bit of a bait and switch, but it does not seem to be the case. Now Console is back into the fight. 2 nades in pocket. They can burn some ADS with some flashes. Reaps almost being a little bit of a sus player there and shooting his own teammate, but unfortunately, or should I say fortunately for UCSD, they will not. A Nitrocell busted from below, now narrowly avoiding that position. Console holding the main lobby, still very wary of his feet as there's a possibility of being shot from below. But Reaps does find a connecting kill into Phoenix. Now a 3v2, needs to decide how to step forward, maybe looking for an opportunity to clear out, but these toxic BAMs will make it difficult. They're looking like they're wanting exit frags, but I don't think they actually have garage open at this point in time. They have this side open. They're going to toss some flash grenades in to maybe relegate out some ADSs. They're going to go for the plant behind. Toxic Babe could be tossed. Dugan has position. This will go down. Reaps is stuck inside. Will they get it off in time? They will, but they are downed from the Toxic Babe, and the Toxic Fumes do just that. Dugan cleans up with the SMG-11 Reaps and finds and reaps their rewards.
Oh my goodness gracious. Buffalo Alpha, I am incredibly impressed. They were able to completely deny the push coming out from the top floor. They got the entry onto Chow, who was someone that was a big issue on Clubhouse for the first half of that matchup, and then they really didn't slow down their pace. I mean, they got refragged early on out, but then Dugan was able just to get away, and he had such a dirty angle through the hatch towards pipes. I mean, just impressive stuff coming out by Buffalo when they really needed it most. I mean, I said it was a 50-50 sided map, and right now it's another 2-2 split, which we've seen time and time again, but now heading to lobby and press. The site has been won by Buffalo. That was when San Diego was kind of trolling a little bit, to be honest with you. They were going for another rush strat that you see in rank from time to time, and even then, it wasn't the best way to rush this bomb site. So. You think you're trolling.
We do a little trolling.
True. Actually true right now, but... Oh
I genuinely think that's a good strategy, though, especially in a collegiate scene. Right? In a collegiate
just
scene.
throw them off guard. It works so many times. Just get them out of their comfort zone.
They don't know what to do.
Yeah, get them out of their comfort zone.
There's no way to predict that.
Exactly. I mean,
it's so smart. 10,000 IQ. Big brain.
Big brain. Took each other's words.
We're that kind of night. So in sync. We're so in sync here. You and I, we're always on the same page.
Our brains are so melted.
So melted. Yeah, it is in fact 1:30 a.m. where I am. I'm pretty sure it's 2:30 a.m. where you are. I have a class at 7. So, you know.
Me too.
I'm pretty sure I'm doing the award ceremony at the end for whoever is crowned the victor here for the Champions Division. So I'll be up even longer. And you also have a pizza you need to be eating. a very
room
cold
temperature
cheese
pizza.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, well, to be fair, cold pizza is America's pizza. So it's the most American meal you can get.
That's actually true. I can vouch quite heavily for that. Cold pizza just simply, quote unquote, hits differently, and those shots by Ziglo could have hit different if they landed on a console, but just not in the right position because he was all the way extended out from that rappel and he didn't wait long enough. So it's still a 5-on-5, not that big of a concern. The first minute now elapsing as we're beginning to see this eastern side turning western side push coming out by San Diego, and Chow gonna lose a lot of his health early on. That's not what you want to have happen to your flank denial or flank watch player, because those air jabs are no longer present. Then you've got to always worry about a possible flank in the back of your mind, and you always want to be focusing about 1 or 2 things at a time, not 3 to 4, because then your mind starts having a seizure. And Phoenix is going to force Charles to seize out on the floor now because he picks up the entry and a great frag as well, but through the table, Chow picks up a refrag, but JJ is not going to allow for San Diego to get away that easily. He picks up another, this time on the console, and now San Diego may have had their man advantage down, and yeah, no, this is just not a winning position for them, to be honest. They still have to clear out top floor for Phoenix.
Look at the crossfires they set up. Unfortunately, JJ kind of peeks an angle they really didn't need to. I mean, because you had the support of Phoenix to be able to play in. You could have just sat behind desk or maybe sit inside pocket corner, and it probably would have worked out for you, but you don't. And now Phoenix is sitting on that White Stairs is going to have to rotate back down and work in a different direction, but time has been bought. You're back in a 3v3. Defense has the advantage in this situation. You've got Father Time on your side. Time is kind of working against you. And while this objective is difficult to take, exceedingly so, if you've got control of this second floor, then you have sightlines below. That all rhymed. I'm a poet, man. That was interesting. Wow. I caught that after the fact. But this 3v3, you got sightlines, you got positional advantage, but defense can just anchor. They've got long shot angles. You're not playing any person outside in this front side. I do think they actually are putting a player to rotate over. That is going to be Reaps, who's stepping towards the front side, maybe as a supporting player to catch towards, you know, central spiral stairs, maybe hoping to catch one player off guard, but Chow about to walk into the fire line sights here. Luckily, looking away and just in time, but Reaps is attempting to plant. Now it's not going to go through. 2 kills dropping. Zigalo gets a Nitro into Reaps. Now it's just Anubis, who just found Phoenix, has to pick up Diffuser. Now left in this 1v2. Chotapus in a situation where they know they can just hit fire. Ooh. He gets off his phone. He's going to check his Candy Crush account and then immediately shoot the guy afterwards. Dude, check out your Raid Shadow Legends player. It's not the time. Get off your phone.
Have you heard of the mobile hit game? Shadow Legends Force?
The biggest and most ambitious. No. The biggest and most ambitious Rainbow6 League, NECC. Just like change it up. He's just checking out our NECC websites. He's just checking out our NECC website, you know? Just checking it out, you know? Yeah, we got a website.
Hold on, if I go to my history real quick on my Google, I think I can actually look up the website directly. I mean, Jacob's probably in the chat and he has that locked down, but what is it called? I think it's literally just called necc.com. I'm pretty sure.
It's something. I'm sure we'll get told and we'll bring it
something like that. He'll, if you ask him, he'll probably respond quite nicely. He's a good dude. And right now, Buffalo, they're doing NECCgames.com. Thank you, Patrick. So we'll probably still have Jacob respond later on, but at least we have the confirmation now. So 3 minutes into the technically present. I don't know how to say that.
Time is an enigma, to say the least.
Yeah, that's true.
Everything flows in weird directions here. It's like the upside down from Stranger Things, which I've still only seen the first season.
It's like going up a river, but like, yeah, it's just going up a river. Just not good. Just don't do that. It's really tough. Just don't do it.
Oh, this is crazy. I mean, this match has been still back and forth, and this could be another 3-3 at the halftime point of this round. This is the last round before halftime switches. We've got another objective that's kind of difficult to hold on to, right? I mean, very much so. You're going to have to worry about a wide, spacious section. Buffalo can kind of cinch the deal on their defensive half, but honestly, this is an exceedingly, isn't this like the most 50-50 map currently in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I always say that. Yeah, but it's true. There's pretty much 2 viable sites to go to, which is Archives Tellers and then Garage, and that's it. Lobby is a genuine coin flip, which sometimes, oddly enough, favors the attacking side a little bit more, but you can defend it pretty well. And then Council is almost unplayable nowadays. You have to have control of Yellow Stairwell the entire time, and even then, you're not guaranteed to win. So it's, like I said, 50-50. And okay, Fuse, just random cluster charge, but it probably broke some utility, so still not bad, I suppose. 5-on-5, 1:50 on the clock, and oh dear golly, he's trying to go for some cluster charges in towards the actual bomb underneath him. This could actually guarantee him at least 1 free kill. He might be able to detonate it just right moment. It didn't get shot from underneath. It goes across the waves, but at the right time, they've been able to evade it. But Anubis will make sure that JJ does not evade his gunfire and picks up the entry for his team. So still a very winnable position for San Diego. They just have to worry about the 4 nitro cells in the hands of Buffalo Alpha in the last minute of the round.
Yeah, time is bad. And while JJ did get fragged out, they did deal a lot of damage to Anubis on that second floor before they were taken out. But this is going to be difficult. Anubis has got a sight line from not just that first floor down to the basement, from the second floor down. It's just the ability to clear out so much sight lines that they can completely swing forward and just take it in stride. But Chow stepped all the way down to the basement. Dugan's taking a lick of damage as well. They'll be stepping into the line of fire of Chow. Chow swings to get another one. Can't connect enough into Zigalo, but the 3v5 is officially in play. Jotobus looking for an opportunity. Zigalo's taking a lot of damage. Finally, a firefight one. Jotobus and Phoenix fighting two into Reaps and Chow, but there's a flank from Phoenix. It's not enough to find Console, and now the plant will need to come through. Two players on the play below. Could be a Nitro Cell that could come through. They have the position, waiting for it. Finds the headshot. Zigalo connects into Console, and now a 2v2. Chodo's back to the position of Archives Corridor, and Charles is now making their way downstairs. Does not have the utility in pocket, like, ready to use to take out that Banshee, but Anubis has dropped down hatch inside corner. Pocket of Archives needs a shot through, sees the player through the mirror window, looking for an opportunity, sees both, finds them, and Charles finds one, and Anubis finds the other. UCSD tie it at the half on a miracle play.
Oh my god, the coordination was so on point there, and adding insult to injury, Ash won her gunfight. That wasn't even part of the plan, but it happened anyways. Oh my goodness. San Diego with the hot drops coming in through the Visa hatch was such a big problem for Buffalo, and they were not able to crunch out those numbers on the math equation there. It's a big numbers game after all, and they weren't able to beat it.
Yeah.
They didn't have their calculator, ran out of batteries.
Batteries. We're out of batteries.
Dude, ran out of batteries. Dude,
we're so dumb.
Coffee. I need some coffee after this, man. I need some coffee.
Yeah, we're dumb.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we're dumb people. I hope you guys are enjoying this, because it is something else. This is what sleep deprivation does to a caster when they just get to hang out with a friend and just talk over a game. I mean, this is really what it comes down to. We made Raid Shadow Legends jokes. We've talked about Candy Crush. Like, cold pizza.
The bags in my eyes have bags. That's how tired I am right now.
Get that bag, bro. Get that bag, dude. That means you're winning,
get the
bro.
bag. I did get the bag.
You're winning.
Yeah, I mean, I literally got the bag at a little while ago, so that's good, I guess. And
bro.
What's also good is my technically equation that I whip out every single time we go to Consulate is technically true, because it's a 3-3 split, even though we've seen that statistic on maps where that isn't true. But hey, I can bring it up now, so that's good for me, I guess. Thumbs up for me. Yeah, I did it. Look at me go.
Thumbs up for you. I'm so proud of you, you know.
Thanks, man.
You just went from nowhere to
still nowhere, but kind of.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Okay. But yeah,
No, I mean, this round, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, obviously, we're switching the halves, so we're going to see Buffalo attempt to do their own attack. Obviously, they're not looking to do as swift as a rush as we saw UCSD do, but we are seeing Console taking quite a bit of damage, and I think Buffalo, look at that crossfire position one from that the office side, the study side, whatever you want to call it. What is that called? I mean, my brain.
What? There's council, and then there's circle desk,
console room, whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got meeting room in the console, but I mean, it's that room. You got the main window, repelling on the outside. You got a player repelling on that second floor bathroom, that 2B, and then you've got a player that's also heading towards the meeting room bathroom. It's gonna be able to find rapid success, and they do just that. Phoenix, you're an absolute monster with an immaculate level of gameplay, just devastating the opposing player of console, who was just not able to make their escape. They're felled on the staircase. They have fallen and they can't get up.
Yeah, someone get him a life alert, man, because he is really, he's just fallen down the entire flight of stairs, what it appears to be. But Buffalo, again, claiming that early man advantage. Charles tries to even it up using that mirror window to his advantage, the quote-unquote peeker's advantage that some people would call it, but he hasn't gotten the kill yet. He could get it later on, perhaps, but that's if Phoenix doesn't move around. And as I say that, he's walking up the yellow stairwell, so he's doing just as what I was hoping wouldn't happen. But because of this vertical extension up above, yes, the Caster's Curse comes into play, but because of this vertical extension, so much time has been wasted. It doesn't really matter that it's a 5-on-3, as long as Charles gets some type of impact kill, then it's basically over for Buffalo. It's 50 seconds left, but he looks the wrong way. JJ from behind annihilates him. Now a 5-on-2. This might be hopeless for San Diego. They have to make up so much from where they left off at. The only thing that's going in their favor right now is Father Time, but it might not even matter. It appears that Buffalo might just win based off of their man advantage in a 5-on-2.
This does not bode well. Anubis on the flank towards the main stairs. They're going on the soft spiral down on white spiral. They're able to connect into one towards B1 on that bathroom first floor. JJ taking a nice MP5 shot to the forehead. Only MP5K technically, but really no large difference between the two of them. But it's Reaps and of course Anubis trapped in security connecting to cafeteria. This 4v2 does not bode well. Toxic Babes have to be ripped out. Chotopus planting down. This could be denied. On Nitrocell ripped. He's going to take a step away. He escapes this one, in fact, but Chotopus goes for the plant. Zigalo on the flank finds Anubis. Now a 4v1. Chotopus sticking the plant at this point in time. He finds a one-tap to Zigalo. Now needs to find 3 more. Tries his luck. Cannot nail the shots. And Reaps will have to fear the Reaper. That is the Buffalo side. Now trapped in security. A watchful eye. Neri. No one able to assist, no teammates alive with 28 seconds in a post-plant scenario. Reaps will have to go out in the end. Dugan finds and secures the kill, and Buffalo will win round 7.
The man advantage was just far too strong to be won there. Oh my goodness gracious, San Diego. They've lost their they've lost their round advantage again, but with Consulate being Consulate, it's going to continue to be a back and forth. So I wouldn't count my losses just yet if I was rooting for San Diego, because there's still plenty of recovery rounds to be had. This is, other than Coastline, this has been the closest matchup between these two teams currently. And also, we haven't seen overtime yet. The closest we've come to is 7-5, and that's it. I think overtime could be a huge possibility on this matchup.
Yeah. Well, that's all we need right now. Extending it to really flush it out.
I know, right?
We did say 3 a.m., and that actually is going to be true for you in a moment. It'll be 2 a.m. for me, but we just got to keep it extended, keep it going. In fact, I think 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. is just a guaranteed at this point in time, right? We got 15 minutes till then.
There's no going back now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're guaranteed at this point, unless
We're
Buffalo sweeps the next few rounds. I think it's basically guaranteed, but man, going up, we're picking this first floor tertiary objective. I mean, a lot of teams will say this is tertiary. A lot of teams will just say this is a go-to as well. I kind of agree that it is a go-to. But I do kind of prefer the split objective of first and basement of archives. I kind of actually prefer that personally because I just think it's more fun.
It's also a little bit easier to defend for the most part because you can just bring 4 to 5 C4s and just kind of wait for the plane to come down. You don't really have to overexpose yourself, unlike Lobby and Press, where you can't really defend the B-bomb site unless you're playing above, for example, and then that leads you just to the top floor extension, which so far has been working out for San Diego because Chow picks up the entry onto JJ. These two have been going at it between one another for so long now, and he's adding even more to the banter bit from my part, I suppose, because there goes your flank watch again. You hate to see it, Nomad, but it happens, and Buffalo not in the best position. They'll still try to make things do, though. They'll work their way in towards copy room, and Phoenix for a wide swing attempt. Not going to find anything yet. He doesn't have a lot of intel to work off of anymore. Some time has now passed, and he's got to go through the fire and flames. He wants to bring this one out alive, but what an impressive shot coming out by Phoenix. Apparently, he makes do with what he has, even though it's a very little amount of work to do, and there goes your man advantage, San Diego. Now you got to work for that back in your favor.
That is just an insane. Phoenix goes back to back. You gotta stop. Anubis can't take the L's this bad. This cannot work. Buffalo has just clawed this one right back. I mean, this is the snack that smiles back. Fruit Loops. I mean, this is everything you need. I mean, Buffalo is smiling. There's no way you're not smiling after that. Phoenix is feeling pretty. They're feeling good. They're confident. They're nailing shot after shot, and it is absolutely showing. But they still got to gather information. They still got to get control of the first floor. They seemingly have control of the second, but one player in Meeting Hall will make that a little bit more difficult as they sit inside pocket. Shots go through, but Reaps will actually win that fight, reaping the rewards. A 3v3. They'll go for a peek once again, but they're going to get the Vulcan Shield taken out. Reaps has to step forward, taken out by Zigalo, shooting the Vulcan Shield, but Chow's down on Dugan. And now Chow in a dangerous position of hallway, looking to maybe contest one more player who stepped in. That's going to be the player that is Chotopus. Zigalo is elsewhere, rotating in a different direction. Not sure exactly their position, but Chow and Chotopus just seconds away. The Cha-Cha combo. Cha-Cha slides into his view, and Chow comes in with the 3K into Chotopus. Zigalo looking to maybe go for the refrag. Has time to hunt. Has time to go for it. Has to get Diffuser as well. Seemingly aware. Just needs to find the last few moments. Sees the shot. Takes an opportunity, but doesn't nail enough. Wins it eventually. Now a 1v1 in play. It's Charles versus Zigalo. Who's going to win it all?
everything on the line right now, and Zigalo is tensing up. He has the carrier, but not a lot of time. Only 20 seconds left, and he's going to try and go for the information. If he can find where Charles is, that could give him a slight advantage moving forward. But again, only 10 seconds left. He could have spotted the arm coming out towards Charles, but I don't think he does. He'll go for the plant instead. Charles can deny this. He'll work his way around. He's in the position. He spots out the back, and he is going to win it! San Diego take the 8th round, and I cannot believe I just stuttered over Diego. That is one of the easiest words to say in all of existence, and my tongue slurred the wrong way around. But an amazing clutch will be had by Charles, keeping cool, calm, and collective on the map where it matters most.
That is an Ice Age moment. You got tongue-tied, frozen up, and Diego, the saber-tooth tiger, really caught you off guard, huh?
Yeah, I must have just, I was gonna try and look for a word in chat to like keep the joke going along, but I'm just seeing words like Mickey Mouse, and like they're really desperate. They really want us to like.
Listen, I got Fruit Loops in. I got Fruit Loops in. Okay, like
that's the goldfish line, though. That's the goldfish line. You were really cutting corners there.
I am cutting corners. No one's gonna notice. It's 2 a.m., man. No one's gonna
notice.
No, you don't notice.
Don't
man.
I matter to you?
I mean, you put me on the spot here, man. I mean, like,
what?
Oh my god.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
Oh man, this game has been back and forth, and our banter has definitely been back and forth as well. This game has been so consistent, and it's continuing to be so, despite it going so late into the night. Or should I say, basically so early into the morning at this point in time. I mean, everything's on. I want to hear the interview at the end when we give away the award to the player. I want to just hear, like, they come in and it's just, they're just so tired. Yeah. They're all just zombies at this point in time. But, I mean, Chow is just not letting up at all, and you're seeing Phoenix continue to do the same thing. You're just seeing these powerhouse players continue to show up time and time again. And the second they let up, the other side's going to just pounce on it and take advantage.
Yeah, I'm still trying to digest what I'm watching right now, at least to try and keep myself up and in advance currently. It's, I believe, a basement floor setup and not that much of an extension coming out by San Diego, but Buffalo will still continue to clear out the top floor. And there actually is a couple of roamers, but it's just by themselves pretty much, just Chow and Console that are trying to slow down this top floor push, and that's really it. No genuine extension, they're just here by themselves. So if Phoenix wins his gunfights yet again like he did previously, hitting some amazing shots in the literal exact same position that he is now, then this could be worrisome for San Diego. But it appears that the rotation has come into effect much earlier than anticipated for Phoenix, so he's not going to get as lucky as he was a moment ago, but at least the second floor is now officially cleared out. Now they have to get in through the first floor, and a matter of fact, we're seeing another extension come out. Again, some reinforcements being sacrificed on that first floor just to try to waste time on the side of Buffalo Alpha, and for the moment, it appears to be doing just that. Phoenix might be getting a little bit aggressive moving in towards that back Visa Stero that we saw a moment ago, but other than that, things are looking pretty fine and dandy favoring San Diego because they have completely shut out, for the most part, Buffalo's attack and push.
Ooh, Phoenix able to pick up an early frag, but Console immediately refrags JJ and puts them back to that 4v4. So the main advantage was had for a second, but Anubis down by Phoenix. They'll clean up for a second for the double kill. And that's going to force Charles to take a aggressive step back through. They're going to go ahead and step through that B1 hatch. Not wanting to face that any longer. And now they could have that side advantage to peek through, but that pocket corner below yellow stairs will make it so that they don't want to. And in fact, they are indeed lying down there, looking to going to make it a little bit more difficult, but with a man advantage to continue to act forward. Oh, an impact toss from Console, I believe, will deal some damage in the process. Phoenix looking and hunting for maybe an opportunity, taking out some of the util for the other team. But with only 39 seconds on the clock, they need to act quick. Oh my goodness, Phoenix on a 3K, finding Console out as they attempted to move to a new position, but now it's just Reaps and Charles, and they're going to need to do everything, both sitting in security and of course in cafeteria. Charles now needed to rotate through, taking a long fire shot from outside garage. Nades tossed through. Charles connects and a Chodapus. Now a nade goes through. It's going to damage out, remove a couple of the shields. Charles finds a second and a Phoenix. Now a 2v2. UCSD are attempting to close claw their way back into this one. They'd have Toxic Babe now out, and Dugan's gonna opt for it. Nitro Cell toss,
Oh,
no
no
way to stop
way.
it. It gets shot! Oh my goodness, Siglo saves Charles. This gets the kill, and now Reaps finds Dugan. It's a 1v1. He has no way to fight this, and it's gonna be one from UCSD. They narrowly escape what should have been a Buffalo victory.
Oh my goodness, cliffhanger after cliffhanger after cliffhanger. The comeback in a 4-on-2 turn 2-2. The C4 being just removed from the picture as Charles, but as Maker, and it didn't matter. He pushed up in towards the ramp area and Smoke marketed off of it and then played time. Reaps just, oh my goodness. Finally, we're seeing San Diego just use their big brains and do the smarter plays in these positions. They don't have to get aggressive. They don't have to win these gunfights. They just have to let Father Time do all the work for them. It happened in round number 9 and round number 8, and it might happen again on round number 10. San Diego finally reclaiming their round advantage. They're 1 round away from bringing us to match point, and another followed up to just take the entire series after a long and hard-fought bout between both them and the undefeated champions up until now.
Yeah, their first seed for a reason. I mean, they had not lost a single map coming into this one, and then they lost the first 2 coming into this best of 5. What do you make of that? I mean, really and truly.
Unheard of.
Yeah.
Literal David and Goliath storyline. Literally David and Goliath.
Absolutely. Considering the fact that Buffalo thrashed, and that is the kindest way I can put it, thrashed UC San Diego in week 5. Literally, the round differential was 14-5. 14-5. UC San Diego has 5 already in this map. And they've won 2 maps. We know they have at least 7. They've been getting consistent rounds back to back to back. It's been so even throughout. I mean, it's insane. This is a whole new San Diego squad from what anyone was anticipating coming into this. They have done everything. They have brought out the slingshot, they put the rock into it, and they've been swinging and charging that up to take out the Goliath that is Buffalo. But when you mess with the Buffalo, you gotta face the horns, and that's what Buffalo is trying to keep in motion. They've swung through, they've charged through the last 2 maps, and they're trying to charge through this one, but UCSD will not let them go without a fight.
It's still been a game of tug of war between these 2 teams, and Buffalo Alpha, they're being a little bit more complacent. I swear, I've seen them push in from admin several times at this point, and it hasn't really worked out for them for the most part, but I get it. You've got to get that map control somehow in some way, and going admin against this site is the best option because you can get that really long vertical play from multiple floors, as a matter of fact. So going in towards admin is the best decision for Buffalo, but it's just a lot of complacency. That's the only thing I really have to worry about. But Chow, he's getting a bit aggressive. He shoots way too early, though, at the wrong moment, and he'll trade some shots between him and JJ, but that could have been a very impactful kill to start things off strong for Chow, but it's not going to happen, and now JJ can just simply watch the flank as his team starts to get that vertical play down in the favor of their team. I mean, this is not looking to be all that good for San Diego because they cannot stop this vertical play from coming out whatsoever.
I mean, this is monstrous to try and face off against. Buffalo have managed to cut angles off in a point that's kind of different. Oh my goodness, Chow, how do you win that? How do you win that? That's disgusting. That is by all definitions nasty, but Dugan will refrag, so Chow, the powerhouse, is out for the count, and Phoenix has now dropped down below as well to the first floor, sitting inside of Visa, looking for maybe an opportunity to step towards the actual objective and get a plant down or to assist in the plant as well. But these nitro cells from the defenders need to be baited out in at least some sort of fashion. They have the heartbeat sensor console looking for maybe an opportunity, constant information to be gathered, may have an opportunity to toss one. It's continuing to give the information. You have to give the information. You need to be there. They're still trying to gather. They're looking for an opportunity to plant down. There's 3 inside. They're sitting in corners. Chotobus in a position of advantage, going down for the planting the diffuser. 3 seconds left on top. I think they may actually get this down. They do, in fact, and now a post-plant scenario. Buffalo just giving it away, and Anubis is able to find a nitro into Phoenix nonetheless. But Chotobus gets diffuser down. They can now go back up to the second floor and play their own angles. Dugan finding 2 on top of Charles and Anubis, making it a triple kill in the end. And now Reaps is coming up from this server stairs, finding a long shot towards Vita to Chotopus, a 2v2. Console coming going up from main stairs down below, rotating through this white steps. But Dugan's back up to the second floor, can get a sightline from above to watch the angle. Reaps cannot win that fight, and a quadra kill for Dugan. Dugan might just find the ace to tie it back at 5-5. They're hunting for it, but Zigolo will steal it. Buffalo spectacularly will take round 10.
And again, win being traded out between both teams right now, that could have been such a massive advantage for San Diego, but they don't deny the plant. They had the information and the nitro cells, the cardiac sensor and C4s were just there at the perfect time, but they didn't rip them and grip them. They didn't detonate it at the right time, and it didn't matter that they got a kill in the end because the plant was still down, and there was just no way to deny it after it was in the post-plant situation. And now either of these two teams can get a match point. It's 5-5, but someone's going to be in a very winnable position and the other one in the exact opposite. And oh my God, I cannot believe we're seeing this 5-5. We didn't even get 5-5. We were going to coastline. It ended off 7-4. So eventually the writer's block, it ended off. We saw the paper finished out and submitted on time, but now we're seeing that writer's block come out once again and no decisive victor has been had.
I mean, this is a new story. I think writer's block is a great and accurate way to describe it because this is a story. This is something that your university can take to your president, can take to a higher up at your university and say, this is what we do. This is what we did. We fought for 6 hours. Not really 6 hours, but 4 hours at the least, because it is an insanely close game all the way going through. First game of the night also went 4 hours. This one's going, I believe, 4 hours as well, if I remember correctly. I don't actually know how long we've been on, because I'm in mod view and not actually in main view. But this is an insane game by all accounts. Yeah, 10 hours is what the live stream has been going for.
I was gonna say.
So that means this game has been at least 4 hours. 4 whole hours at minimum. And this game has just been so constant. So constant. Back and forth. Bring this to your president. Bring this to whoever you need to. This game is something to be proud of, win or loss.
I think this is the current record for the longest time we've streamed for NECC in one stream, like one broadcast for the day. And what is it?
It very well could be, yeah.
I think that's actually correct, unless something from like the first year of NECC is like the first semester. Maybe I'm wrong then, but this is 10 hours. That's a long time. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I've been watching from time to time for the first best of 5, and even then, that was much more of a barn burn than what we're seeing right now. That went to 5 maps, I believe it to be. But back on the topic of the game happening right now, admin. Again, that control by Buffalo, they've been trying to get time and time again. They're doing just that again, and this time they're approaching a different bomb site, and they're going to have to deal with Reapers, who's up above, or Reaps, sorry. He'll throw out one Toxic Babe trying to stall for some time, but if he doesn't pick up at least a kill or stall a little bit more time towards that last minute or so, then this could be a great recovery round happening in the favor of Buffalo, because other than Reaps, they haven't really had to deal with anybody to counteract them just yet. They have those track singers for a flank denial, and Reaps peeking out far too early gets his body teared to shreds, and another kill onto Anubis happens at the exact same instance, and now we're down to that last minute, and Buffalo Alpha is in a incredibly easy position to bring this back and win it and bring themselves into match point against San Diego.
But Chow and Charles are alive. The choo-choo console combo. The trifecta, the 3 players left. Nope, make it 2 because Chow is out for the count. Dugan able to collect. Now Charles with the Vector. Sending an anti-chamber just outside of B1. Has the Vulcan shield take it out, sitting in front of B1, and now they're in a bit of a poor situation. Charles does find 1 kill into JJ as they were dropping through, if I remember correctly, but Dugan has a little bit of a sightline advantage, can maybe catch him off guard if they're just ever so slightly. Oh my goodness, they were so close with that red outline. They might be able to catch him off guard if they're just a little bit too wary, but they're stepping through that front door. Charles has an opportunity to peek, but Phoenix finds console from behind. Chotobus puts down Diffuser, but he gets refragged back. Dugan cleans up, and Buffalo will win round 11. They're now 1 away. Match point has been garnered. Will we see it end right here, or will we be going into that devastating overtime?
A great kill bait, to say the least. The plant, it didn't matter. They just had a great advantage, and Dugan up above did finally finish off that 11th round, and everything's on the line now. San Diego, they've had so much to prove. They've earn their position to be finalists in this game. And although win or lose, I think it doesn't matter at this point. They've done so much. They've been the first and only team to ruin Buffalo's perfect record in the entire season, not just the bracket performances, but they still have a great chance of winning out this matchup. They're going to Cafeteria and Garage, a great site to defend, and their lineup is tip-top shape. And I mean, I can say the exact same thing for Buffalo. They've got double flank denial, plenty of soft destruction, and utility disposal. It's everything you would ever want in a lineup. So this could still be any team's game, but San Diego, I mean, of course, it would be spectacular for them to bring us to overtime and then have another great chance of winning out this last map and upsetting the best team statistically in NECC for the championships division.
Yeah, and I'm getting information that apparently they've had a 17-hour stream, but
okay, well,
it didn't have me on there. It didn't have me on there. Okay, it didn't have it, so it basically it doesn't count. All right,
it's longest this semester though. Ours is, so
yes,
take that.
Yeah, and we're the coolest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why this season is better than last season, and every season onward will be better than the last, because we're gonna be here, and we're just invading every other game the NECC brings in. I know I sure as heck have, but continuing onward, it's just so devastating, right? No matter what happens, this being a 5-hour game, 5 hours of constant action, only 5-minute breaks between, and then you get that like 2 minutes in between the rounds, the minute and a half in between the rounds. I mean, oh, come on. I mean, there really is no better game than this in a finals for the Champions Division of R6. And if I remember correctly, this is the first season that NECC's had R6. And it all ending off right here for the opening season. This is a game-changing moment. And hopefully there'll be plenty more to come. There'll be plenty more to be had. And hopefully we'll be there for all of it.
I hope so too. Next year better be just as fun as this, and you know, a lot of things will be improved by that time, so I'm not worried whatsoever. But technically, this is not the longest stream this semester. We've even gotten that stolen from us.
It's the longest of all constant action, though. It's the longest of constant action because in week 5, it's just like an hour and a half break between the next game. Like,
exactly. So technically, we are not the longest, but action-packed. We've only had 5-minute breaks out this entire thing, so that's honestly pretty standard. But a minute 20 now, and we're actually seeing a very quiet and passive side of Buffalo currently. They've gotten that main wall opened up, the triple wall in the back, but they haven't found any type of entry. Right now, San Diego, they don't want to mess this up, because if they lose this, all of their hard work will be forgone where it matters most, because then it'll be 7-5 and there is no 6th map. This is the last one no matter what happens. And Zigolo,
everything comes down.
Everything's on the line. And Zigolo also is well aware of that. He's getting ready to try and find this entry. His teammates are here to back him up. They're not that far behind him currently, and everyone's getting ready for the final fight that could possibly come down. And so far, this is heavily favoring San Diego. They only have to stall for 40 more seconds and still have this top floor roam presence up until now. Charles finally dropping, but it's probably for the greater good, because now he's here to back up the rest of his teammates that are underneath and are waiting for this post-plant situation to come down.
Yeah, Buffalo with only 30 seconds left. No one has died at this point in time. Buffalo has been playing this so strategically. They want to end this off, and they want to do it in a pretty dominant fashion. Shots from above. Ziglo just catching Reaps off guard, and now they're going to take an advantage, but 20 seconds left. Falling suit to that 30-second meta right at the end, and they're going to be punished accordingly. Chow finding Chotopus, trying to connect with a couple more. They don't really have the opportunity to step forward. Diffuser has been picked up, but Ziglo connects into Chow from a long shot angle from Hatch. Now a 4v2 because Phoenix finds Charles. This might be the end for UCSD, but Phoenix has been down. Ziglo with a 3K, but Anubis finds Phoenix on the pickup, trying to get a shot across, taking damage, took it through a wall, and Buffalo will take it all. Alpha goes all the way, the Alpha team, and it's going to be the end in a best of 5 going all the way through. University of Buffalo's Alpha squad is your NECC Champions Division Finals winner.
And in the end, they brought it back. The reverse sweep, it happened. David and Goliath. David, he's not going to get that last rock out through his slingshot. He's going to get crumbled, beaten to a pulp at the very end. Oh my goodness.
14 kills Phoenix, 14 kills Dugan, 11 kills Zigolo. They popped off to guarantee
so
console.
Good. They wanted that desperately. They were like, we're not losing this. We are the best team, and we have a point to prove about that. And they did it eventually. But, wow. I didn't think it happened like that. I didn't think we'd be here till 3 in the morning, but I'm kind of
No,
glad
we
we were.
stated we could be here till
Actually,
3 in the
yeah,
morning, and
I
it
did
came
type in
true.
here.
It came true. We actually aren't here until
We were
3:30.
joking about that though. We didn't think it actually happened. We thought it'd be a 3-0, not a 3-2 reverse sweep, everything on the
On
line.
the team that wins it having to reverse sweep being the team we thought would just 3-0 it. Everyone predicted Buffalo because they had not even lost a single map coming into this. It's been the name of the game. The David and Goliath story was just not able to be done. They're not able to secure the victory in the end. And while that is heartbreaking for UC San Diego, you faced a team that I, for the entire season, have stated is guaranteed victory. I had stated that the entire season goes Buffalo was a team that showed up and just found stats. They brought in plays. They've done everything they could to just guarantee so much rapid success. And they've done it in a way that no other team had prepared against or had done themselves. We've seen a lot of TDM. We saw CMU. They just played frag-centric. They just TDM'd. They were the one team I anticipated to put a fight up against Buffalo. I never anticipated UC San Diego to do that, and they did just that. And probably, and I say this, and I've casted Akron, Grand Canyon University. I casted grand finals of teams that have beaten Akron and Georgia and all these other teams. This is the best grand finals or finals that I have casted by far.
I would have to agree. It's been a while since I've casted a grand final of anything, let alone Rainbow6, which is my predominant game other than Valorant. I hope I don't do the Valorant grand final because I'm probably going to have to recover for like a coma or something. I am out of it right now. But with all the banter aside, I've had an absolute blast, but I think it's time at least one of us parts ways, and we'll have the great ceremony after a quick little break, of course, but it's still an absolute blast. It's been a whole lot of fun, and if you guys go now, then we hope you all have a great rest of your night, but if not, then stay tuned for the ceremony at the very end of this break.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC here. We got an awards ceremony, but before we do that, we will welcome 2 of the players for our winning team of the Buffalo side for this Alpha squad. I believe those 2 players, Zigalo and Dugan. So we've got a great pair here, and I hear that Dugan is the young captain for the squad, and of course Zigalo was a phenomenal player throughout the entire game of just clutching up and finding so much rapid success for your squad. How do you guys feel coming off such a phenomenal victory like that?
Well, obviously the reverse sweep, it's crazy. You know, we when we got into that 2-0 hole, like we all just kind of need to take a step back, refocus our game, get back to our basics, do it right. There we might have yelled at each other a little bit, get it all out, do what we have to do. But we had to reset that mental, get right back in it. In the end, it worked out for us. We got the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, you guys kind of got dug into a bit of a hole. I mean, by all accounts, I mean, we came into this. I think majority of people came into this. You guys hadn't let down a single map throughout the entire season, let alone in the playoffs. You guys looked spectacular. I've always cited you guys as the best team here in the NECC because you guys showed that level of performance. But you guys had me sweating. I mean, like, you guys had me sweating for the first 2 maps. I was like, yeah. I mean, this is not the team that I was anticipating coming into this. The confidence, the mentality has to be down so bad during that. But I mean, you guys cleaning the reverse sweep and it's just so neck and neck throughout. I mean, the first halves of every map was close, and then it was just the second half that would determine it, whether it was one way or the other. But it was really show out players that were doing. I mean, right there at the end, we obviously saw everybody pop off and give you guys the win on Consulate. But what's going on with Phoenix? I mean, headphones weren't working initially. You think maybe the headphone switch was the change needed? Like,
there's an interesting story about that, actually.
all right, I got some.
We're gonna come clean with it. Phoenix's headset was actually broken yesterday, and he didn't try to replace it, I guess. So he played through the first few games with a broken headset, and we told him, stop trolling. We're gonna switch the headset, and thankfully, the GOAT himself, Alec Chodipus, he had another headset, got it there, in between the map. Everything was just this night was very, very spectacular for many reasons. It was exciting, That's the beauty of it, I guess. We had an exciting time. We didn't expect this, but
No.
I'm happy that we stuck through it, man. And like everyone, like James said, after that second map, we just came down. We came down on each other. We're like, man, this is 3 maps now. This is the best of 3, but we got to win all 3, I guess. Like we're not losing our map. Like we're doing our game. We're resetting. Like James said, we're just got to do what we got to do. And we know we played them before. We knew how to counter them. We knew how to play against them
before.
Yeah, and we just needed to find that again. We lost ourselves a little bit at the beginning, I think.
Well, you all get a new pair of headphones, I believe, from the price here. So maybe Phoenix will be pretty happy with that. So congratulations once again. It's a massive victory for you guys in the highest division we have here at the NECC, and I'm sure competition will only increase from here. And you guys being victors previously, a lot on your shoulders, but I'm sure you guys will carry that with massive pride, especially after such a phenomenal victory to come back with that full reverse sweep. Now, starting off for the first 2 maps, when you guys started losing, I guess. I know you guys had to do a full mental reset. You had to completely change what was going on. Did you guys change your playstyle? Because I know Phoenix, got headphones and was able to hear for once. And he could. I don't know why that made him shoot better, because obviously they nailed shots. But did you change strategy? Did you just realize something was working? Because it looked like UC San Diego did a ton of VOD review to prepare for this game.
So we definitely were switching stuff up a lot because we saw that they were, very well prepared for us. And that was very clear. They knew our pushes. They knew how we like to do things. And you know what? It took us realizing we got to switch this up. We got to switch it up now. Hit the other side. They're far one side. We're going the other way. We're site direct. Like it was just one of those things. Like once it clicked, we got it back on track, and it showed throughout.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really started clicking on all cylinders. I mean, we started because the game was a little bit a weird tempoing because you guys, I was like, this doesn't look like the squad I'm used to seeing and casting for. So you guys obviously had to change things, and it worked. And full props to UC San Diego. They were a team that a lot of people didn't anticipate. I mean, you guys beat them 14-5 in week 5. 14 rounds to 5 in week 5.
Yeah.
and then they turn around and got more rounds than they all got in that entire Week 5 game in that Fire 2 matchup in one map and beat you. And they did it twice. Your only 2 map losses were here. I believe you guys are undefeated going into this and winning in an undefeated way. And that's the same thing for our Challengers division. They're undefeated as well when they finished off. So, R6 is having 2 undefeated teams go through and win for their thing. So, congrats. I mean, that's an amazing stat to have. But in preparation, you guys are having, I believe, do you have any seniors on your squad? Do you have to reset for play styles and do a new roster?
I don't think we're making many roster changes. I mean, it all depends on what we see coming in for the fall. But the way it stands right now, I don't think we're going to be making roster changes because I'll be back. I believe JJ's back. I know Alec and Phoenix are back, or Chodapis and Phoenix.
I'm in grad classes right now, so I am near the tail end, but I think I might be able to get one more semester in so we can defend that throne maybe. We'll see
I want to see it. I want to see it unbelievably so. I am so excited. And I've had the pleasure of casting for the EDCC for this R6 season. I also do the Valorant and Overwatch. And despite casting a game between my hometown and then my current university in Overwatch, this was still a more hype game. This was still more fun to cast. And while it was 5 hours of tedious casting, of just constant, we had fun with it. We screwed around. Chat would pick a word, and we'd have to somehow fill it into the cast. And I think I said the snack that smells back Fruit Loops at some point in time. Like, I don't know where that came from. That was like not even 30 minutes ago.
I was gonna say
it was something else. It was something else entirely. But you guys would still find ways to like make a clutch situation and just like we'd have fun. And then for the first 45 minute and a half of a round, and then it was just action, just packed, just you guys taking full control. My favorite moment of that entire game, by far, is going to be Chodapis's just phenomenal clutch on Clubhouse. That was riveting. We switched to the cams. We started doing that during this game for a good reason because we were just in awe for all these plays. And it's just like I'm just back and standing up like I'm just no clue what's happening. It's just in awe. You guys are our starstruck team. You guys had me Star Trek. I just want you guys to know that.
I gotta admit real quick, when Alec did that clutch, I screamed so loud I woke up my family. So
I'm forwarding all noise complaints to you guys,
that
by
was
the way.
amazing.
Who do I forward my noise complaints to? Like, do I just send it to your guys? You guys like have a secretary at the university or something to like fill this out or something? Like,
here we are. I'll get your coach's contact information.
All right, I'll make sure to send him an email. But
shout out to Infinex.
Shout out Infinex.
I want to give you guys a moment to shout out anyone that's actually behind you. University, friends, family, viewers, anything. Just give you a moment.
Well, definitely Infinex. I mean, that man's our coach. He was our captain before he was our coach. He's been with us since the beginning, and I mean, he deserves as much credit as we get.
Well, for myself, just gotta thank my parents. They've always been supporting me since I even went pro in this game a year ago. Just always been behind me. I think they were even watching tonight, still at 3 a.m. Well, not all of them. I woke up the rest. Everyone was aware of what was going on at one point. All right, but I mean, just I love your family. They're your rock always. They're just the reason I enjoy this and I can play this game as much as I can, even in grad school. So all the credit, and all the love to them, and of course the boys. I mean, like you mentioned, Phoenix and
the boys,
and JJ. You got to remember JJ. All made phenomenal plays. Everyone stood out in their own moment tonight. It was again, it was not what we expected, but we still had the hell of a match. Probably one of our favorite matches. One of my favorite matches for sure. And just the battle to the end. I think that's what we're all going to remember from this one.
Absolutely. I mean, it was straight through. Now, my dad watches my cast, and I can't imagine having parents that watch do something that actually requires skill. So,
whoa.
Yeah, I mean, it's be a new experience seeing your parents actually see skill,
You're one of the best casters I've heard.
Yeah, honestly.
I appreciate the compliment. You guys are one of the better teams I've seen, at least in the collegiate scene, by far. A phenomenal game, through and through. I mean, you guys fully deserve this victory. We had a David and Goliath that came through, and Goliath, stood up off the knee and just finished pounding them down. Just finished it off, just not letting it go through. But I think that's all I have. That's all I have for the interview. Once again, guys, congratulations. I'll let Jacob take over.
Thank you.
Thanks, my friend. Gentlemen, a true pleasure. We'll get this out to you guys in Western New York. Infernosis is right. You all get a brand new headset courtesy of our friends at HyperX, as well as a shared and just a tour de force performance tonight. Congratulations. The bar was set extremely high with Butler's thrilling 5 map win earlier tonight, and you guys raised it by a great deal, and in the reverse sweep. So congratulations on a terrific first season. I'm really proud to call you our first ever Champions Division of our Rainbow 6 champions in 2021, and we look forward to the future with you guys. And just a thrilling night, and thank you for all you did throughout the course of the year. And we're proud to work with you guys and proud to work with the University of Buffalo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Infernosis, back to you, my friend. That's going to wrap this up. Great night by you guys, all of our team, everybody behind the scenes. Just a wonderful evening, a long evening, but two thrillers. A great night to kick off our championship season.
Absolutely, and everybody can stay sure to stay tuned because it's only starting off with R6. We got plenty of other games of constant finals action for the best of the best. I mean, Overwatch alone has what, 5 divisions? I mean, and I should know that, but I don't remember that. I mean, there's a lot of games to be had and a lot of fun to be had. So everyone stay tuned. It's going to be a great time. My name's Infernosis. I was joined here by Fellow the Caster. Of course, thank you guys very much. The players, the teams, everyone behind it. Congratulations once again to Buffalo, and we will catch you guys in the next one.